I think the thing that intrigues me the most is that there's been just an almost barbaric version of how people handle each other. You know, and it's almost to the point where, like, if you don't believe the way I do, that you know, not only can we not talk, we can't hang out, we can't be seen together, we can't associate, you know, it's like all of that stuff would go into it, and it's like, why? I'm not that kind of guy. Like, I would rather sit and talk to someone that I have nothing in common with. And then all of a sudden it was like I could feel myself looking within this field. I knew that I was looking into heaven.
Wow, dude.
That was insane. And like, I'm looking around, so imagine this scenario. Imagine like going up to Lompoc and, you know, the part where you can look over the flower field.
Yes.
Imagine that kind of a sight.
Okay.
But everything you're looking at is not flowers, they're souls. As far as you can see.
What do they look like?
They were like little orange.
Like glowing balls?
Sort of.
Okay.
Yeah. And I thought, oh man, my eyes are playing tricks on me. But I'd say largely you could smell it. You can smell agenda.
Yeah.
And I think we're living in a time where the bloodhounds that can smell the agenda have smelt it, and they've kind of been saying like, hey, something stinks.
Right.
But then no one wants to admit that it stinks.
Yeah.
They just want to stay in the stink.
Right.
And it's like, bro,
why do you think that is? Hello and Happy New Year! I hope that this year brings you more amazingness than you can even imagine imagining. The episode you are about to listen to is also more amazing than you can imagine imagining. But if you have been listening to this show, you will know that before I get to that, I have a bunch of other stuff I want to say. The first of which is a huge announcement. The show is finally on the YouTubes. I've been doing the show for over 2 years at this point, and one of the things that people have been asking me since the beginning is it on the YouTubes? Or, when are you going to get this show on the YouTubes? Apparently, the YouTubes is a much easier place for some people to listen to the show. The only reason I have never done it up until now is because I had no idea how to go about such a thing. But my awesome editor and techie guru Aiden made it happen. So there you go. The entire show up until this point, all 90 episodes, are up on the YouTubes. So please do me a favor and subscribe to the Why Can't We Talk About That YouTube's channel. At the release of this episode, I only have 1 subscriber, so please help to change that. Thanks. Now I would like to read a review that was left on the Apple Podcast website. In this 5-star review, the listener writes, "Absolutely amazing content. This is a fun, engaging, informative... Allow your mind to be free and enjoy some great back and forth between two people of all walks of life. This is made with love and grips your soul. Mind blown." And I count 4 exclamation points after the mind blown. What a great review, right? It says all the things that need to be said, and it probably took this person, who's calling himself Hampbone, like 30 seconds to accomplish. I would also like you all to know that this review was left in November of 2022. Do you know when the first episode of the show came out? October 30th, 2022. And this is still the only review that has been left on Apple Podcasts. 1 review. That's it. This is pretty sad if you ask me. How can this change? I'm glad you asked. It's very simple. All you need to do is head on over to Apple Podcasts, search for the Why Can't We Talk About That podcast, which you should already have saved in your save thingy, and leave a review. Hampbone was able to do it without any problem, so why not you? Do you think that Hampbone is some kind of superhuman with abilities that you can only dream of? Do you think that he has access to areas of the internet that are only reserved for people with special clearance? No. Hampbone is no different than you are, except that he has a cooler name than you. But regardless, you can leave a review for this podcast. You can change the stats, and in turn change the world, by simply taking 30 seconds out of your day and writing a little review for me. You can be as awesome as Hampbone, so just do it. Seriously. Let it be your New Year's resolution, but don't wait all year to do it. Do it today. Okay, I think I've made my point. In this episode, you will hear me have a fantastic conversation with Matt Schofield, who is quite literally the first friend that I ever remember having. I met him during the orientation before kindergarten started. We were close friends for the early elementary school days, and after that pretty much lost touch, other than the occasional hangout with mutual friends or crashing into cars in the high school parking lot. Matt has done many amazing things in the years since graduating high school, and it was really awesome to hear some of his stories. He is a leather worker, he is a bagpiper. He spent many years in the Coast Guard. He is 4 years sober and has traveled all over the place. We share many stories from the old days. However, there is one that I didn't remember until after we finished recording this episode. I'm not even sure if Matt remembers this. Do you guys remember Garbage Pail Kids? For my 20-something listeners, you probably have no clue what I'm talking about. But for all of you that are pushing 50 like me, you remember the glory days. If you are unaware, Garbage Pail Kids were a card series that showed gross depictions of Cabbage Patch dolls. That's a very generic definition, but if you really don't know what they are, look them up on the internets. Anyway, each series had like 100 different cards, and as with any card series, they only produce a small amount of certain cards so that they are hard to get, which causes the consumer to spend way too much money buying all these card packs and getting nothing but duplicates until one day you might get that rare card you were looking for, but probably not. Anyway, my friend Matt was never really that into Garbage Pail Kids, at least not like I was. During the 4th series, one of the hardest cards to get was Bloated Blair. I had bought countless packs searching for Bloated Blair, but to no avail. It was the only card that I needed to complete the entire 4th series. One day, Matt came over to my house. This must have been like 2nd or 3rd grade, I guess. And he couldn't stop laughing, like to the point that he couldn't even get out what he was trying to say. When I finally got him to tell me what he was laughing about, he explained to me that he had stopped by Circle K and just decided to buy a pack of Garbage Pail Kids, something that he rarely did. And as he opened the package, what card was sitting right on top? You guessed it, Bloated Blair. The card that he knew I had been wasting all of my allowance money looking for. He got it by buying just one pack. And he thought that was the funniest thing in the world. Now, to Matt's credit, he did end up giving the card to me, because like I said, he didn't really care that much about Garbage Pail Kids anyway, and he was just being a good friend. I think that I was so upset that he had gotten it, and that he thought it was so funny, that I forgot to even say thank you for giving it to me. So for the record, thanks, Matt. That was a great thing to do. And thanks for sitting down with me to record this episode. And also, thanks to all of you for listening to this episode. Enjoy the conversation. I don't know. I mean, it's okay, but it's fake, dude. It's it's not real.
No.
It bothers me a lot.
I bought it like back in 2010 when I was in Long Beach.
Okay.
And it was one of those where I'm like, I'll just get it. It's $10, you know, back when
back when stuff was cheap in California.
Yeah, and it was like, all right, cool, you know. So I got it, and then everybody's making fun of me. But I tell you what, I've taken that treat everywhere I went.
That's right. There you go.
It went to Chesapeake, Virginia. It went to, D.C. Went to Alaska.
Wow.
Went everywhere.
You still have it? Mm-hmm. Nice, dude.
Yeah, it's in my RV, and it's the perfect size for the RV because it's like you don't want big, you know. You want small. It's like
that's awesome, man.
Dang.
Wow.
You know, so
I didn't know you lived in Long Beach. Mm-hmm. You chilling with Snoop or what?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Me and him, we were.
You guys go way back, huh?
Dude, all the way. Way back to the LBZ.
What brought you over there?
The Coast Guard. It was just.
Oh, okay.
One of the station stops, you know, and it was cool because I'm like, cool, I can drive home on the weekend if I want.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, this is great.
Right.
Then they go, oh, you're getting promoted, so you're moving to Virginia.
Okay. And that's a promotion.
I just got here.
Yeah.
To Long Beach. Oh, see ya.
How long had you been in Long Beach?
That was 2 years.
Okay.
You know, but it was like, I knew I was right on the cusp of making E6, and so they were like, what do you want? You know, do you want to stay here? You know, try to promote, take San Diego? Do you want to go up to Alameda? And I'm like, no, I'm not. Like, you could, as far as I'm concerned, you could drop a bomb on the Bay Area. It wouldn't bother me.
Yeah.
It really wouldn't.
Okay.
And the Niners aren't there anymore, so.
Yes, that's true.
It's fine.
Yes,
it's fine. If the whole thing fell off, okay.
Yeah. You would probably want some of the people to be removed first, right? I mean, not all of them, but some of them.
I mean, if the rapture happened, we're good, you know?
Yeah, because the rapture probably wouldn't take that many people from... that's a
whole side conversation that we could get into. Because trust me,
man.
they're all into the rapture and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, bro, just slow down.
Right.
Take a hit, pass it.
Yeah.
Slow down.
Yeah.
You know, it's
For sure, man.
Dang, some people just.
Yeah. How long have you been in the Coast Guard since? Not since high school. You did.
No, I went to Hancock first.
Okay.
And then once I graduated Hancock.
Yeah.
You know, it's like then it was like, what am I gonna do? You know, and I didn't have the GPA to get into Cal Poly.
Right.
That was my original plan.
Yeah.
Get into Cal Poly, go to architecture.
Okay.
Become an architect. That was my plan.
Right.
God's like, no, homie.
Yeah, he usually does that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and then it was, let's go in the Coast Guard. I'm like, why? You know, and I thought, okay, let me do 4 years, and then I'll get out and I'll go to school, because I'll be responsible and I'll be smart by this point. Great idea, Matt.
Yeah.
You know, and I talked to, do you remember Dan Nelson? Do you remember him by any chance?
Dude, the name is sounding really familiar, but I can't put a face. Did he go to Rigetti?
Shoot. Okay, he married really tall, beautiful blonde. What's her name? Last name was Machette.
That was her maiden name?
Yeah.
Machette?
Yeah, she was really tall, really pretty blonde, and she went to First Christian with us, and then Dan, once he married, he started going to First Christian too.
Okay.
And he was like, "Come on, man!" He's like, "You gotta join the Coast Guard. I'm just finishing up." I'm like, "Oh, really? Well, how was it?" You know, he's like, "Well, you know," he was a rescue swimmer, which is the hardest thing to do.
Oh, wow,
in the service. It's like, and I'm not making this up. It's like Navy SEAL, Army Ranger, Coast Guard rescue swimmer.
Wow.
He was one of those guys. So I'm like, I'll take his word for it. Must be a great job, you know.
Is that what you were going to go to do?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
No, God, no.
You just want to go into the Coast Guard.
I was
okay.
like, oh, I'll be a picture taker, you know. I'll be a photographer or whatever. Great idea.
Yeah.
So, anyways, talking to him, it was one of those, like, it sounds like a fun job. I mean, you get to ride in cool boats and
travel the world and
oh man, hop out of helicopters. Oh, sign me up. Little did I know the BS I was in for.
Right.
So then it's like I'm gonna do my 4 years and get out, and then it was like it's kind of an easy job, sort of. 21 years later.
Yeah.
You know, I did 21, and it's like...
You're out now, though, right?
Oh, yeah. Fully retired.
Fully retired. You working anywhere, or are you just chilling?
I don't have to.
Dude, that is so cool.
Yeah,
and you're what? You're my age, 46?
46, yeah.
Dude.
And I'll say this. Yes, it's envious.
Yeah.
But it's not. Trust me. That's why I went back to school, because it's like...
You just get kind of bored?
What am I doing?
Okay.
I could just sit around. I could literally just sit around.
Right.
All day.
Yeah.
And I'm collecting a paycheck, and it's like... Ugh.
But then that gets boring.
Oh, dude,
right?
Crazy boring.
Because you're not married, no kids, so anything, right? So it's, you're just home by yourself with your dog, right? You got a dog? Yeah, okay. Yeah. I've seen the pictures on Facebook.
It's been, you know, it's one of those where you go, what happened? Mm-hmm. You know, I pictured myself, married, kids.
Yeah.
You know, all that at this point.
Right.
And I'm like, God, what happened?
Yeah.
God, why?
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of the opposite. I didn't picture myself that way, and then I was a dad by the time I was 20.
Yeah,
so I was like, what the heck is happening? Like, whoa, my girlfriend at the time was 17. I was 19. We found out we were pregnant. I was like, this wasn't our plan. So. No,
and it's one of those where the blessing, I think, it came way late. And I don't think that... If I really had to think about it, the blessings have come way late, but there was a lot of stuff that went into it. It wasn't like, oh, cool, you know, it's how do you describe it? It's like I'm the happiest I've been today.
Right.
I've ever been.
Okay.
You know, and it's...
Well, then you scored.
Yeah. Oh, good time. Yeah.
That seems to be everybody's goal is happiness, right? That's what we're all seem to be striving for, trying to achieve at some point in life. Well, if I can just get through this, then I'll be happy. If I can just get through this, I'll be happy. And you made it. So, I mean, way to go, man.
And I had to realize that the happiness, it has nothing to do with circumstance.
Right.
And it was like, no matter what I'm in, where I'm at, it's like, you can be happy. You can, you know, and it's you know, of course, there's always like, there's a sine wave of ups and downs and all that, but it's like, somewhere in it, it's like, there's that one constant, you know. Man.
Yeah.
Praise God, though.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
I do, dude. Like, I love Jesus. I ain't gonna sit here and lie to you and be like, oh, you know, he's kind of like a bro to me. No, but I mean, like, for real, like, the dude is like, that is my homie.
Right.
For real.
Yeah. Yeah. That's awesome, man. We'll definitely get talking about that, because that's probably towards the end. I usually do spirituality last.
Okay.
But obviously, for people like us, that the Lord is so involved in our lives, it's probably going to interweave with everything we're talking about anyway.
Yeah. We could talk about recovery. I mean, I quit drinking in 2020.
Okay. Nice, man.
We could talk that. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's been, you know, one of those things that I really, really know that was kind of a cleft moment.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And, yeah, the hard part is not being resentful of people that can drink.
Right.
And the ones especially the ones that could do it responsibly.
Yes.
I hate those people.
Yes, right.
I'm not going to lie, because it's like, I look at them, I'm like, oh, man.
It's like me with the people that, like, can eat whatever they want and they stay skinny. I hate that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's like, oh!
I could look at food.
Yeah.
Like, oh, hey.
Exactly.
It's not like, now. I mean, right now, my metabolism's just going, oh, my God, I don't even know what's going on.
Yeah.
It's worse than the weather.
Yeah.
But, you know, there was a time where I'm like, I remember watching someone, and it was early on, like maybe a few months into, like, being sober. And I see this guy, and it's like, I'm watching and I'm looking, and there's like a beer on the counter, and it's got like, you know, an inch left in there, and I'm like, bro, just aren't you gonna finish that? Dude, you gotta finish that, man. Like, come on. And it was like, actually, it's time to go. I'm good.
Yeah.
What?
It's like a foreign concept to you,
right?
Like,
dude, put it down, man.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
You know, I remember having that conversation with a sponsor, and he goes, trust me, your mind is just going to be blown, because you'll see stuff that you would think like, oh man,
right,
like,
right,
was I like that?
Yeah.
No, I was never like that. I was way better. Like, well, we were saying, I'm better than that. I was never that kind of a drunk.
Right.
Oh no, I was a drunk.
There's always somebody worse off than you are, so you just kind of compare ourselves to them instead. Yeah. I'm not as bad as that guy. Mm-hmm. So did the drinking start for you like in the Coast Guard? Because I don't remember like in school or high school you being a partier or nothing like that.
No, matter of fact, I didn't drink till I was. Well, I drank in Europe when I was 18.
Okay.
Yeah, I went to Europe twice. Me and Jewel.
Your sister?
My sister.
Okay.
Yeah, we went to Europe on the school sponsored trips that the St. John's did.
Oh, dude! I had Ian Motes on here,
yes,
and he had a similar story.
Yes.
How funny. Okay.
So that was kind of the first time I ever really like had anything, right? Mm-hmm. And it was like, okay, cool. It was novel. You know, it was kind of like, okay, I can have a rum and coke. You know, whatever it was. And it was like, I remember having a buzz, but not being like plastered, you know, just like throwing stuff around the room. You know, it's like
dancing in your underwear.
It was kind of cool, you know. It's like, all right, whatever. And I just kind of like sat there, and it was like, all right, this is kind of cool. I'm like,
yeah.
And then it was over. Like, as soon as I got home, like, all right, we're good. But then when I turned 21, it was like, oh, I get to do this all the time now.
Doors open.
No, it's illegal, you know. So it was, and so there was a weird legalistic aspect to it for me, where it was like, okay, you know, I can because it's legal. Well, okay, sounds good. And then it was like I would overindulge a little bit here and there, mostly weekends and stuff. And then I had some pretty major traumatic events that had happened that had basically launched it from, you know, a little bit of drinking to, you know, constant. Not every day, not like throughout the day, but every night.
It was like self-medication kind of stuff.
Yeah, every night. It was like, all right, we're on this, you know, and I guess what they call it now is more of a functional alcoholic is what it would be deemed, you know. It's like I can get through work, I can not drink at work and all that kind of stuff, and then as soon as I get home, it's like, it was bottle time.
Yeah. Okay. How old were you then? Like 21, 22?
Let's see. It's 2004. My dad died in 04.
Okay.
And in fact, he died on Christmas Day, which is...
Oh, no way.
I know.
That's brutal.
Right. So, I mean, that
Wow,
was kind of
dude.
like one of the things, right?
Yeah.
Which, you know, your dad, with dudes, it's like either you have a really great relationship or just it's garbage.
Right.
And we had a good relationship.
Yeah.
Actually.
I remember that.
Really.
I remember going over your house when we were little, and you seemed to you had a really close. But he was quite a bit older than your mom, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was.
I wasn't sure if that was actually true or if it just kind of looked that way. Because some people
he
look
was.
way older than they
I
are.
know. Oh, trust me, I know.
It's like, how old are you? 40? What?
Believe it or not, he looked younger than he was, which was, I
Yeah.
think, one of the main attraction points, I think.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I don't think that necessarily started it.
Mm-hmm.
But that was one of the contributing factors to starting to drink a little bit more. And then it was, I ended up going to a training command in 05, and I had a sexual assault that happened.
Against you, or
Yeah.
you were accused of?
No, against me.
Against you? Oh my gosh.
And so then that just catapulted it. It was like we're on the rocket ship for alcohol time.
Well, because that's out of the ordinary for a guy to have a sexual assault case. I mean, it's usually the other way around. Like he's
Right.
being accused of that or something.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And I didn't say anything. I just basically swept it under the rug, and just kind of thought, well, it really wasn't what I was just trying to make it like it wasn't really what happened.
Right.
And once I finally dealt with it, it was about 7 years later. And then it was like an even bigger unraveling because it was like, now I'm trying to deal with it. Mm-hmm. Didn't really know what to do.
Right.
Started counseling then, and, it's not going to work, and just kind of tried to drink that away.
Right.
So then that became an even bigger issue later. But that was one thing. Then I had, in 07, I had 3 of my friends that were basically shot to death.
Dang, dude.
And I was hanging out with them the night before.
In the Coast Guard?
No, they were friends that I made in Cleveland.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
So, I mean, you could say there's a Coast Guard tie only because I was stationed where these people were, but they weren't in the service.
They were all killed the same
night, July 4th, 2007.
What was the circumstances behind that, if you don't mind me asking? Was it like a robbery or something? Or
No, they were just out doing fireworks, and the neighbor and the one guy had beef, and then they were doing fireworks, and the guy asked them to stop doing them. They kept doing them.
So he came over there and shot all of them.
And started shooting up.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
dude.
yeah, dude. It ended up becoming a national story and all that stuff.
That's in Cleveland?
Yeah.
Wow.
So it was like that. I mean, then that was like, okay, you add the two things together.
Yeah, dude.
Bring that through, and then it's like, we're done.
Yeah.
I didn't care. I just, at that point, I stopped caring.
Yeah.
Because, you think, well, okay, well, emotionally I can handle this. Mm-hmm. And you really can't. No. I was 20-something years old. Like
most people can't handle one of those things you mentioned, and you got all those things lopped on top of each other?
Yeah.
No way.
It was like, I cared about life. I knew God existed. Mm-hmm. And my faith was still relatively decent.
Right.
But I just started getting reckless. And it was like once that happened, it just really made me take a turn. And then, of course, I'm trying to stifle, people's thoughts of how much I was drinking and all that kind of stuff, and trying to control that. And it's like, once that top starts spinning, it just doesn't, it doesn't let go. Mm-hmm. And
were you kind of hiding it from people that knew you best? Like, or were you just open about all of it? Like, did they come to you and say, hey, man, you need some help?
Yeah, I had a few people. Finally, like some really good people. My mom was saying, I drink too much.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Mom. But it was like, once other people started to take notice, it's like, oh, man, all right, well. So I made an effort, at one point, and I quit drinking for a few months, and then it was like that would last for a little while, and it's like, oh yeah, this feels really good. And right back to it, because then it's like, oh, I feel good.
Yeah.
So then it just starts the cycle right back over. And it wasn't until I got to DC, and I had a couple of really close friends that were like, yo, you need to put the brakes on.
Right.
what are you talking about?
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
Like, I mean, I'm riding a motorcycle drunk, like all
Oh,
just free,
wow.
like basically like acting
Yeah.
suicidally,
Yeah.
even though I'm not actively trying to hurt myself.
Right. You
know
just
what I
didn't
mean?
care if you did.
Didn't care.
Right.
Just did not care.
Yeah.
And it was like, really? And then, you know, so finally I had one guy who was like, you just can't.
Yeah.
You really just can't anymore. And it's
Yeah.
like, okay. So they sent me up to Alaska, and that was my last duty station.
Okay.
And didn't really do anything overtly to embarrass myself or anything like that. You know, that was like the crux.
Mm-hmm.
But it was like, you know, I knew it was time. I knew.
So that's when that happened for you, was in Alaska, where you finally realized, I got to get out of this.
Yeah.
Okay.
And went to AA, which was weird.
Yeah.
It's the weirdest experience. You know, it's kind of like you're sitting there, you knock on the door, and it's like, oh man, hopefully they won't answer.
Right.
You're like looking around, like
Right.
they won't be in there.
Yeah. Give you an excuse not to go. Right.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, I think I can just go hop in the Jeep and get out of here right now. You know, and then it's one of those things where someone, hey, oh, no, okay, you here for the meeting? No,
not me.
No, come on in. No, it's okay. No, I'm good, man. And it's like, once you cross that threshold, you're done.
Right.
Like, it's like, oh.
Yeah, it's over after that. Yeah.
And I knew it too, and it's like we're sitting there's about 15 of us in a room.
Which is pretty much the whole population of Alaska, right?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, especially Juneau, you know, it's like, it's either you drink or you don't drink in Juneau. And, you know, and there was a threshold even between, like, the supreme alcoholics and then, like, the kind of mid-level. And it was almost like a promotion level of how deep you were into it.
Right.
You know, and so I'm sitting there, and it's like going around the room, everybody's telling their stories. And, you know, you got the one guy that's like, my name's, we'll just throw a name out there, Tim. Mm-hmm. And he won't say, like, I'm an alcoholic, you know?
Right.
It's like,
do they still do that? Just like in the commercials, you have to say, my name is
yeah.
Bob and I'm an alcoholic?
Man, I'm an alcoholic. Oh, yeah.
Really?
So then,
Okay.
And so it gets to
How
me.
cliche is that, dude?
I know, right? So I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh, really? Man? It's like, okay, I'm waiting until it goes around. It's like, oh, man, it's like, do I want to say anything? Do I want to share anything?
Yeah.
And it was like, I didn't have to question it. I didn't have to sit there and go, well, I think I am. You know, and like, because there were some guys that would do that. Well,
Yeah.
I'm just not sure.
I'm just here because I have nothing better to do today.
That's what I said. I was like, bro, it's a Friday night. You should be, I know which bars you should be at.
Right.
Because I seen your butt in there. It's
Yeah.
like, I know I seen you. I know what you did on Friday. And it was like, so when it came to me, I just owned it.
Yeah.
And like, the one guy was like, how many meetings have you been to? I was like, this is my first one. He goes,
Yeah.
you said that on the first meeting? I was like, yeah. I was like,
Right.
and I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't gonna call the one guy out, but I was like, hey, no, it's like that guy over there. You know,
Because that probably wouldn't have gone over well.
no, well,
You know,
that's apparently
had a brawl the first night of your.
apparently that's not a good thing to go throwing stones. But it was just funny because I had some of the old cronies, you know, they come up and they're like, man, really proud of you that you really owned that, and I'm like,
Yeah.
bro, I've owned it for a long time.
Right.
So it doesn't hurt to say it,
Right.
you know, and
Right.
so we're
But
laughing.
see, though, so that's the kind of people that probably something like AA will work for, is somebody who's there. You're ready, man.
Yeah.
You've already been through the ringer. You've gone the ups and downs. You've gone the, well, I don't know if I am or not. Now you're like, no, I am. I need help.
Right.
Right. And that's because it takes you wanting to get help.
Yeah.
Like, we can take family members that we care about and force them into these programs. If they don't want to be there, it's not going to stick, you know?
No, and that was the realization, you know. It was like, you know, I knew there was some serious stuff I had to really dig into and dig out, do the inventories, do the actual step work and all that. And it was so funny because I ended up, and I still talk to the one guy, and I'll say that I think he was the one that saved me. He actually was in the Coast Guard like me. And
Oh, wow.
all that. And So
Okay.
it's like he knew the culture.
Right. Right.
And so as he's talking, I'm hearing me come out of his mouth. And I'm like, huh.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it kind of started out innocent, blah, 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 blah. And then it went to,
Right.
you know, full stage, you know. Once he said his story, I'm like, apart from one part of his story, It was literally,
just
we were
like
on train tracks.
Wow.
Like, dang.
Yeah.
I mean, it was that stark of a
Right.
realization, you know, and so we talk, and the one day I wrote him a letter, and I said, man, just thank you for saving my life, you know, and that was what it really was. He recognized the same patterns, the same stuff, and I think when I made a couple mistakes in the early stages, he was like, just, why are you beating yourself up?
Right.
Take it easy. Give yourself some grace.
Right.
Like, you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, okay. What do you mean? It's like, did you honestly think you were going to walk in here and just be like,
right.
That's it. I'm
magic
done.
pill. That's it.
I'm good.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, that's what I thought. I thought you just didn't drink. And he's like,
right.
Oh my God. He's like, listen, we got to talk God. We got to talk this. We got to talk your background. We got to talk all the things that you did, all the little sins, all this stuff, but he's like, do not forget the good things.
Right.
He's like, when you helped the lady that was homeless, that you gave her a sandwich, you know,
right.
Put that stuff in there. You can't just think that, okay, I was just a giant screw up my whole life.
Right.
He's like, no. He's like, you got to put in the good and the stupid.
Not just all the tearing yourself down. You got to put some build up stuff in there too.
So we were laughing, and you know, it's like laughing and crying and you know, all that stuff. And it's like once you get through all that, it's like that wasn't bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is the stuff that like the stuff you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
But yes, there were some big things. But the stuff I was doing was just to like get through it.
Right.
You know, once I saw that, you know, and then the getting sober part was actually kind of not easy. It was easier when I saw the other people. And dude, I tell you, there were some days like I'll never forget this girl that walked in. You know, we're all sitting there, and I went back up to Juneau after I left, and it was right after the VA came in and finished up my.
What do you mean? You moved from
I had
Juneau?
moved from Juneau to Arizona,
and then you went back
and I
just
flew
to
back
visit.
up just to visit.
Oh,
and say
okay,
hi.
gotcha.
So I went back to the AA circle and just said hey.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and I went to like several meetings because there were a few of them that were a lot of fun. Well, the Tuesday one, we go in there, and there was this gal that showed up, and she, you know, literally fresh meat. I mean, just like, you know, I don't know what I'm doing here, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So we're all sitting there, and everybody's like, oh man, I'm so glad to see you, man. Oh my God, how's life? And we're laughing, cutting it up. Everybody's laughing and just having a great time. And, oh man, you wouldn't even believe what it's like in Arizona. Man, it's like this and this. And I'm telling them all these stories, you know, and they're like, wow. And it's like, dude, you guys need to travel some. You need to get out of Juneau for a little bit, you know, or whatever. And they're like, yeah, I'm going to put on my extra tufts, my little boots, and go run around the snow all the time. All right.
Because these are guys that have like lived there their whole lives, basically?
Forever.
Okay.
Yeah, and then, you know, I'm telling them all these stories, and this gal walks in, and she's like, am I at the right place?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
She expected it to be like somber.
Oh, yeah. And she's like, why are you laughing? Why are you guys having a good time in here?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
We were like, what? Wait, what? And then it was, you know, it was like, okay, guys, tamp it down. So finally, someone starts the meeting.
My dark sense of humor goes, you should have been like, well, we're having a good time because we got a keg in the back and we keep it.
Well, no, so was the, hey, don't interrupt the party, lady.
Yeah.
You know, sit on down and shut up, you know. And it was like, what?
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, it was like, you would have thought, and I swear, like, it looked like someone was holding her, like, by her head and just... You know, floated her into the seat and plopped her down.
Like on the Wii. You ever see on the Wii where you grab the people and their arms and legs do this?
Yes, it was literally like that. It was like, poof. And she's sitting there just crumpled into herself. And I'm like, okay, I get that feeling.
Right.
I get it. I know who you are. I see you. I literally see who you are right now. And, you know, then it's like we start the meeting. Everybody's, you know, it's all going around. Everybody's, you know, talking. And then all of a sudden it was like everybody had to take a big collective breath. It was like, and then she goes, can I say something? And it was like, oh no. Oh no. And just, I mean, it was like before she even started talking, just gushing tears.
Oh boy.
Oh my God, you're laughing. You're laughing.
Oh,
you're
like
smiling. And she
mad
was
at you?
like,
She was crying mad at you?
oh, and everybody.
Oh,
and
I thought you were being like she started crying, like opening up about her own issues, but she was still mad at you guys.
She was still, oh yeah, she was just like, I just don't understand this, and you guys. And then it was like, she took a deep breath, and it was like, look, dude, you could have heard a pin drop, easy.
Wow.
I mean, it was like all of us were like,
Yeah.
let's just start praying.
Okay.
And you could see people's hands just kind of go up, like, I'm just gonna pray for you right now.
Yeah.
And it was this. It took a minute, but once she shared and got it all out, it was like, wow, okay. You know, and this is why we're here. This is what we're doing, is to get this person to
where
be like
she can
us.
laugh and have a good time.
Yes,
right.
and
yeah.
it was like, man, you know, and so that was like one of the most powerful experiences I've had in life.
Yeah.
You know, it took her a while to finally.
Were there any other women in the group that night, or was she the only one?
There was one other one.
One other one, okay.
Yeah, and I think that girl had like 10 years or something, and then she blew it.
10 years sober?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then she just.
So does that kind of thing ever scare you? Like, because you've been 4 years sober, you said, right?
Yeah, 4.5.
So do you still, I mean, it's a stupid question because I know the answer anyway, but like say, do you still desire? I mean, of course, like still, like you see somebody drinking a beer or something, you're like, hey, that looks kind of, you know, because like I never had a problem with alcohol like ever in my life. But back in the day, I used to drink, party or whatever, and I used to love the taste of beer.
Right.
I don't drink anymore. It's been a long time, but if I see somebody drinking a beer, I think I can almost taste it.
Right.
And I'm like, oh, that would taste really good right now.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh no, there is this running fantasy, and the running fantasy would be, you know, I'd be out in the middle of the Caribbean on a boat, you know, gorgeous woman with a rum and coke, just sipping on a rum and coke.
Just one gorgeous woman, huh?
Yeah, maybe a couple, 3, 4. Doesn't matter. I was just trying to be modest. You know, come on.
I don't want to, show off here.
But what I realized is that I wouldn't be sipping that rum and coke.
Right.
You know, I'd be drinking.
Right.
You know, so it's like there's the fantasy aspect of it is the most powerful part.
Right.
And you know, for some people, it's the idea that. In fact, I think the thing that's the harder driving factor is that the fantasy is stronger than the reality.
Yeah.
All the time.
Right.
You know, and it's like smells. Certain smells will get me sometimes, and it's like
smells are the worst sometimes.
Dude, so powerful. Your nose is right next to your brain.
Isn't that weird?
So it's like, I'll smell. Dude, I could smell it from across the room sometimes.
Yeah.
It's like,
I think smells are the biggest form of nostalgia there can be. Like even more than sight sometimes. Like I can smell something and be right back in like second grade or something.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like, that smells like the erasers from 7th grade or whatever it is. You know, it's so
those white markers and just get high all day.
Yeah, right,
like,
dude. Yeah. See, well, I had to stop. I had to go to meetings for that. So
well, the old markers would get you through the roof.
Oh man,
these new fancy like safe,
right?
You know, non-toxic markers are no, you know, they're no bueno.
So funny, man. So I mean to kind of, this is like not.
But to answer your question, yes. I mean, it's there's times where it's like, it does scare me. Yeah. To be honest, but
when you hear people that are like been 10 years, like more than double what you've done, and then they fall off. Yeah. You know, that's.
And I look at those guys because it's like, you know, and I don't need to beat up too much on recovery stuff, but I do love it, and I still go. I go to different meetings. I do CR now. That's a Celebrate Recovery.
Oh, okay.
I know they have one here.
They had one at Pacific Christian for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, and then so there's one in Cottonwood that I go to, and love my people there, man. They're just it's good people. You go and you get dinner, you get a little bit of a message, and then you go and do your small group stuff and all that.
Boy, they gave you dinner too, huh?
Oh yeah.
Nice.
It's usually pretty good.
Do they usually cater it out, or will they just get a bunch of Big Macs or something? Or
no, they'll be like, "Hey Ryan, it's your turn to cook." So
like somebody cooks for everybody.
Oh yeah.
Do you have it at somebody's house then?
No, it's at the church.
You got like a kitchen in the church.
Yeah, so they'll do that, or if someone's got a big enough place and they can cook for everybody, they'll do it at their home and bring it. That's a whole
Nice.
thing.
You'd be like, all right, Ryan, it's your week to cook. I'll be like, all right, I'm ordering pizza.
That'd be me. I'd be like, all right, we're doing this simple.
Because you figure everybody likes pizza. It's easy. I don't have to cook nothing.
Yeah, you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong.
You know, so.
So I've been plugged into that. You know, that's the second, you know, network, and based on the same thing. I mean, AA is basically the mothership for all 12-step programs, and you know, it's like they kind of pick and choose a lot of the same stuff. And but I like it because it's a Christian-based program, you know, and it's interesting because it's like, okay, you know, I can get a little bit of that, plus I can get the program, you know, so I can get a little bit of both, and you know, feel a little bit more comfortable.
As opposed to like an AA specifically, where it's more like higher power, right? It's not going to necessarily call it Jesus, or it's not going to be biblically based per se,
right?
So it's like that, but more in line with your own beliefs, which is nice. So.
Yeah, and I think it's important. You know, there was a time where I didn't want it to be linked that way. You know, what I didn't realize is that God was doing just as much in AA as he was in the other. You know, it's like he's working the same way. Yeah. And in fact, he was getting. How do you qualify this without dogging the one versus the other? But it's like, it's almost like he was, you know, like a friend of mine was not even agnostic. He was like, I want nothing to do. Yeah, like I want nothing to do with religion. I'm this. Okay. Well, he ended up going to the program way before I did. He just got baptized like 6 months, 8 months ago. And
I love that. That's what? So great.
Dude, when I saw it, I'm like, oh wow. Like, what? No way. I was like, no way. I was like, no way. Right. I was on flights with that guy. Yeah. And that guy was like always bad-mouthing us, you know, and like just being that guy. You know,
but what a testimony. Yeah. Like, that's a bigger testimony than some guy who, like, grew up in the church and his parents were Christians. It's like, oh, I got baptized. It's like, okay, we saw that coming. Right. Oh, yeah. But the guy who's like, I actively hate Christians. I hope they all die. I'm burning Bibles. I'm doing all this stuff. And then it's like, you're a what? Yeah. What? You became what you absolutely hated with a passion? That kind of stuff makes me... That solidifies my own faith. Yes. Because I'm like, only God could do something like that. Because if it's a person who's like, I hate Christians, and then you become one? Yeah. Why? Why would you do that unless it was real? Exactly. Well, no, exactly. There's no reason. That was one of those things where, and I've seen it go both ways, right? Sure. I've seen the guys that you know, were kind of in a similar situation to me. Some traumatic event happens, and then they fall off. You know, not only do they fall off, but they go like... demonic almost, and it's like, whoa, yeah, whoa, right. I remember when we did blah 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 together, and they were like, man, I don't want to be out in the forest with you alone. Yeah, you know, it's like, I mean, seriously, there's people that I've met that I'm like, dude, yeah, like you need Jesus, right? Like you need him, yeah, and it's no, I'm good. Yeah, are you good? Because I'm not even good with you, and like. Yeah. You know, but it's I'd say, you know, looking at it is a powerful testimony, and I'd say that the biggest fear, I think, for me for a long time was, you know, am I going to be able to have an impact, right? You know, that way, you know, what would my testimony look like, and how is this, and that kind of stuff, and I finally started to come to grips with the fact that I actually have one. I didn't want one. Right. You know, I really didn't want one. I just wanted to go to church, do the thing. Yeah. Throw a few bucks on the offering plate, go home. Yeah. Don't talk to me. I'm not going to the potlucks. I'm good with you. Right. Like, I'm good with you. You're good with me. Like, we're good, bro. Right. Thanks. You know, and it was, that was kind of the relationship that I wanted, or at least I thought I wanted with God. And then it was like, something was always missing. It was like something was missing. I kept getting mentored by different people, like Todd Calloway was one of them. That was one of my pastor in Cleveland, and I was starting to kind of get like, okay, I want 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Right. I always wanted it that way. I'd never wanted to be fully vested in a church. Well, you don't want to be like one of those weirdos. I mean, you know, those Christian Bible guys, you know. You know, I want to be able to drink on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then go to church on Sundays again and start the cycle back over. And it was kind of like,
that's what I wanted, you know, and then it became like, then I went to Long Beach, didn't go to church there.
Do they have churches in Long Beach? I don't know.
They might as well not, you know. At least that's how I felt, you know. It's like I have to drive 45 minutes to church. Like, forget that, man.
I've only been to Long Beach once. We drive by all the time, of course, but I've only been there once, and it was just to go to that. It was like an aquatic center. Aquarium place. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
No, it is.
Yeah, I didn't see Snoop there. I was a little disappointed.
No.
I want to see Snoop or like, you know, the guys from Sublime or something, you know, somebody over there.
Right? Ice Cube, Ice T, one of the Ice somethings, you know?
Something, yeah.
No, wait, what's the other one? Who's the other one?
Which one? Ice T, Ice Cube?
Well, yeah, you got those two, and then there's got to be some other ice.
Oh, there's lots of ice.
Vanilla Ice.
Vanilla Ice. You forgot the best one, dude.
I know. Oh, what's wrong with me, man? Jeez.
Oh, man.
I can't even make this stuff up, dude.
Yeah. Well, let's use that to delve into some music stuff. What do you think? You want to go into some music?
Oh, I love music.
Do you?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I would hope so.
I like to play music, and I like to listen to it.
You do bagpipes.
I did, yeah.
Okay.
I learned how to play.
I remember that.
I was playing those from, what was that? Probably, 98 to about 2010.
Okay.
I just stopped doing it because I was traveling so much. And
that's a big instrument to bring with you.
Dude, it's not so much big, it's the big noise.
Right.
That most people were like, oh, wow, that's really cool. Until you get in the house. Yeah. You know, when you're outside, it's like, oh, man, that's nice because I can close the windows and, you know, kind of hear you muffled.
Yeah. Well, because you don't usually get that as an answer. If somebody tells you, oh, I'm a musician, or what do you play? You usually get like, I'm a drummer, I'm a guitarist,
piano.
I'm a vocalist, I'm a piano player, or whatever. No, most people don't say, oh, I play bagpipes. You do, huh? Okay. Like, in fact, you're the only person I've ever met in my life that has actually played bagpipes.
Yeah.
So what in the world, like, what got you started on that?
Man. Well, it was one of the trips in Europe. Like, we were on the second trip.
With the St. John's again?
Yeah.
Oh, you went on multiple trips with them twice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we went 96 and 98. And it was the 98 trip. I'm seeing this guy in Paris. There was like a little bridge that went over the river, and it was like the dude was playing either in the middle of the bridge or at the end of it. Okay. And it was like, oh, cool. You know, we're walking by.
He's
trying to make money.
Was he wearing a kilt?
No, that was the weird part. So he was just dressed like me and you, just kind of hanging out and playing. I'm like, oh,
I wouldn't have believed him then. I would have been like, you're not real.
Yeah.
You're a poser.
Yeah. So, well, you know, part of me was like, oh, wow, that sounds really cool. I want to buy those. You know? But it wasn't to play. I wanted to buy them to mount on the wall.
Yeah.
Literally.
Like, do you play? Oh, yeah, it's been years, but, you know, I used to be pretty good, you know, make up some story about how you...
just lies, all lies.
Yeah.
You know, and that was my goal. It was like, I'm just going to buy these things and put them on the wall. All right, cool.
Yeah.
So we get to England, and then I forget why, but we go into this one little store, and they had a ton of them.
Okay.
They were like $250.
In England?
In England.
Which is interesting.
Right.
Because, isn't there some kind of rivalry between England and Scotland a little bit? Yeah.
Yes, and I had to actually put my foot in my mouth, you know, saying, oh, don't you hate those idiots to the north, you know, whatever. Joking, and it was like, I'm Scottish, and I'm like, oh, God. Okay. I'll see myself out after I buy those bagpipes. Whichever, right there. That perfect. Those.
I would have been like, well, how was I supposed to know? Where's your kilt?
Yeah, well, exactly.
If you're not wearing a kilt, you're not Scottish, you know?
You're not even speaking in broke or whatever they call that, the language, you know? It's like, come on, man.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
He just sounded like every other Londoner there.
Yeah.
So I buy these things. I get them over here, and it was like I was doing something. I was working for the one guy doing auto restoration, and I hear something that sounds like the chanter. It sounds like the little piece that you play when you're practicing. I'm like, that sounds like that practice piece. I was like, So I went in there. I was like, what's up, dude? He's like, what are you playing? Oh, this is an Irish flute. And I'm like, oh, wow, Irish flute, man. You know, and he's like, I was like, do you know anybody that I could learn this stuff from? And I was like, I actually have a set of pipes and don't even know if they work. And the guy's like, oh yeah, talk to this guy, talk to that guy. And then, you know, if you're at Hancock, go talk to this guy and the music teacher. And
yeah,
I don't want to go through all this.
Too much hassle.
This is before Google. This is before like I'm a walking information center, and
before
I can just
smartphones.
Look at look, there's 18 bagpipers in Santa Maria. You know, it's like, oh, there's one. Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
So I ended up taking lessons from a guy named John Partman.
Here in this area?
Yeah, here in town.
Okay.
The guy was amazing. Like he was grade 1, which there's like grade 1 to grade 5.
Is 1 the best? Or is 5 the best?
Yeah, 1's best.
1's the best.
So it's like golf, lower score.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I started taking lessons from him, and I was getting decent, but not like amazing, you know. And then I joined the Coast Guard, and it was kind of like I was finding groups to play with, you know. And the one was up in Sacramento when I was at the aviation side.
Groups of other bagpipe players or groups of other instruments that you guys have formed like a band?
No, like just bagpipers.
Okay. Just bagpipers. Yes. Okay, gotcha.
So, when I was stationed up there, I was at an air station. Like I was an avionics guy, and I did that first, then transitioned over to public affairs.
Okay.
Which that's a whole nother story. We could go for hours and hours on that transition because here I'm doing an operational job flying and fixing C-130 aircraft. It was amazing.
Right.
I had just gotten off a boat that went to Antarctica and back.
Okay.
You know, did that whole thing. So I did the boats, I did the aviation, I did public affairs, and I did all that stuff. And
Right.
So I'm up there, up in Sacramento, working with City of Sacramento Pipe Band. Met some great people, you know, just all that. But anyways, so with the pipes themselves, like I was never gonna play them, and I was like, okay, but I just entertained the idea. Let's just see if these things even work. If they're worth it.
You already bought them. You might as well.
Yeah, you know. So I show up to John's house, and he's like, well, let's take a look at these things. He's like, well, they're cheap. Thanks. And I was like, well, I don't know what I bought. And he's like, well, let's just see if they work, you know. And so he's fiddling around with stuff. I got to order all these different parts and like the actual bag itself and you know, wrapping. And
so you just had the pipes but no bag or what?
Nothing. I mean, it was literally it was like sticks, you know. It's like I bought some sticks that had a useless piece of plastic as a bag, you know. It was like, what the heck is this?
They conned the American into buying something.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, the funny part was when we finally got them working, John's like, dang, these are actually pretty good. He's like, you got a great deal.
There you go.
Oh, cool. I was like, well, how much did you pay for yours? And he goes, oh, don't
even ask.
Don't go there. I'm like, come on, bro. Like, just tell me how much. He's like, well, that set right there that you're holding is $6,000.
Ooh, wee.
Okay, here, you can have those back right now.
I'm scared I'm gonna break them.
And he's like, that other set, that's actually a registered set. Like, you can't. Like, if I leave the country with them, I actually have to take all the documentation that says I can have them.
Yeah.
And this and that. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, well, all the rings on it are ivory.
Right.
And he's like, it's registered. That's actually a legal set. He's like, yes, back in the 1900s they used ivory. It's illegal now. So, I mean, it's like, okay, but if you have a set, you can still have them. I'm like, oh, wow, okay. That's cool. So he showed them to me. I was like, well, how much are those? And he's like, $13,000.
Dang.
I don't want to breathe on them.
Right.
Let alone play them, touch them, nothing. Nope. I was like, bro, I'm a Hancock student. I don't have any money, like nothing. And he's like, no, I get it. You can take a look at it.
Yeah.
I was like, you know, I get it. First hit's free, but no. No. Take your drugs. Go away. And,
oh, man.
You know, so I learned from him. And
for how long did you take lessons from him or learn in his?
Let's see, it was over a year.
Okay.
You know, and I mean, I got to the point where I was what they would call grade 5, grade 4.
Oh, wow.
You know, so I actually was okay. Yeah. You know.
Where you at now?
Nowhere.
Grade 7.
Grade 0.
Well, no, because 0 would be above 1, right? No, so that's even better than your teacher.
We'll call it 6.
Okay.
But like he set me up to where I could actually learn some of the other tunes that the other groups were doing, and I played with Sacramento. I played with the 87th in Cleveland, and it's just cool because you get around these people, and it's like, man, like you're pretty good. You know? It's like, dang, that's cool.
But a bunch of bagpipers can play together, and it sounds good. Like you'd think that'd be like an instrument that like accompanied other stuff. Yeah,
well, it's like you got the pipes and drums, and so then that's it. Usually it's just pipes and drums, and...
Can you have too many bagpipers in a group, or does it, the more you add, the more the better it sounds?
It depends.
If they're all good players, I'm assuming, for the sake of the argument.
As long as they all have the same music, and they're not... And the trick is to get all the the part that you play, the chanter,
Okay.
to sound the same.
Right, as
So
the rest
as long
of them.
as they all match, they have the same one,
Then it's good.
you're good.
Okay.
If you got one guy that's playing one set
Yeah.
over here and another over here, it's like, oh,
What if one guy like breaks into a like bagpipe solo or something?
yeah.
Yeah.
You could do that.
He just goes off on it. He's all right. I got to show my stuff here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you let him. He
Yeah.
just go.
It's like the Kirk Hammett of bagpipes.
Get in the circle, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
You know, it's definitely one of the most obnoxious instruments on the planet.
Yeah.
You know, it's like,
I think it sounds great when it's done right. I mean, but see, a lot of instruments you could say that, like the violin.
oh, amazing.
If you know how to play it, is one of the most beautiful sounds. If you don't know how to play it, it's one of the worst sounds. It just depends on how
Nails
good.
on the
Yeah, it's
chalkboard.
terrible.
Oh, yeah, no.
And it's like my son for years wanted to get a violin, my younger son, and not that we discouraged it. I mean, I don't think he was ever like serious about it. Mm-hmm. But the whole time I thought, if he gets one of those, right, like it's going to be brutal. Like he'd be up in his room, like playing that thing. Yeah, it's going to be like, I want to kill myself, you know? But if he eventually gets good, it would be fun to go watch him play like in a Philharmonic or something and listen to him play with an orchestra. That'd be cool, you know? But you got to get through that.
Yeah.
The hard part first, you know?
And I think, so I actually cleared it to take my bagpipes to boot camp.
Okay.
And this is kind of funny. So I get there, and the one, they call them company commanders. They're drill instructors. They're the ones that are beating you down and all that stuff.
Yelling at you.
So, so I show up, and it's like I got this little case, you know? And
Yeah.
what's in the box there, Goose? And it's like, oh, man. It's like, here we go.
You pretty showed up with a target on your back already.
Dude, no, it was from the moment I got there. So, you know, I cleared it with the chief musician and all this stuff, you know, and I'm like, I don't even know who this guy is. I haven't met him yet, but apparently I got to do this audition. And, you know, I show up and it's like, so I had two mistakes. One, I showed up with something that's not part of the routine.
Right.
So that's the one big flag of like, oh, you're done. You're done.
Yeah.
At that point.
That's it.
And then
Dishonorable discharge. You're out of here.
pretty much. That's how I felt anyways. And so then on the side of my case, I had the British flag. You know, I had the...
Oh.
So... Yeah. They're like, oh man, we got a spy here.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, I'm not a spy. I swear to God, I'm American. I've got a passport. Actually have a passport. And they were like, right.
Sure
And I
you
was
do.
like, oh no, really, guys? Like, I'm not MI6. I swear, I'm not. I'm just here. I'm just here to become part of the Coast Guard. And it was like, oh right, sure.
They didn't buy it.
No. So then they locked the stuff up in the cage, like, and then we have to go do all the forming and all the other nonsense. You know,
Yeah.
it was like,
Yeah.
finally the day comes where I go do the audition, and it was scheduled, and it was like, hey, I need my instrument. You can't have it.
Yeah.
What do you mean I can't have it? Well, it's locked up. Well, okay, I get that, but it's like,
Unlock it.
I specifically asked to come here to do this specific thing for you. And it was like, oh, so you're getting smart now. And I'm like, no, but I didn't really mean it like that. And it's like, it doesn't really matter what you say. You could say the sky's blue. It doesn't matter.
Right.
You know, and so then it's like, you know, then I got one lady, she's mad at me for having to make her go get the things out of storage.
Yeah.
Even to unlock storage. I'm getting yelled at. And I'm like, what's happening? Like, why are you guys so angry? Why? Like, why are you so angry? You know, it's like, so we go get them. I go down, do the thing, thumbs up. Okay, great. And, you know, so then every night at 9:50, you know, before taps, like, I would play Amazing Grace.
Nice.
Which was awesome.
They would ask you to do that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's so
they were
cool.
like, hey, you're going to play Amazing Grace. They're going to play taps.
Yeah.
And everyone goes to bed. And it was like,
nice, dude.
This is freaking cool.
Yeah.
Because now I get to get out of bed. I don't have to go to bed until a little bit after 10. I get a little leeway there. So I get like 5 extra minutes to brush my teeth, do something, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
And not get in trouble. Like, literally not get in trouble for doing something because you're doing good, right? So I'm playing away, and then like there's this rule where you can't talk to anyone else unless they're in your little company, your little group.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah.
Like you'll get, you know, not kicked out, but you'll get kicked back a week or whatever.
Sure.
So it's always this threat that you're going to get in trouble. You know?
Yeah.
It's like, oh man, what's going on? And I'm playing Amazing Grace, and we had a sister company, which technically we could have talked to them, but they didn't tell us that. And I remember playing away on the practice field because he didn't know what to do with me. It's like, I can't be a part of band because I'm not a normal band instrument. So I literally had 3 hours a day to do whatever I wanted. They couldn't touch me.
That's awesome.
Oh, dude, it was beautiful.
Were other people jealous of you?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
they were mad.
God, if
your teacher's
putting
pet.
a soap in a sock and beating someone down was a thing, I swear, I think they were going to do it because it was like, are we Full Metal Jacket in this place? Like, what's going on here, guys? Like, hey, get back, get back. Oh, Mr. Bagpiper guy, I'm going to go play bagpipes tonight. You know, so there was a little bit of that, but...
That's awesome.
You know, so I play, and there's this girl comes up, and she goes, my grandma died. And it's like, oh no. And then she just starts, and it's like the tears just start.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh.
That's somebody you knew?
Yeah. She was in the company, the other sister company.
Okay.
And I was like, I can't talk to you. You're gonna get me in trouble.
Yeah.
Go away.
Yeah.
You know, and it was like.
You think they make an exception if someone's grandma just died?
Oh, you think so? Oh no.
No.
So I'm like, I think I'm getting in trouble, you know. So I'm like, all right, well, I'm really sorry to hear about your grandma. And she's like, well, the only thing that got me through it is hearing you play Amazing Grace. I just lie in my bed and cry every night. And I'm like, oh, God. Get out of here. Go away. You're going to make me cry. Get out of here. And I was like, get out of here. Man.
They need to be known as the weeping bagpiper, you know? And then
oh, yeah. Like, I got a reputation here, lady. Bagpipes are for war. They're for war. You know? She's like... You know, it was, but I would hear crazy stuff like years later. Like I'd be doing whatever in the service, and there was one guy that came up. He goes, "Man, I remember hearing him talk, and he's like, yeah, there was some crazy guy that was playing the bagpipes at boot camp. Whoever thought you could even bring him?" And I was like, "Yeah, man, what a crazy guy." You know, just egging it on. And the guy's like, "Yeah, man, I don't know what's wrong with people sometimes." I'm like, that was this guy. Well, I mean, it was cool.
Yeah.
It was cool.
You're like, wait, what? Oh, wait. I sorry, man. Someone's calling me. I gotta get out of here.
Yeah, it's like, mom's calling. Mom's calling. Bro, you're not in elementary school.
Yeah.
It's just stuff like that, and stuff like that would happen all the time, you know. And it's
that's cool, man. So why don't you play anymore? You just lost interest, or you just lost your pipes? You
no, I have. Oh no, I got them.
Are they mounted on the wall now?
No.
Okay.
No, they're in my fifth wheel.
Okay.
To be honest, I think I do need to carve some time to get back into it.
You do, because then you need to find like a local punk band or something and join them, and you can be like amazing. Dropkick Murphys or something, you know?
Right.
Yeah. Really, I mean, we don't have a lot of that. You know, in the punk
I think
scene.
there's a lot of things that I think we don't appreciate as much.
Yeah.
Right? We don't appreciate people that use their hands, you know, like for their jobs and all that kind of stuff as much as we used to. Mm-hmm. Until something goes wrong and you need that person, then it's kind of like, ooh.
Right.
Yeah, it's a good thing I got this plumber, carpenter or whatever. And it's like 90% of us used to do that stuff because we were taught how to do it.
Yes.
Now you have to go to a trade school. You know, you can't just, it's like my dad. I don't know if your dad taught you how to use a saw and doing all that kind of stuff. It was normal.
Right.
In fact, most of the things that I end up calling a professional in for is because I tried to do it in the first place.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. What's that sign you see at auto mechanics sometimes? This much if something, the last thing is like this much if you worked on it first or something, you know, because they have to undo everything you already did. Yeah.
I'm that guy. It's like the last ditch effort. Oh man, it almost started. Yeah. But I called you and they're like, well, what did you try first? And it's like,
I did this. I got some zip ties. I poured some corn oil in here.
It's like, here's my notes. Here's my notes. Oh God, like, why did you do that? You're not supposed to start there.
Oh man.
So I've learned to stick to the things that I can do. But anyways, I'd say that there's there's some things that I think people appreciate more than I thought they would. Mm-hmm. Like I started doing leather work. And
I saw that.
Yeah, this is one of the things I made.
Yeah. Okay, so what's with the cutter? So that's your nickname? Did you get that in the Coast Guard, or what's that?
No, so the Coast Guard has cutters. That's like the boats, the big boats.
Okay.
I'm in a motorcycle club, and it's called the Pipe Hitters Union.
Okay.
And
pipe hitters, not bagpipes.
No.
Different kind of pipes.
Yes.
Gotcha.
So pipe hitters union. It's not pipe fitters, which are the plumber people and all that, whatever steam, whatever they do. I don't know.
Yeah.
So the pipe hitters union is military, law enforcement, veteran, whatever. Anybody that basically serves as a first responder, law enforcement, whatever.
Yeah.
Primarily military, though, is kind of the idea behind the club.
And this is a biker group, like motorcycles?
Yeah, motorcycles, yeah.
Okay.
I got into that when I was in D.C.
Okay.
And, it was one of those where I'm like, okay, let's go ride. We'll have a beer, that kind of thing. That was kind of the impetus behind it. A lot of them, 98.9% drink. I'm like the 1% that doesn't. Yeah.
You're the DD.
Pretty much.
On a motorcycle.
I'm fine with.
However many people you can fit on the back of a motorcycle.
Oh, I would do it all day. It's like just pile them on. Let's do it. I'll get a trailer if I got to. And it was one of those where a lot of guys in the club drink, and it's. I almost thought, like, let me just back out of this.
Yeah.
Because
temptation.
It'll encourage me to do it, right? And what I found was actually the opposite.
They help you not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like there were a couple, nationwide events that we put on every year, and I've gone to every one of them since moving down, and it was like, when a few of them heard that I quit drinking, they're like, oh man, okay, we're gonna watch out for you. I'm like, you really don't.
Yeah.
I was like, you guys can do whatever you want. You're grown men.
Right.
It's fine. And I forget what happened, but there was one point where it was almost like people wanted to do a cheers or something, and it was like they're passing them around, like, oh yeah, take one.
Yeah.
And someone inadvertently, didn't mean to, they just handed it to me, and I was like, I'm good. Seriously,
nice,
here,
dude.
Just take it to someone else.
You weren't like, oh, this must be fate.
Really? No, so then it was like, I said, okay, I'm going to just make an announcement. So I stood up in front of everybody when we had church, what we call church.
Right.
And I said, guys, there's 200 guys in the room. It took some stones to stand up and be like, bro, like, I love you guys, but I don't drink anymore. If anybody wants to talk to me about it, meet me in the back.
Right.
It was like, I'm getting looks, like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
What? Like, you do know that that's what 90% of us... Yes, I do know that that's what everybody does.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you sure you want to be here? I'm like, yes. And it was like, okay. So we, and it was something that night, and they were doing some competition, and it was involving drinking, and it was like, I had my own. I had... fake beers, the
like O'Doul's and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, well, there's one that's called Athletic.
Okay.
It's so good.
Really?
Oh, dude, it's...
Tastes like real beer?
Yes.
Okay.
And I thought it would be a trigger. It's not. It really isn't.
Nice.
It actually makes me feel pretty good to be able to kind of have something like that.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to advertise for a company on here, but...
No, it's good. Maybe they'll sponsor me.
They need to send you money.
Yeah, I hope so. That's good stuff.
But they're great. It's a good one. Like, it's actually good. They actually have an IPA and some other whatever. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm having a good time with those, and they're just throwing them around, passing them around. And at one point, whoa, don't get it near him. And it was like, bro, I'm not a freaking leper over here.
Yeah.
Like, simmer down. But it was like, stop. Yeah. Like, the one guy's like literally holding another guy back.
How funny.
Are you guys nuts? Man.
As if it's going to flip some switch.
Oh, yeah.
And you're turning into Mr. Hyde or something. Like, oh, I'm going to kill anybody to get a drink.
The tank on old school. It's like, it's like, guys, this is not how this works. But anyhow, so I've been riding with those guys since 20.
That's gnarly, dude. Like, I can't even... Like, I would be... Have you seen... I'm sure you've seen, back in the day, Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
Oh, yeah.
So that would be me. He'd be like, all right, dudes. He's got the thing. They put me on the thing, and then I slam through a billboard sign or whatever and, just fall over. And
the best scene when he knocks all their bikes over.
Yeah.
Like, ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I say, we let him go.
It was one of those things where it's like... that a lot of that stuff crossed my mind because it's a whole different world.
Right. It's just kind of a scary world. Probably not once you're inside and you realize it, but from the outside, it just seems like biker guys seem scary to me. But I mean, like, I've seen like Christian bike gangs, and they look just as scary.
Oh, yeah.
But they got like Bible verses on their vests and stuff, and it's like, okay, you know, these guys will probably pray for you if you ask them to, you know. But they look like they kill you if they wanted to, you know, because they still look the part, you know. Yeah,
and I think that's, you know, the funnier part for me was, you know, when I started talking to the president of the club and all that stuff, it was like I was coming in at a time where it was relatively small.
Yeah.
I mean, we had pockets, chapters throughout the country, but it wasn't like, you know, major. It was it was still kind of a, you know, I think we were like over 100 people total, you know, somewhere around there. And it's like now it's like 200 and over 200.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Double.
Yeah, so I'm like, all right, that's cool, you know.
Nice.
The majority of the stuff we do is charity work, and, you know, everything's on the up and up, you know.
Right. That's cool. You guys go on long rides?
Yeah.
Like, how far do you guys go?
Oh, man.
So this is stationed in Arizona, though, where you're...
No, I don't have a chapter where I'm at.
Oh, okay. So this is kind of a thing of the past now for you, in a sense.
Sort of. I mean, I'm still a member, still an active member, but it's... In fact, I'd like to start a chapter if I can.
You should, dude. You could be the president of your own chapter, dude.
I don't know if I'd want that.
Yeah. You'd be the tough guy in the middle there.
No, I'd be like the treasurer, you know, secretary. Just give me this... no, I'm not tough by any means.
Yeah.
And I think that's what makes me laugh. It's like, you know, here's me where it's like, okay, yeah, let's try this out. You know, and it was almost one of those like, let's see what this is about.
Right.
You know, like I ride, like, okay, it makes sense. Let's be around some other people, be more protected, you know, all that stuff, whatever. And what I really found was what intrigued me was the family aspect of it. You know, it's a big group of guys that, you know, really just look out for each other in good ways. Right. You know, and I'd say, I loved, you know, going to the parties and all the stuff that we were doing and in DC, and we'd go to different places. We'd ride from Alexandria, Virginia to Pennsylvania. We'd go up to, you know, West Virginia, out to West Virginia, do rides out there with some of the guys that we knew. You know, go up into Delaware if we had to, or, you know, down to Maryland, out into Maryland, down to, you know, wherever. Yeah. And I rode with them from Alexandria to Daytona. Wow. Did the Daytona Beach thing. Nice. Dude, that was fun. Oh, God. Yeah. That was a riot. Yeah, I bet. I mean, it was fun, and it was even, you know, during my drinking days, which was even more fun then, you know, because it was like, okay, cool, I can just chill. I don't have to, like, get crazy and, you know, go do all the stupid things. But it gave me an excuse to do it, too. Right. Which was equally as dangerous, right? Yeah. Because it's like, okay, now I can drink and be an idiot. Right. Sort of. Like, that was my mentality, not everybody else's. Yeah. And, you know, luckily I didn't do anything stupid, run my mouth or, you know, whatever. And it's one of those things where you just have to know, you know, you have to read the room. You have to read the room with other groups, you know, whether it's, you know, the 1%er groups. I mean, they are dangerous. Yeah. And, you know, we're not messing with any of that stuff. It's like... Right. But at the same time, it's the... what do you call it? It's just being plugged in. It's like being plugged into an actual brotherhood. Right. And I needed that, I think, when I retired. So I made the extra effort to, like, drive to Virginia last year and hang out with everybody during our big national thing. I drove up to Portland one year. Then we had it in, let's see, it's Portland. Oh, God. Let's see. Virginia, Portland. There was another one. Well, we just had Indiana this year, so I flew. I flew to that one. Like, I hurt my back, so there's no way I'm riding right now. It's like, you know, let's just take it easy. We'll fly in, do that. Yeah. I tell you. That's cool, man. Hopefully I can get healthy and get back to riding, you know. Yeah. But if not, I mean, maybe that's more of a divine thing. I don't know. I really don't, you know. But I'm open to the idea that this might have just been a phase, or it might be something I could stick with for a long time. Yeah. It might fall to the wayside with your bagpipes, dude. I know. You should start riding while playing bagpipes. Dude, that'd be fun. And wearing a kilt. That would take some cruise control. Yeah, it would. I mean, like some serious Cruise control. Well, the thing I love is when you see the videos of the guys that have their cruise control on, they're just like sleeping. They're like sleeping on the bike, and you're like, bro, this is an active thing. You can't just,
That's even scarier when you're on a bike as opposed to a car. At least you have some protection.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy. So what about that's playing music for you, but what about like listening? Like what kind of stuff do you like to listen to on? Do you have a specific genre of music that you prefer, or?
Dude, I am so all over the board, and I was even trying to think because I remember reading that near the intro thing.
Yeah.
So I was trying to think like, okay, well, I'm everywhere from.
Yeah.
Like classical music to heavy metal.
Yeah.
Like everywhere.
That's
in between
awesome.
There. So
yeah.
I mean, like,
I kind of am too, but I mean, like, do you have a specific like one that is your favorite though, or do you literally feel the same way about all of them?
No, I mean, like if Metallica comes on, old school one.
Yeah.
Not necessarily so much of their new stuff.
What do you consider old school? Like, where's the cutoff for you?
Anything 95 or before.
Okay.
That's to me. That's
so Black Album, maybe Load, and then anything after that is. Not so much.
Yeah, like Black Album was kind of the cutoff for me.
Okay.
It's kind of like that because that was where I cut my teeth.
Right. Me too. Yeah. So that was 91. So that was that was pretty much the first I ever heard.
And I didn't appreciate then. I didn't appreciate the like Kill 'Em All.
Oh yeah.
And Justice for All. I didn't appreciate those as much until later.
Right.
Maybe it's the military coming out at me. And maybe Kill 'Em All just kind of came to the top. Just kidding, CIA. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Well, Kill 'Em All took longer for me to get because it's a little more thrashy, you know, as opposed to like the one that hit me first. The Black Album's when I first came in, obviously, just like you. 91, I'm like in. With a 7th or 8th grade, or right, you first hear Enter Sandman, you're like, oh my gosh, and then you hear the slower ones, I'm Forgiven, you're like, woo! But then when I started getting into some of it was like Ride the Lightning, and then Master of Puppets, like those ones were like, oh my gosh, like,
if I hear it now, like when Stranger Things came out, I was like, oh man, like, come on guys, don't be stealing this stuff, right? You know, there was a part of me like, don't be stealing this. You know?
What was great about that is there were so many kids that heard it for the first time watching Stranger Things.
Yes.
Like, what is this band, Metallica? Has anybody heard of this band, this new band?
My niece got into it. Yeah. She was playing the piano. She was doing like the Stranger Things song and some other stuff. And then all of a sudden it was like, play the guitar. Yeah. So she picks it up and then, you know, she's taking lessons. No idea how good she is. Yeah. I'm sure she's good.
Yeah. She's getting there. If she's not good yet, she's going to get there.
Yeah, right? That's what I keep telling. I just keep encouraging. That's all I try to do. And that's the new me versus the old me is the night and day. Like I probably would have been like, "Oh, you can't do it. Oh, you're like the worst musician.
You might as well
ever.
Give up now.
Like just gosh. Yeah. Like now, I'm like, oh my gosh, like great job. Right. Oh man, like keep it going. Yay.
That's so funny.
Know, it's like just night and day. You know, and it's
that's awesome.
But I'd say Black Album. Well, and the key difference, and I remember seeing a oh god. Date myself. A VH1, you know,
pop up
before the music, or what do they call
behind
it?
The music,
behind the music. Yes, that's it. So I remember seeing that about the Black Album, and I remember seeing an interview, and they were like, "Well, this is the first time we actually tried to sing. Before we were just screaming into the mic, man." And I'm like, "Yeah, makes sense." Yeah, you know, and
then that's when they blew up.
Yeah, and I'd say like, if you listen to the Cliff Burton stuff, amazing. Yeah. I mean, the dude was just...
Oh, yeah.
Like...
The greatest bassist of all time, yeah, for sure.
You know, like you listen to it and it's like he's talking through the instrument. And like, to me, that's the kind of music that I like. I don't care for stuff that's pop. Yeah. It's garbage.
You're not a big Britney Spears fan?
Not anymore. Once she shaved her head, it's like, I'm done. I get you, girl. I get it. I understand why you did it. I get it. I was like, you and Mama had some fights. Like, fine, I get it. But it's like, dang. Yeah. Sorry. If I wanted to date a man, I date a man. You know? It's like, it broke my heart.
So, what do you think happened after the Black Album? There, like Metallica fans all have different views on this, but like everything, like the Load album came out next. I think it was like 95, 96, right after they toured the Black Album to death, because obviously that was their best-selling album. That's when everybody. I mean, all the metalheads knew who Metallica was from like Kill 'Em All on. Oh yeah. But when the Black Album dropped, it was like, ooh, like the rest of the world was like, oh my gosh, these guys are awesome. Now they're playing the VMAs and they're doing all this stuff. And then after all that touring, they come back to write Load, and there's like There's a couple decent songs on, like Until It Sleeps is okay, you know. But then they had that song like Mama Said with like the slide guitar, and it's like let your sun go. It's like, what is this? I mean, it's a decent song, but it's not Metallica, you know. And then from then on, they just I still buy all their new albums when they come out, and I find a couple. If I can hold it to a standard that's not old Metallica and I just pretend like this is a new band, some of it's pretty decent. But if ever I'm like, okay, let's compare this to Master of Puppets, every time it's like, this sucks. Like, compared to Master of Puppets, this is terrible.
I think it's one of those, and I may be way off base, but I think it's one of those things where you get too many chiefs, right? And I think what happens is you get the advertisers, the marketers, and all that get involved.
Right.
And they're like, hey, man, you got to really try to appeal to this or appeal to that. No.
Yeah.
We know you for pancakes.
Right.
You're not making waffles.
That's right.
We want pancakes.
Yes. Leave that to the Waffle House.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, you're IHOP.
Yeah.
That's them. You stick to this. That's it. Sorry, more advertising. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's good, man.
But no, I mean,
it's
I think that's what happens, and I think all too often, and I saw this. I did advertising marketing for the Coast Guard.
Okay.
And I think, you know, you get the people that come in and they're higher ranked than you, and they're like, oh, well, hey, I think this needs. And I called them the idea. I can't talk. The idea. Fairies. Okay. They would come around. It's like, oh man, hey, don't you, Brian? Don't you think you want to include this?
Yeah.
No, ma'am. Right. No, sir. Right. I really do not. This is not our wheelhouse.
Right.
Oh, but I think it is.
Yeah. You want to make some more money?
Oh, you want to flip for it? And you're like, flip for.
Right. Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah.
You know what? You asked for it. You got it. And it was like, I will sink this ship because you asked for it.
So you think it was kind of on purpose?
I think so.
In a sense?
I honestly think it was, because it was like, it's kind of like, you know, and there's genius in this, right? If you screw up, there's as much advertising in that as if you're really good. Right. So it's like, oh, you know what? Okay, fine. You advertisers want this? Yeah. I'll make your little love song. Right. You know, and then they put it out, and it's this thing. Not only does it tank, it's like someone shot the ship to death. Like, yeah. You know, just killing it. Right. You know, and it's like, this is garbage. Yeah. Well, your bad reviews are going to get you just as much attention as the good ones. And you're still going to sell albums. Exactly. It's like Stephen King. Stephen King could write a book where he literally just said crap over and over on every page. Sold. It would be a New York Times bestseller. Yes. Now the critics would rip it apart and say, this is ridiculous. I can't believe he would do this. But people are going to buy that book. They're going to buy it because the critics are saying it's dumb. Right. And because his name's on it. Right. Oh, and Stephen King. Okay, Stephen King. The worst part is that people will buy it if it's garbage. Right. Because they want to know if it's garbage. Yeah. Right. 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 It's like, oh no, I don't believe you, Ryan. Like, who are you? Who are you to say that Metallica's gross? Yeah. Like, I love them. Yeah. And so they go buy it out of spite. And dude, it's like the greatest ploy on the planet, because it's like, okay, now, okay, you're getting product out, but you're not really getting yourselves out. Which, as an artist, you're for me anyway, I guess I put myself in their shoes, or in anybody's shoes like that, and I would struggle with that. Because I would be more interested in making art that was appreciated than I would making money off of that art. Exactly. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, or even recognize, like that kind of, like, if my album sold 500 copies only. Right. But those 500 people that bought that album really got what I was trying to do, and they really appreciated it. I would rather that than 50,000 copies of that album selling. You know, of people are just like, oh, I'm just going to buy it because of his name, or because I saw a video on MTV or whatever, you know? Yeah. Well, and we had guys doing that all the time. You'd have people come in and they'd say, well, we want this project. You know, and you're like, why? But then there was a moment where it's like, okay, I could say no. I mean, I could say, no, we're not going to do this project. I don't care what you say, you know, to the captain or the admiral or whatever it is. Right. And it's like, but then there's a shift where you finally go, well, we'll give them what they want. And maybe they actually don't know what they want. Yeah. So we'll create something, and then literally like what Steve Jobs did, people really don't know what they want until they get it, until it's in their hand. Right. Oh, okay. So then it was like, so we would make something. It's like, okay, I'm going to go spend literally like $40,000 on a photo shoot and a, you know, video shoot, and then here's your product. Right. Wow, that's really good. Yeah. And that was kind of what we were doing. Okay.
That's cool.
And I'd say that's, to tie it back into the Metallica thing, I think what they were doing was they were trying to please the people that were necessary, like the label makers. They were trying to please those people more so than they were trying to please like their fans. I think they were trying, but then it was like, I think that they literally had to like feed the beast.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, okay, fine. You know what? You guys asked for it here. Trust me, you'll get it.
Right. Which makes the diehard fans upset.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're like, dude, where's the follow-up to the Black Album? We just thought it was going to get better and better, and then you write this new album that's like, what?
Well, then they wrote one that was called Garbage, wasn't it? Or Garage?
Oh, Garage Incorporated.
Oh, yeah.
Which was actually old stuff.
Right.
And like mostly cover songs. Yeah, which was pretty cool.
It was a good one. I think I called it Garbage. I was still upset about the album after the Black Album.
Well, the one that I always pick on, and I've gotten flack, no, it's Saint Anger.
Oh, yeah.
I get a lot of flack. I've said it a couple times, and people are like, oh, quit ragging on Hetfield, blah, blah. Because his vocals on that are so terrible to me that I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what he was trying to do. I wish I could have him sitting where you are, and I can ask him, dude, James, man, what were you doing? Like, what was the plan there? Because, fine, if you're going to stick to more of the cleaner kind of like Mama Said or like Nothing Else Matters is one on the Black Album that's really good that he uses that cleaner voice as opposed to the raspy. Fine. That's fine. But whatever you were trying to do with that screaming, it wasn't the same kind of screaming singing that you hear on like Master of Puppets or something. Yeah. It was just like, what are you... It was terrible.
Like babble. It was like
babble.
It was
terrible, dude. Yeah. It's the sound of force. And I've had people be like, well, Ryan, you know that James just had vocal surgery and blah, blah. Then don't release an album.
Right. Well, no.
Wait till you're recovered.
Like, and then I think you went through recovery, which I'm like, good, I'm proud of you.
Right.
Whatever. If those stories were true.
Of alcoholism and stuff, you mean?
Yeah. Like whatever you're dealing with. And I'm like,
right.
Get yourself right first.
Yes.
Trust me, I know this.
You're right.
Get yourself right first, then go do the fun things that you want to do. Because it's like you can't sit there and go, well, I'm just gonna like wing it.
Right.
You can't.
Right.
Like you're so big at this point that you can't wing
unless
stuff.
It's the label who's like, all right, dude, it's been 5 years. We need a new Metallica album.
Right.
People are forgetting who you are. We need to get something out there. And well, I just had vocal surgery yesterday. We don't care. Just put something together, you know. And it's like, whoa, what's happening? You know. But after that album, some of the ones that came out after, decent. Again, nothing comparable to the Black Album or Master of Puppets or you know, Ride the Lightning, any of that. But decent, you know. Death Magnetic had some good songs on there. Hardwired was, even the newest one, that 72 Seasons or whatever, was pretty decent.
Okay.
That one had a little bit more better.
I think there was a part of me that was kind of troubled with it. Yeah. Because there was so much laced and there was a lot of like anti-Christian stuff.
Oh, sure.
And I get it.
Right.
And I still like some of their content, you know, to an extent, because it's like, it's catchy.
Right.
I get it. That's how he gets us. But it's like, and you know, and then there's a part of me that it's like, okay, I can live a pretty balanced life. Like, it's not going to take me into, you know, Satan's den.
As long as it's not like overtly satanic. Like, I wouldn't listen to stuff that's lyrics were about worshiping Satan or something.
Exactly. Right. Like Iron Maiden and all that. Like, I can't listen to a lot of those, like Iron Maiden, Megadeth, and
you know what's funny about Iron Maiden though? Is they're like, see, for years I assumed they were like all satanic.
That's what I thought
because of their album covers and stuff. And it's like, I had a friend on here who was actually talking to me about it, and he's like, "Nah, dude, their drummer is a born again Christian, and like their lyrics, although dealing with like demonic stuff, it's not pro demonic.
Right.
It's more like, let's kill the devil and let's like, you know what I mean? Like, it's very kind of from the good side of it. Yeah. But a lot of people in the Christian community don't even like that. It's like, oh, this is just a little too dark.
You're going a little too far here, people.
It makes me get the sads when I listen to this.
Yeah, and I'd say I love satire, though.
Yeah.
And see, I think that's where they're going.
Right.
And, you know, it's like, but then you listen to, like, you know, the hair bands. I mean, pick one. Van Halen, Running with the Devil, and all
Poison.
that stuff. Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, and it's
Motley Crue.
Oh man, I mean, and I love listening to their music because it reminds me of when we grew up.
Right.
You know, it's like, oh man, I remember the guys even doing a skit during a talent show.
Right.
Where they had the drums that were basically what do you call them? Buckets.
Oh, yeah.
And they wrote poison on them.
Nice.
It's like, I remember whoever it was.
Was it at our school?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't remember.
It was at Nightingale.
At Nightingale.
At the talent show.
Oh, my gosh, dude. That's bringing it way back. Mm-hmm. I don't even remember that.
So, it's like, I remember that.
Okay.
And, so there's a lot of good memories with a lot of those bands.
Right,
of course, you show up to a bike event, what are they playing?
Yeah. All that
Every
stuff. Yeah.
80s thing you can imagine, because they're trying to talk to the
80s
audience.
rock.
Yes.
They're not playing like Cyndi Lauper and like stuff like that.
God, no. If they are, that's a special request from Debbie in the back. That, she's wearing,
and then she's out of the gang.
Well, yeah, and she's wearing like a jean jacket, and you're like, oh, God.
Yeah.
Debbie, acid wash is not a thing anymore. I promise.
Yeah, Debbie, you might want to find a new group. You're not fitting in very good.
We're all men in the bike club, but like the wives, the wives.
Right.
You never know, man. Someone's rocking acid wash, or the mom jeans with the pleats with the.
As long as she brings cookies or something, who cares, right? I mean, as long as she's there. But
as long as you're cool and chill.
So a lot of that. Did you hear a lot of that stuff growing? Because you have an older brother, and Nathan's what?
Nathan
3 or 4 years older than you?
A year and a half.
Oh, is that all?
Yeah, we're like Irish twins.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Is he still in the area?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, he lives out in Tepiscate.
Okay. I believe it's pronounced Tepesquit.
So sorry.
Yeah, you got it wrong, dude.
So
You got to get those things right.
He lives out there on a ranch, and he does heavy equipment and stuff. So he's rebuilding 101 for you guys.
Okay, he's got a bunch of kids now too. Yeah,
5.
5 kids.
5 kids. Yeah.
Dang, how old's the oldest?
She just turned 18.
Oh, okay. So they're all still not okay. So the rest of them aren't adults. Okay, so he got started a little later.
Yeah.
Than I did anyway.
And, it's like they're all looking at me like, "You ever gonna get married?" I'm like, someday.
You're waiting for that perfect person,
I'm just this is up to you, God. I've picked my picks and
right.
And that's kind of the thing. So I mean, and if dating at 40 or even and I think, God bless, I love this because
I wouldn't do it. Yeah.
I think what was funny is that I get sober, right? I'm like, all right, cool, I'm sober. Like, let's do this. Let's jump into a relationship and all that. I'm like, I'm excited. All right, I'm ready. COVID. And it was like, everybody quarantine right now. And I'm like, whoa, time out. Like, I just got on the dating app, man. Like, come on.
I'm ready.
Like, I just, no. Like, what's wrong with you? Like, come on.
Man.
And then it was like, all right, cool. Fine.
Yeah.
So here I am, up in Alaska, sober. I'm like a year in, or let's call it 8 months. But I'm feeling good. Like I'm feeling comfortable. I'm good. I can kind of manage myself now. I'm like, good. Things are good.
Yeah.
Not doing the stupid things anymore.
Right.
And so then it's like, I hadn't had a date in 4 years. Like it just happens. Like I don't know what happened. It's like I didn't really date.
Yeah.
And it was like,
Do you have a problem talking to girls, or you're good?
No.
Okay.
No, I mean,
you're not like was that Big Bang Theory where he has to have a drink in his hand to talk to girls?
No.
Did you ever watch that show?
No, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, in fact, the times where I talked to some of the hottest women I was not drinking.
Oh, okay.
And it was like, that's weird, but it's not an intimidation factor. It was more the, what do you call it? It was like, I think I was more like what we were talking about, like trying to find the person that has like just a decent heart.
Right.
Yeah. It's like once you start to see the person for who they are, you're like, oh,
right. It's like Shallow Hal.
Yeah, this is gross.
Yeah. Right.
What's wrong with you?
But see, that's because we're older. Right. When we're younger, we don't care. I mean, we're in high school, we're young adults, and
It's so dreamy.
Yeah, it's all that matters. I'm like, but of course, our one-track minds are only thinking about the physical aspect anyway. I'm not thinking to myself, well, I'm looking for someone I want to settle down with.
Right.
No, I'm thinking, how many chicks can I find that'll
that wants to hang out?
Yeah.
And it's so there was an aspect of that, but then I think early on I was looking for the long term, and I think that was like repulsive. It was like, okay, I'm 25. Let's find someone that I can settle down with, do all this stuff.
Yeah.
It was like repulsive.
Yeah.
So I need to be a jerk. I need to be like just don't care, do anything, whatever. And I'm like, this doesn't translate because I'm not that kind of a person. Right. Like I want a really good, long, strong bond, and all that stuff.
But like you said, you're trusting in the Lord for that, and He's got somebody for you.
Yeah.
I mean, whenever it is,
Yeah, but he's shown me a lot
Right.
through this, and it's like, you know, I had one girl that I dated before my last one, and you know, I met her like in a recovery circle kind of thing.
Okay.
I thought, oh man, this would be great. You know,
Yeah.
go to meetings.
That
together,
helps
all
because you
kind of
guys
stuff.
get each other in that way, maybe. No. Okay.
Now, this girl was on meth. And so
Oh,
it was
no.
like, oh, but I didn't know, you know? It's
Yeah.
like, and no fault to me, but it was like, okay, this would be fun.
Right.
It'd be great. You know,
Right.
she seems really cool. Got a lot of energy. Like,
Yeah.
didn't know that that's where the energy came from. I didn't know that the meth was, you know.
So she was in recovery, but she wasn't in recovery.
Right.
She was still using.
She was just there to find people and use people, really.
Oh, there you go. Find other
So
people
like-
you can smoke meth with.
Pretty much, yeah. So I'm like, all right, you know, I'm like, ugh, nope.
Oh, boy.
You know, that was, you know, hard pass on that one.
Yeah.
So then I'm like, you know what? I'm done. Like, I'm
Yeah.
seriously done. I'd rather die single.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah. You might be happier that way.
Right. And,
Yeah.
and
Your
I
dog's
thought,
a good companion, right?
Oh yeah. You know, no wife, happy life. That was,
Yeah.
you know, that was kind of, that was kind of my mantra
Yeah.
for a long time.
Right.
And then it was like, you know, no, like I really would like to have someone. I really
Yeah.
would. Like,
Yeah,
and
as
I'm
you
not-
get older, you want someone to grow old with, of
you know,
course.
I'd like to have kids. I mean, that'd be
Yeah.
kind of cool.
Yeah.
But
Hey, I have friends that didn't start having kids until they were in the early 50s, dude.
what?
Yeah.
Wow, that's like my dad.
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
My
There you
dad
go.
did. I mean,
yeah.
but
There you go. You just got to meet some like 30-something chick or, you know, or whatever, young girl, and you'd be like, all right.
I just don't want to be a DiCaprio, though. You know, like
Yeah.
that's a little.
Yeah, he's pushing it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like he's fine line.
Yeah.
Fine line right
But
there.
see, a guy like that will never get married.
No.
He's like Jack Nicholson, like the same way. Just like,
Yeah.
I'm never going to get married. I'm just, you know, if I want a hot chick, I'll get a hot chick and I'll have fun with her for a couple months. Then I'll be done for a while, be single. And then when I want more fun, I'll go find a different one.
Yeah.
And there's no shortage of that in Hollywood, right?
No.
There's plenty of women that would sleep with Jack Nicholson today
Right now,
just because
right.
he's Jack Nicholson,
Yes,
right? Just so they
exactly.
could say they did it, you know?
Well, exactly.
And that dude's like 85 years old or something, you know? So, I
mean,
think...
Yeah, I think, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'd say for me, it's like, you know, I thought, okay, well, if they hit all these marks, then I'm good. If they hit the Christian mark, if they hit this mark, they're good. If they hit this mark, they're good. If they're
Yeah.
semi-attractive,
Right.
they hit
Right.
all the marks, they're
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
And I seriously thought I had that multiple times. And then I'd move.
Oh, see, that sucks.
And that was the hardest part.
Is that because you were still in the Coast Guard and they would move you?
Yeah.
Oh,
and it was
see?
like, hey, like there was one gal, I swear, if there was a way I could go back and redo it, whatever, I would.
Yeah.
I really would redo the relationship
Yeah.
with this one. And
Well, I know people that get married for that reason.
yeah.
Like, oh, they're shipping me over here, and for you to move with me, we got to get married.
Exactly.
You know,
Yeah, well,
just do
exactly.
it,
That
right?
was
Yeah.
kind of what I was thinking on the
Yeah.
one, and I'm like, come on, let's do it. And then, you know, just like, oh, is that your heart? Good guy.
Yeah.
Good guy. Good guy. Good guy.
Well, are you
And
still
you're
in
like,
touch with this girl? Do you know?
No,
Not at
no,
all.
no.
Maybe she's over there. Maybe she's on some other podcast right now talking about how she misses you and like
I know.
if she could do it differently. And now that you're out, you need to get a hold of her and be like, hey, what's going on?
Yeah.
You know? And she's like, oh, I've just been single all these years.
I've been pining for no.
Yeah, see?
But it was one of those ones where you're like, it's hard to explain that kind of chemistry. To the point where it was like, no topics were off limits.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I
Yeah.
told her about all the stupid things I'd ever done and all
Right.
that kind of stuff, and it was like,
Right.
really? Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Now we hang out on Saturdays?
Right. That's so awesome.
Really? All right,
Yeah.
let's go. I mean, and this girl took me everywhere. I mean,
Right.
it was almost like I was, you know, like a de facto arm candy.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But it felt good.
Sure.
You know, it was like, hey, you want to go to the Washington Wizards game? We got
Yeah.
courts, you know, front row seats. And I'm
Right.
like, "Pfft, no, we don't. I'm like, get out of here. And sure enough,
Really?
right up, right in front. And
Wow.
I'm like,
What is this chick rich?
I had no idea.
She must have been, dude.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
but
you
it was
really
like,
blew it, dude.
I know, that's what I said. That's what I said. I
As
was
if
like,
you needed the knife twisted a little more, you know? Yeah.
bye.
So literally the only reason you guys split up is because you had to move for work?
Yeah.
And you guys just said, well, I got to move for work. We'll just say our goodbyes and that's it?
That, and I mean, she was very career focused and
Okay.
just was like, I have no time for kids, this, that, and the other thing.
Oh,
So,
she
okay.
never wanted kids at all?
Never. Like, not at all. So there were some the big issues.
Yeah.
But I mean, the God piece was there.
Yeah.
You know, all the stuff was there, and you know, and maybe that was just an easy way to bail,
Yeah.
and that's fine.
Right.
I get that, but it was also like, you know, we were both. I mean, it was one of those, like, it was a really good breakup, but it was also like,
yeah,
man, really?
Yeah, you're
really?
right.
Like, really? Like,
yeah,
watching Wizards, really? Like,
yeah, yeah.
Really? And you can do this? You know? Could you at least have done it, you know, like, could you at least have taken me to a minor league game,
yeah,
you know, or something?
Yeah.
Maybe less panache.
Right, right,
Know? But,
yeah.
But very cool, you know,
Sure.
like one of those people
Sure.
that's like, oh, you see that line of girls over there? Go take
Yeah.
a picture with them. Are you for real? And it was like, here I am holding all the cheerleaders. You know, like, and it's
I've seen some of those pictures.
Yeah, and I'm like, hey.
I don't know if it was that one, but yeah, you got all these pictures with all these, like,
hi.
Yeah.
You know, and it's
Right.
what? I'm like, you want me to do that?
Yeah.
And she's like, yeah, go.
wow.
Something's wrong. Something's wrong.
Yeah.
You're not right.
Right.
You know, and I think to kind of tie it back into some of the issues, it was one of the friends that got shot was a girl that I had dated, and then she ended up getting with this next guy, and he was killed with her. But I absolutely loved this girl. Like, I loved her.
Oh, there was a girl that got killed in that too?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And I loved her to death. She was so sweet and like a really good girl. Like,
yeah.
Didn't want to fool around until marriage. That kind of a woman.
It's hard to find
like,
those.
I know.
Yeah.
And I'm like, really? It's like, wow, like, bravo.
Yeah.
You know, like one of those, like, man, like you are like literally one of those.
Yeah.
Like you're like a buffalo nickel. You don't come around.
Right.
You know, it's like you just don't exist.
Yeah.
And I think I loved her more than I thought I did. And, you know, so when we split, it was maybe 4 or 5 months before that event happened.
Oh, boy.
And, you know, I'll never forget this. I did lots of therapy. Praise Jesus that I did therapy.
Yeah.
But I'll never forget, like, when we did the wake, like, we went, there was the 3 of them in the same room, which is crazy.
They did a triple funeral thing?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And so we went in, and like, first I see the one guy, then saw the boyfriend, then I saw her, and it was one of those where by the time I got to her, I was so, like, emotionally, mentally exhausted that it was like I couldn't see her.
Oh, wow.
Like, literally, my brain would not let me see her the way that she looked.
And they're all open casket?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
And so, dude, I tell you what, man, like, and I know that factored into a lot of the relationship issues, because it's like, you know, because I dated her like 06, and we dated for a while. You know, very, very sweet girl. Like, oh my, and gorgeous.
Yeah.
You know, like, man, she was like absolutely beautiful. I took her to my Christmas party for work. And all that.
Nice. Oh, the guys are like, dude.
Yeah, they were like, you're not in the right league here. You know, this one's way outside the league. I'm like, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You're like, I know, but thanks for the insult, dude.
You know, I mean, and it was one of those, like, even if I look back at the photos, like, I go, wow, I mean, I forgot how gorgeous she was.
Yeah.
And I couldn't see her. I literally could not see her when she was in the coffin.
Crazy.
You know, and I remember telling my therapist about that, and he goes, huh. Really? And I was like, yeah. And I was like,
that's what you want from a therapist, huh?
Well, yeah. And I was like, can you give me something else here, doc? You know, do I need another one? Do I need another therapist? Anyways, so we start talking it through, and it was like, oh, you know, and it all started to make sense.
Okay.
And then the relationships that I did have, they were maybe 4 or 5 months at a time each one.
Right.
And then it was kind of like,
right.
Yeah, I had some really good ones and some really like, holy moly.
Yeah.
But the really good ones, I think, taught me a lot more. And it sucks that it took years of drinking to figure it out. That this is mostly the problem right here, like this guy. You know, and then once you get that piece figured out, it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe now we can move on.
Right.
And find someone and settle down, do that whole piece.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, if I had advice to go back to myself, you know, 20 years ago and be like, look, man, you know, these are going to be some of the mountains that you're going to face. Like, figure it out faster. Right. Maybe I'd say figure it out faster, or listen to yourself and stop being stubborn.
Yeah.
You know, because like I was literally trying to like mount myself on a hill and hold on to it, and it was like, oh no, you can't take this from me.
Right.
You know, and it's like, no, dude, just let go.
Yeah.
Like, let go of the stupidity and learn.
Yeah.
God forbid you learn from your mistakes.
Right. That's what they're for. That's the whole point of mistakes.
And I think I kind of had to see that, and then also go back and give myself a little bit of grace and say, look, you know, you were hurting really bad. And yes, you did some really dumb things.
Yeah.
But it's because of that. And if I could go back and just hug myself then and say, look, it's okay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have taken the long route.
Yeah. Yeah.
It would have been a lot shorter.
Right.
You know, and
right. Yeah.
I think, you know, that'd be my advice for like young people today. Is like, don't seek out the people that are encouraging you to be stupid.
Yeah.
You know, literally. And
well, they listened to that. Like, you and I wouldn't have listened to that back in the day. Like, people were telling me that, and I didn't, because I didn't want it then. It's almost like you have to go through those things to get to that point where you feel that way. But then you look at people that are just starting to go through that. You're like, no, don't do it. It's heartache. It's terrible. Don't do it. But they have to learn too, right? And I've seen that with my own kids, where it's like, all I can do is pray and just say, Lord, just do whatever you did with me. Like, keep them from doing something so stupid that it's irreversible. Yes. Like, they either hurt themselves so bad it's irreversible, or they get in trouble with the law, or whatever. Just because there was times when I was younger that any of those things could have happened. Oh yeah. I could have easily died any day. The stuff I was doing when I lived in San Diego and all that, or I could have easily went to jail for a long time for some of the stuff. I mean, it's like, yeah, right. Oh yeah. But I didn't. Right. And then when I was 24 is when the Lord came into my life fully, and then that's when everything started changing. But like up to that point, you know, and it's like,
you're like a feral animal. I mean, like literally. And and I think that was one of the comparisons that I gave someone, and it was like this wave crashed on me, you know, and it was like, man, you know, and I think it was one of the best things that ever happened. It was like, you know, when you're getting pummeled by a wave, it's like, okay, if I could just get that breath. Right. That's all I want. That's I mean, that's literally the singular focus was just, I just want to breathe right now. Yeah. And I finally got that. It was like, yeah, man. Yeah. As I take a breath, okay, cool. Is any of the stuff that I've ever done going to come back and bite me? Like, no, I'm fine. You know, so it's like you have to be in your own delusion. Right. You really do. You have to be in your own delusion for at least a little while and just go, you know what? Like, okay, I'm good. I think I'm good. Yeah. Am I? Yeah. Am I good? For sure. But, you know, and I'd say moving forward, you know, God is something else, because I would ask why all the time. I would be like, why did that? Why, God? Why? Right. You know, it's
I learned not to ask that question, because I don't think I'm ever going to get an answer to that. Right. Until maybe I meet him face to face one day. But like, it's the whys, and that's the biggest questions people ask me, because they know I spend time studying the Bible and I'm a Christian and all this stuff. They, Ryan, why did God do X, Y, Z? Why did he do? I don't know. Yeah. The Bible doesn't tell me why. I can tell you he did it. Exactly. But I can't tell you why. Like, I had my aunt always used to say, well, like, why did his son have to die? Like, why did he have to do it that way? I'm like, I don't know. He could have done it any other way. He could have just made us all and put us all in heaven. Or he could have just been like, you know, I already know all the hearts of all the people. You guys are going to reject me. You're going to receive me. Let's take all these people, throw them in hell. All these people, put them in heaven, and don't even live a life, nothing. Could he have done it that way? Sure. Absolutely. But he didn't. Right. He could have made us all robots. Right. Exactly. And that's like, how boring would that be? Right. Exactly. Like, you mean I wouldn't have any fear? Like, come on, man. Like, fear's good sometimes, right? Yes. Like, yes. There's a healthy fear. Right. And so, like, I had someone say, well, why would God have done that to your friends? Or why would God have done this to these people, or that event, or this event? Right. I said, I got an answer. Why not? Yeah. Why not? Right. And they're like, how dare you? You know, you can't say that. And I'm like, why not? Yeah. It's like, why not? Why not allow these things to happen? Yes. It's like, well, but he's all-knowing. Right. He's all-seeing. He's all this. All omnipotent. Well, all-loving is what the one they give me. If he's all-loving, why does he allow these horrible things to happen? Oh, and I love that question. Yeah. And in fact, I said, okay, well, I remember thinking about it one day, and I was trying to get the right answer, right? And it's like, I really want to be proud of myself that I got the right answer, and it was like, there isn't. Yeah.
There really isn't.
Well, at least not one that you can know right now.
Right.
I'm sure there is a right answer.
There's an answer that
he knows
I
it.
know because we've studied.
Sure,
right?
sure.
We know that we have free will.
Yes.
People can't accept free will.
Yeah.
They can't.
But they love it.
Oh.
They want free will. Mm-hmm. They just don't like it.
They don't like it when someone uses it.
Yes.
And it's
for something that they don't like.
What do you mean? It's like, well, obviously somebody took free will upon themselves to do the things that they did to people that I love.
Right.
Or me.
Right.
Or you. Or anyone else. And
Sure.
it's like, well, yeah, but that just means that God doesn't exist. And I'm like, what?
Yeah. That's what cracks me up. I don't understand how they make that connection.
Right.
And I've told people before, I'll say, no, that doesn't mean that God doesn't exist. It just means the real God is not the way that you think he should be. Mm-hmm. He's not the God that you've created in your own mind. You have this fairy tale vision of God. Right. And when he doesn't live up to your standards, you're like, well, he must not exist then.
Right.
Really?
Yeah.
You're that full of yourself that you think the God you created in your own head is more important than the actual true God if he's out there? Mm-hmm. That's crazy to me.
Well, and then you look at it, and if I look at things, if I back up and I look at things, not even from a cosmic level, but from, the 10,000 foot level, mm-hmm. and it's like, I love that meme or the whatever that says, I'm like the squirrel that's running through the road, and God's like, oh no, don't run him over, that like
right,
whatever
right.
that one is.
Yeah.
It's like I get it that at any moment it could just be gone.
Right.
Like, there's no, but like how beautiful is it that you can recognize
yes.
that and say, okay, look, God, I saw what you were doing.
Yeah.
With this situation, maybe you saved my friends from something way worse. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe the situation I went through was for a reason. Maybe I can help someone else. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, I get it that those things, okay, it took 20 years to get to this point to understand that. But it doesn't matter because in the timeline, that 20 years, it's like this. Mm-hmm. It could be, okay, how much more time do I get? I don't know.
Right.
And it's a beautiful thing because, that's a healthy fear.
Yes.
Like, okay, well, how am I using today?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm using today in a really great way. I mean, I'm reconnecting with you.
Yeah.
For one, that's kind of cool.
This is the best way you could use today, I think.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Right. Trust me, I'll advertise for you. But, I mean, like, the choice is so easy to go, well, I could be negative.
Right.
And I know people that are like that, where you're like, and I could hear my old self in it. It's like, oh. And I was writing it, and I doing the leather stuff. Like I pay attention to different leather craft blogs and all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. And or not blogs, but what do you call it? Like on Facebook, the pages. And I love seeing other people's work, and it's like it doesn't hurt me to like or love or wow or whatever, to react and go, man, that's freaking cool.
Right. Right.
It doesn't hurt me to do that. But there's people that are like, oh man, that looks like garbage. And you're like, man, you need Jesus, bro. Like, why are you attacking someone that you don't even know?
Right.
Like, encourage them, So, and I wrote something, and I remember seeing, there was a guy that he made something that was very, very remedial. Like, I mean, a Boy Scout, when they're getting their first badge, would not make something this bad.
Right.
And like when I saw it, whoa, it's like, I remember seeing it and it's like, how old are you, sir?
Yeah.
So of course I'm curious. So I click on his profile and I'm like, oh, wow. Okay. You're old enough to know better.
He's 46.
Like, why are you posting? Right. Why are you posting this?
Yeah.
And so then it was like, something came over me and it was like, maybe he needs to hear something really good.
Right.
Like, hey man, I see what you put in here and that takes a lot of courage to put your work in here. And I said something along those lines, like it takes a lot of courage to show some of your work and blah, 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 and this and that. And, keep it up. Like if you're doing this kind of line, pay a little bit more attention to this or that. Just something
constructive
nice
criticism, but in a nice way.
Yeah, very, trying to be sweet to the guy or girl or whoever it was. And I was kind of like, who was that guy?
Yeah.
Thinking about what I wrote, like I went back and reread it, and I mean, there were all these hearts on it, and I'm like, oh, good job, man. Good job,
Except
buddy.
the person that made that, for all you know, could have put that out there just to see if anybody'd be nice about it.
Right.
Like he purposely made junk just to be like, is there anybody that's going to lie to me and tell me this is actually good?
Right. You know, it's one of those where I'm like, okay, now I'm nervous to put my own stuff on this page.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You know, because then I'm like, okay, well, I've never put any of my work out there.
Right.
So I'm like, you know what? Screw it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Roll the dice, throw it on there, see what happens. And it was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
You know, people were like, oh, nice. Good.
You got some good. You didn't get any. This is the worst thing I've ever seen.
No, which I was expecting. You know, like, oh, you didn't do this and you didn't.
Well, especially with something like Facebook, because it's like people will put that even if they don't believe that's true because they can hide behind their Facebook account.
Yeah, I mean,
they would never say that to your face if like you're at some craft fair or something. You're like, oh, that's what I made. And you're like, dude, you suck.
Right.
Like they would never say that to you, right? But they'll type it on Facebook.
Oh yeah, keyboard commandos.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, it's like you get the badge today. You know? But I'd say that, you know, the biggest change of heart is, and it was actually from a friend of mine that I'm trying to help. And I use help loosely. I'm trying to help him with. He's having a hard time with who God is and what God means, and he would jokingly tell me that he was like a satanic follower and all this kind of stuff. Yeah. Just to really get to me, you know. And it's like, bro, you know me. Like, you know I'm gonna beat you with that Bible in about 2 minutes. And it's like, you know, God talks about laying some hands on people. He didn't say how hard.
Yes, that's right.
So
could be a smack across the face, you know.
I mean, I'll lay hands and pray on you, or I can lay hands.
That's right. As long as it's open.
Yeah, you don't want to bruise. You don't want
closed fists.
Right, you don't want to cut stuff. Everything neck below, you're good. You know. But it was funny because then, and this goes back to what we're talking about. It's like, you know, you don't think that you're leading someone sometimes, and it's like I remember he called me one time and he's like, I'm getting these videos, and he sent me one and it was like a God-based video, and I'm like, who are you? Yeah. You know, like, what are you doing? Right, you know, and it was like, what? Yeah. What do you mean? I mean, I called him right after I got one of the videos. I'm like, are you okay? Yeah. Yeah, why? And I was like, you just sent me a video. It's all about God and talking about this, that, the Lord, and everything else. And he's like, yeah, well, I'm kind of curious. I'm like, oh, do tell. Yeah. So I was like, just trying to open the door, like, just like, kick that thing open, you know, like, come on, man, like, get that thing open. Yeah. But I realized that I had to step back and just let it happen. Right. And he just started pouring all this stuff out, and it was like, well, I want a relationship, but I don't know how to do it. Yeah. Good question. There you go. Keep asking that question. Yeah. Don't stop asking that question until the day you die. Mm-hmm. And he's like, well, yeah, but what do you mean? And I was like, because I don't know the answer. I really don't. For him specifically. Right. Yeah. And I said, all I do is I keep saying, like, I just keep open communication. Like, I'll just lay in bed sometimes and talk to God and like, hey, this is what's on my heart, and, you know, can you help me get through this or that? Mm-hmm. And it's like, you know, oh, man. And I was really struggling recently because I hurt my back. Oh, yeah. Dude, hurt it bad. Doing something or just being old? I think it's a combination of old and golfing and, you know, golfing is such a high contact sport. I mean, you know, when you get to a certain age, you can't play sports like that, you know? I know. It's dangerous. Well, it's all back. You know, so. I went bowling a couple weeks ago and jacked myself all up. I'm like, I'm bowling. It's not like I'm playing tackle football or hockey or something. Well, that's what I said. Yeah. Well, I picked something up. I picked up this box, and it had my leather sewing machine in it. And the sewing machine is like, you know, 50 pounds. Mm-hmm. But they packed it weird. They packed the machine on one side and then its case on the other. So it was like awkward. And so I think I picked up the lighter side first, thinking it was heavy. I was like, and of course, I overstrained thinking it's heavy. Yeah. And I think that's what started it. Which part of your back? Lower? Oh, yeah. All the way at the bottom. Does it go down your leg? Oh, yeah. See, that's what I have going on right here, too. I got to go to the chiro. I was just thinking I'm going to go after this. Yeah. Yeah. Who do you see? I just went to this place right here, The Joint. Oh, okay. It's right next to C's. Yeah. Dude. Okay. Like... You just walk in there? You don't need to have an appointment? Yeah, And then, you know, my brother and his wife and some other folks go to, like, Pierce. And I used to go to Pierce. I go to Aaron Anaya now. You remember him? Yeah. Went to school with us? Yeah. Oh, my God. So I've been going to him for a while. Name. Tell him I said, hey. Yeah. Well, there's another one in AG named Quinn that apparently is, like... Top notch? Good, yeah. Okay. So if you can get into them... Yeah. That's kind of a far... They're more the sports medicine.
Oh, like,
so that's why they're
sports
better
injury,
for
that kind of
us,
stuff,
because we're not geriatric yet.
Right.
So,
Yet.
Yet.
We're getting there.
I know. It's happening.
That 50's creeping up on us.
Bro. I'm not ready. I'm not even ready to announce that I'm... Like, dude, I cried at 30. Like, I cried.
Yeah.
I was like, that's
Because you remember back when that was old. I remember, like, when we knew people who were turning 30, like, oh, my gosh, they're almost dead. Like, they don't have much time left. They better do what they want with their life, you know?
Like, here's some money for you. Like, put this toward your funeral fund.
Yeah, dude. And then...
Oh, you don't have life insurance? Bro, you better get it.
You better do something.
Die.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. And and there was a part of me that was like, like, dang.
Yeah.
I'm 30.
It's crazy.
And when I hit 40, it was like, I was terrified.
Right.
And now it's like, who even cares? Like, just keep I just want the years to keep coming. That's my biggest thing now.
Right.
Well, anyway, so yeah, I heard that, and then, but yeah, the gal here at this place, first, like, she looked at me and she's like, my God.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, let's just
She could tell just by looking at you.
Just standing straight. She's like, you look like the Leaning Tower of Pisa right now. Excuse me? It's like, man, I don't even eat pizza right now.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the one? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, that's part of your. I would tell you that's part of your problem. You got to eat more pizza. That's always.
That's what I said.
If the doctor told me if you don't stop eating pizza, you're only going to live another 6 months, I'd just die in 6 months.
Yeah. If they told me like you can't have ice cream,
that too,
I'm checking out.
See, for me, there's three things. Well, besides chai.
Okay.
So I always say that heaven is going to be pizza, ice cream, cheeseburgers, and chai.
Right.
That's it. That's all I need, dude. All I need to survive. You get, and maybe throw in some really good Mexican food every once in a while, just to kind of,
Dude, I've gotten in fights with people over Mexican food.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, like not physical fights, but
right.
like because people. Oh man, I love like TexMex.
Yeah.
Garbage.
Yeah, dude.
Like, you have not had tacos in San Diego, LA, Long Beach,
anywhere in California, really.
Pismo Beach, wherever, and they're like, oh, what's so special? And I was like, bro.
Yeah.
None of this stuff could touch.
I mean, I can eat Tex-Mex and enjoy it, but it's nothing comparable to what I can get over here at like Taco Ranchero or something.
Right. Oh, yeah.
It's bomb over there.
If a place is disgusting looking, the better. Yes. It doesn't matter. And I remember Jewel took me to this place when her husband were living down in San Diego. Uh-huh. And I'm like, what are we doing here?
What part of San Diego?
Near La Mesa.
Okay.
And it was this little hole in the wall. I mean,
yeah, dude.
Your feet stuck to the floor. You walk in, I'm like, oh,
love
man,
it.
This is gonna be good. Like I knew it. I was like, I knew it. I was like, oh man, I'm excited.
Yeah.
We get in there, we order everything we want. I mean, the burrito came out looking like a baby. It was like, yes.
You need a fork and a knife to eat that thing. Nice.
$5. I'm like,
woo-wee. Is that where your sister lives now, down in the San Diego area?
No, they were down there for a long time, and they moved back just to be closer to mom and all that.
Oh, they're in this area again now?
Yeah, they're in San Ynez.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, they're down there.
Nice. She's got a bunch of kids too?
She got two.
Two kids, okay.
Yeah, 2 girls.
All right.
It's so funny, man. It's so funny to see the difference between my brother and my sister and how they do what they do.
Like parenting and stuff, you mean? Okay.
It's night and day.
Yeah.
Like on each side,
Yeah.
I get it. He's got 5, she's got 2. So, I mean, the span of control is a little different.
Yeah. Plus, it's a big difference when you marry somebody, and like Jewel's husband is maybe way different than Nathan's wife as far as the way they were raised and how that all comes into play, Mm-hmm. So
it's interesting. I love them all.
Yeah.
I don't want to get it twisted, but yeah, it's a neat dynamic.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, dude, Mexican food. Oh, man.
Dude, it's just.
I don't even
fantastic.
know. Like, if I had to like line out what it would be for me.
Yeah.
Or what heaven would look like. It sounds very similar.
Yes.
Like it would be very similar.
Right.
It would be
because you're sane. That's why.
Ice cream. Well, yeah. More sane today. But like, I'd say ice cream.
Yeah.
And there was a time where I'm like, well, maybe in heaven I can drink again. It's like, no, stop.
Maybe. I mean,
who knows?
It wouldn't affect you the same way.
Right. Yeah.
Right. There's no sin. There's no death. There's no pain. So.
Yeah. Or maybe I wouldn't even want to.
It would all be non-alcoholic.
I know, right? I know. Yeah. I know. So then there was like, what would it look like? It would be, what food? Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Like certain cakes. Oh.
Yeah. See, I'm more of a pie guy.
Really?
Yeah, like when it comes to my birthday, Bethany's always like, because my wife is, dude, she's great at with making cakes, and she's awesome. But I was like, I like pie. Like my favorite pies are cherry number one.
Okay.
Cherry's number one. Apple's number two. I tend to like the fruit pies. I do like a good pecan pie, but that's only because my wife turned me on to that because she grew up loving those and stuff. I don't remember ever having those growing up.
Okay.
I can't remember ever having a pecan pie until I met her.
Okay.
And for her, like growing up Thanksgiving, they always had pecan pie, or even Christmas, they always had that, you know. So now that I've been married to her, I've been having that. But but then I like some of the good like cream pies, coconut cream, the chocolate silk or whatever, and
cheesecake.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, like cheesecake, yes.
Yes.
All day.
That's more of a pie, really.
Yeah, and that right.
They should call it cheese pie.
Cheese pie, yes. And there's big debates on that. You can get a lot of fights going on that.
Yeah,
one.
especially if you drizzle those jelly cherries on the top. Whoo-wee.
Blend up some like the raspberries with the other stuff. Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Next level.
I'm all for it. Yeah.
My favorite though would be like lemon meringue.
Okay.
It's done right.
Yes.
Like my mom, amazing.
She makes a good one?
Oh, dude.
Okay.
It's phenomenal. Like the meringue looks like a dome.
Okay.
You know, like that. I'm on board.
Did your mom used to do cake decorating stuff?
Yeah. Yeah, she was.
Did she do because I don't know if you remember this. I just had a memory just now, and I'm not even sure if it was your mom. For some reason, she's in the memory. But like at Nightingale, they had a thing. This must have been like 4th or 5th grade, maybe. And they had a thing where they had all these different events.
The cakewalk.
No, it wasn't the cakewalk. I remember those too.
Oh, okay.
But like there was these different events that were all happening, and we had to pick which we had to sign up for which ones we wanted to do.
Yeah.
And one of them was cake decorating. So like not all the kids did all the things, right? Like there was like probably 20 different things you could have done, but there was only like 4 or 5 you could pick.
Right.
And I remember I did the cake decorating, and I thought your mom was the one teaching that, but I could be totally off.
It was probably her and a gal that I call my Auntie Carol Lee.
Okay.
Because Carol Lee, she had Carol's Cakes and Pomo.
Okay.
So she had a whole business. That's all she did. And I think it was Carol Lee that did it.
Oh, okay.
And my mom was helping her.
Maybe she was in the room, and that's why I'm picturing. Okay.
I think that, my mom helped her a lot. She would help her set up her wedding cakes. And do all that. And so.
Yeah. Anyway, just remember, I didn't mean to sidetrack.
No, that's fine. But
I just had that memory right now.
No, but like that, like to me, that would be like the number one. As long as that pie is done right.
Yeah.
It's like number one on the list.
Yeah.
Pecan's a good second.
Okay.
I can't do like certain ones.
Like what?
Like pumpkin pie, I can't do it.
See, I like it, but it's nowhere near my favorite.
I have to have like the smallest sliver.
Okay.
Because I like the taste of it.
Yeah.
But it has to be drowned in freaking whipped cream. I mean, it just has to be drowned in there.
Yeah, see, and I don't get all the, I guess it's because I don't love pumpkin as it is. Like I said, I'll have a slice of pumpkin pie on Thanksgiving just because it's traditional. Right. But I'm not sitting there eating it going, oh, this is the best, you know, like I would if it was cherry.
Right.
But, you know, all the pumpkin flavored stuff, like my wife gets all excited when it's, you know, it's PSL season, PSL season.
Like, what?
And I'm like, ew. Like, and all of a sudden I see all this stuff in my pantry that starts showing up around the time, like pumpkin spice Pop-Tarts and like,
what the heck?
We even had a pumpkin flavored cup of noodles.
Oh, God.
I was like, ugh.
Why?
And they all, my kids tried it and stuff, and they're like, Dad, it's actually really good. I was like, it is not really good. There's no universe where that could actually be really good.
You're making it up.
It must be.
You're making it up.
Or you just want to, like you want to say it's
so
good.
bad.
Yeah.
That you want it to be good.
Pumpkin needs to stay in pie. I could do a good like
pancakes?
pumpkin bread. Yeah, pumpkin pancakes are okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Perfect.
That's where it should stay.
Right, and there's a cutoff.
Yeah.
Because when you start putting in coffee and things like that,
yes.
like,
You're really blown,
tried them.
but,
I tried it.
Yeah?
Not for me.
No.
It's not for me.
Well, coffee's not for me anyway. I don't like coffee at all.
Okay.
The problem with coffee is it tastes like coffee.
No,
if it wasn't for that, I would probably like it.
Mine's more cream coffee in it, you know.
And that's the way I grew up drinking it. I'd put this much coffee and then fill the rest up with milk and then put about 6 pounds of sugar in there, stir it all up.
Oh, yeah.
And then throw it back in the microwave because now it's cold because you got like 90% milk and 10% coffee. And then you throw it in the microwave for 2 minutes, stir it up, and that was the way I used to drink it.
Yeah, and then...
But these people that drink black coffee, I'm like, there's something wrong with your brain.
Yeah. They're going straight to hell.
It's like, I no longer trust your opinion on anything after that. You know?
mean, but I don't get the people that can't do caffeine.
Yeah.
My brother doesn't. He'll just drink
can't
water.
Or he doesn't?
He just doesn't. He'll drink water in the morning and off he goes.
Is there a reason for that? Like, does the caffeine make him jittery or something? He doesn't like it?
I'm like, bro, like you got something.
Yeah. He's like, I don't drink caffeine. I just do a line of Coke every morning before I...
No one's gonna care on the job site. We're good. Man, that guy's the most productive guy we've had on staff.
Man, he went for 14 hours straight.
Man, we
Didn't even take a break.
Yeah, we could fire him if we wanted to.
Yeah,
You know? It's like, dang.
Oh man.
You go in his house, it's spotless. You know. Dang.
So
In their vacuum. No, but I mean, I'd say like, I don't know. To me, it's you know, the spiritual stuff is pretty powerful, you know, and
Yeah.
I think, and I know we were just talking about heaven, but there's even been times where it's like I could kind of finally start to see like where when you look back and you can kind of see the plan unfold a little bit.
Yeah.
I get it that we'll never see, like, we'll never
Sure.
be able to see behind the veil completely.
Through a
get
glass
that.
dimly, like the Bible says, right?
Yeah, and I don't want to. I really don't. Like,
Yeah.
some people are like, oh, don't you want to know everything?
Right.
Heck no, I don't want to know
Yeah,
everything.
yeah.
I don't want to know what you
It almost diminishes God in a sense, though, and you're like, well, if I should be able to understand everything about God. Well, to
Right.
me, then he's not God.
Right. It's like,
He should be so far beyond us that we will never completely understand all of it, you know?
yeah, you know, and someone asked me, well, you know, what do you think about this, that, and the other thing, or whatever, you know, whatever's current. And it's like, I don't dive into a lot of that stuff because it's not relevant.
Right.
You know, it's like, do I really want to get caught up with what's on the news? No.
Yeah.
I really don't, because it's not relevant.
Right.
It is. Like,
Yeah.
I don't want to be uninformed, like,
Yeah.
completely, but at the same time, I'm not like,
Yeah.
oh my gosh. Like,
Well, that's where we're going next after our break. We're going to go
okay.
into politics. We'll talk about
nice.
news and stuff.
Oh, okay. Excellent. All right.
But real quick, because
Okay.
I didn't get these from you.
Okay.
If you can, I know you said it's hard because it's like your musical taste is all over the place.
Oh, yeah.
But I like to get kind of like your 5 of your favorites.
Okay.
I stopped saying top 5 as much because it's like I couldn't even do that. You know, my 5 favorites is going to change by the minute. So just give me like 5 of your favorites, and then I'm going to ask you for a couple of favorite songs by them.
We'll go Metallica, George Strait.
That's 2 similar musical acts right there.
Right. I'd say, I always loved Alan Jackson.
Okay. Oh, you're a country guy, huh?
Yeah. And then, bro, who else? Man. Ugh. I mean, so there's certain voices that I love, like Norah Jones.
Okay.
Love her voice.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah, she's
that
great.
Buttery, you know, like kind of charcoaly sound. It's a weird mix.
I just recently got into her in the last couple of years because I got her albums at a thrift store.
I like her. Man. I mean, like a lot of bands. I've seen a lot of bands too. I mean, I like everything from Pennywise to NoFX to
nice, dude.
Hatebreed to, you know, I mean, so it's not like there's a lack of trying different things.
Sure. Yeah.
You know, like Pantera, Slayer, Static
Okay.
X. I mean, I've seen those guys, like
You've seen Pantera live?
Pantera and Slayer in the same concert.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Dude, ridiculous.
That's gnarly.
Absolutely ridiculous.
That's crazy.
Let's see. Then there was, you know, some other, like, you know, folk bands, and, you know, like, I'm not a big, actually don't like the Beatles, believe it or not. It's kind of weird. I like a few songs, but I don't really care for the sound that much.
You don't care for like the greatest sound of all time.
I know. You'll probably have to edit that out.
2 of the greatest songwriters ever.
I know. Well,
they suck.
I like certain songs, like Hey Jude, you know, I like certain ones.
Right. You like the later kind of more psychedelic stuff. Not the early boy band. She loves you,
No, okay. God, that stuff would drive me nuts. Ooh, as soon as it comes on, it's like, oh, no.
That was like Backstreet Boys before Backstreet Boys.
You know, like Foghat, like give me Foghat all day. Like,
they played at Midstate a couple years back.
I know.
Did you go?
No, but I mean, I knew they were coming.
Yeah.
Like
I was there to see Brian Wilson that year, so I watched Brian Wilson play. Wow. But before he played, in another little like walk-in free show was Foghat.
Oh wow!
And we sat down, heard a couple songs. Of course, the only song I know by them is Slow Ride, so I was waiting for Slow Ride. I was like, I don't know this other stuff, but we didn't get Slow Ride.
I just saw Warrant like 2 months ago.
No way!
Oh, yeah. So when you said when you said like Cherry Pie, I was like, oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Like, I want to tell them so bad right now.
That was great, man.
Yeah, I saw them, and dude, they're getting old.
Well, yeah.
Like, they're old.
Yes.
Well, no, I need to say they are old. They're not getting old. They're old.
We're getting old.
Right.
They are old.
They're old.
Yeah.
And it was, but dude, the energy they had, I'm like, bravo, man.
Right?
Like,
you have a little more respect after that.
yeah, like he was hopping up on stuff, and I'm like, dude.
Yeah.
Like right now, like my back was hurting, so I'm like, take it slow, get down off the stage. So
they're probably shot up on like the highest dose of painkillers you can imagine before they go out there.
Man.
And then after the show, they just die.
Collapse and shake on the floor. They're like, I don't know what's
Oh, man.
But yeah, I saw them.
Okay.
Like, dude, and they played in Cottonwood of all places.
Yeah.
Like at first,
Is
I'm like,
Cottonwood, that's the part of Arizona you live in?
yeah, it's tiny. Like,
Where is that in reference to like Phoenix or like Tempe and that kind of stuff?
2 hours north of Phoenix, right off 17.
Okay.
If you keep going up 17, you got Sedona.
Okay.
And then you got Flagstaff. Flagstaff's an hour away.
Okay.
And then
I stayed in Flagstaff once.
Did you?
I stayed in Phoenix once. No, not Phoenix. Chandler.
Okay.
I stayed in Chandler once.
Ew.
Yeah.
That place is ghetto. No, but like seriously, like if I get on 17 and I start going south, I'm like, dude, I'm afraid of my life. Like I get why everyone packs.
Yeah.
Like, everybody packs in that state.
Yeah.
Like,
because you never know when you're
you just don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's like, I don't really feel like that in Cottonwood and Sedona and I get it. You shouldn't drop your guard and all that kind of stuff. But it's like at the same time, I'm like, I'm not going to walk around paranoid all the time. I'm
right.
like,
Right.
If you want to take me home, and he's going to do it, let it happen.
Yeah.
Like,
well, the Lord knows the exact day you're going to die.
Right. So
you don't have a say so. You don't get to pick. You don't get to do nothing, or you know.
I mean, I want to.
Yes.
I want it.
Yeah.
I want to say, hey, make me 89 and a half.
Yeah.
Almost
right
90.
when I start getting physical ailments that are really hard to deal with, just take me then. You know, I don't want to deal with all that. So let's talk about some of these real quick. Like you mentioned, I had no idea that you even were into. I mean, I'm assuming you were into punk rock if you saw Pennywise and NoFX live. Yeah. I still have never seen Pennywise. That's a band that's on my bucket list because I had a lot of opportunities and it just never happened.
They were amazing.
Yeah, I bet. What year was that? Do you know?
Oh, it was 2003.
Oh,
I was really drunk though.
Okay.
Really drunk.
Okay.
Like I remember him being on stage playing some of the songs I remember, but it was also like I'm in a mosh pit. I'm going around. I'm like,
okay. All right.
What just happened?
Nice,
I had
dude.
people picking me up and they're like, hey, you need to go home. I'm like, what? No, I'm fine.
Were you with friends?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where was this you saw him play?
San Jose.
Okay.
So somebody drove. It was like, come on, man, we're going to party. Like, yeah, let's party. Yeah. You know, we're drinking on the way down there, get there, and it's like just, it was wild.
Yeah.
But it was, I remember specifically, like, we set out to get drunk to go in.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
that's what you do at concerts if you're a partier. That's the whole point.
Yeah, and it was like, this is gonna be fun, you know?
Yeah.
Dude, like at the end of the night, we were all like, wow, like we all need to sleep for like 5 days.
Yeah.
You know, like it was one of those benders, you know.
Who played with them? Do you remember? Were they the headliner?
They were the
headliner.
Yeah.
Do you remember any of the other?
No, they were just little
local bands and stuff.
Because it was a small venue, dude. It was like the size of your living room.
Really?
Oh, tiny. Yeah, like they had a balcony.
Dude, that would have been cool.
Oh my god, my ears were ringing for 4 days. You know.
Yeah.
It's like, holy.
So 2003, that would have been. I always try to think of like what album that probably was like Straight Ahead had just come out, maybe. Mm-hmm.
There was Punk and Trouble.
There.
No, it was the Punk
That's
and Trouble.
NoFX.
Oh yeah, sorry, it was.
Yeah.
It was in line with that tour.
Oh, okay.
And it was in line with that tour, and so we were like, "Oh man, let's get tickets, let's go."
Okay.
And I couldn't tell you who was on the stage before them.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was fun. Honestly, it was a good.
And
time.
then when you saw NoFX, that was a
whole different time.
Different time. Okay.
Yeah, that was. God, when was that? Oh man, I don't remember.
I've only seen them once. It was like in '99, 2000, maybe at Ventura Theater. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're one of my all-time favorites. They just called it quits. I don't know if you heard that, but they had their final shows. I know somebody was at their final show.
Oh, wow.
I was like, dude, you're
cool.
gnarly. It was, you probably know Saban.
Yeah.
So Saban was at their final show.
Well, we played soccer together.
Yeah.
I know he's got a tattoo shop here in town.
He does, yeah.
I don't have that kind of money.
Yeah,
I don't spend money on stuff like that.
Right.
Not now.
Yeah.
Like maybe when I get the crazy money.
Yeah, for sure. So are you good at coming up with song titles on the spot, or would you rather me get these from you later when you have time to look them up?
No, I mean, yeah, I could.
You could do like 2 or 3 for each of these. Like if I said Metallica, give me 2 or 3 favorite songs.
Oh yeah.
All right, hit it.
Unforgiven.
Okay.
Nothing Else Matters.
Yeah.
Love. What's the one on Ride the Lightning?
Fade to Black?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Master Puppets, I got a couple on there that I love, but
Yeah.
it's like the Stranger Things one that's in that.
Yeah.
What's
Master of Puppets.
Yeah.
That's the actual
That's
song.
the name of
yeah.
the song. Yeah. I was like, come on, man. I know this.
You're talking about the part where Eddie's playing the
No,
guitar.
yeah. No, I mean, it's like when I
Such a
hear
cool
the
scene.
hair on my neck stands up when I hear that song. It's
Right.
like, oh,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Oh, get some. And those would be like workout songs.
Oh, yeah.
Like One.
Yes.
Love One. Like when that
yeah.
song starts, like
Yeah.
I hear the chopper flying, I'm like, yes.
Right.
Yes. Mm-hmm. There's.
Do you remember the music video that was out?
Yes.
With the guy with the face all bandaged up?
Well, yeah. It's just
And he's like talking and nobody can hear him. And
he's shaking his head like
Yeah,
SOS
dude.
the whole time. And I'm
so
like,
scary.
He's trying to communicate with
Yeah.
me. I think he's
I
communicating.
remember that was actually kind of traumatizing for me when I was younger. Because that came out in like 88?
89, 88.
Yeah. So I was like 10 or 11 years old. And I remember watching that on MTV back when MTV was like new,
Oh, it's when they played music.
Yes. And the videos were all, as soon as our parents started realizing what was in some of those videos, like, hey, you can't watch this anymore.
Oh, yeah. And I'm like, what do you mean? Cherry pie is not a big deal.
Yeah, it's about food, Mom.
Come on.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, there's a hot blonde chick on the cover and she's rolling around on roller skates, but come on.
Oh, whatever. Dude, Guns N' Roses.
Okay.
Big.
Okay.
Big fan.
Interesting.
I'd say like.
What era would you say? What's your favorite album by them?
Use Your Illusion.
Okay.
Easy.
The double album?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Good stuff on there. Yeah.
You Could Be Mine.
Yeah.
All day.
Yeah.
If that song comes on, we're driving.
Yeah. Yeah.
November Rain. I actually played that on the piano a long time ago.
Oh, nice, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. That song is like 33 minutes long or something?
Dude, it doesn't stop. Like literally when someone gave me the sheet music, it was like, do you remember Ben Martin?
No.
Mark Martin?
No.
He kind of got me into
I'm upset with myself because you're naming these names and I don't know them, which bothers me because usually I know people, at least by name.
He and I still talk, you know.
Okay.
It's like we were supposed to go on a hike camping trip back in May, and I had just hurt myself, so it's like, I can't walk. He's like, okay. But yeah, he gave me the sheet music, and it was like, oh, cool. Oh, thanks, man.
Nice.
Like, this is cool. Unfolded out, and it's like, dude, I can't fit it on the piano. It's like it's too wide. Like, what the heck?
You got to
is
do
this?
that, like turn the page thing that the real cool piano players do when they're.
And I'm like, okay, Moonlight Sonata, I get it. Like, it's 4 pages of sheet music.
Right.
Take your time on it. All right, cool. But then, like, I get November Rain. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
And you got the solo part, and I'm like,
right.
Dude, this. Like,
I just remember that being like the first song by Guns N' Roses that all the girls liked. I remember when like the video came out and it was like this big deal. Yeah. It was like, it like stayed on the number one for months. It seemed like it was just nonstop. And that was 91 also.
Yeah.
So that was again that 7th, 8th grade kind of.
If it wasn't them, it was what's his name, Bryan Adams with.
Oh yeah,
dude, that's the
everything I do.
Oh, my God.
From the Robin Hood soundtrack.
I learned how to play that on the piano.
Yeah,
you talk about like if I could go back and realize the power that I had then, just by
you'd already be married,
right? Just by playing those 2 songs, it's like, bro,
yeah,
whose panties are these? Sorry. Those are mine.
Oh man, you would have been a rock star. That's too funny, dude.
Ridiculous, you know.
Yeah, I'm with you on the Guns N' Roses because most people cite like Appetite for Destruction, which is a great album. Don't get me wrong, but
Welcome to the Jungle is amazing.
Oh yeah,
dude.
Yeah, it's a great album. The whole thing is fantastic. But I think the Use Your Illusion is kind of where they found their sound, and I know a lot of people would disagree with me on that because they got a little less heavy. I mean, they had some heavy songs on there, but like there's a lot of their singles like "Don't Cry" and the cover of "Knocking on Heaven's Door" and like some of those, right? Like it's like this isn't the Guns N' Roses we knew on Appetite, you know. So,
but that was an important step for them, because it was.
Well, then they sucked after that. So I mean,
I'd say they peaked there, and in a good way. Like they peaked there, and it was like, okay, you can't top it. Yeah. Because that's where the industry was kind of going. It was like everybody was doing the rock ballads. You had Nelson.
Yes.
Oh, God. And I'm like, the fact that I can remember this crap kills me right now. But you had these like guys that looked like girls. Yeah. More makeup than women. Right. Yeah. And it's like they're playing stuff and you're like, oh, wow, that's pretty cool, man. Like, wow, that's amazing. Right. But like if you think about it, and if you look at the training that Axl did, the dude could, and he's an anomaly because he can sing 8 octaves different.
His range is gnarly. Yeah.
There's very few people, except like
Chris Cornell.
Yes,
is another one. Yeah,
opera singers can maybe do arias.
Right.
That will come close to Axl Rose.
But they're not hard rock, so they don't count. Who cares about them? No, they suck.
Exactly. It's like, who are you? Okay, I paid $50 for your show. I don't know what you're doing. But
Pavarotti? Never heard of him.
Way to go. Yeah, right. Way to go. Give me some guns, baby. Give me some guns. You know, it's like, I don't want nothing to do with you, homies.
Oh, man.
But yeah, I'd say Guns N' Roses.
Okay.
Like, that's an easy go-to.
Yeah.
You know, George Strait. Like,
so give me a couple songs from George Strait that you like.
Like on the Pure Country album, I'd say, like, I loved the whole album. But, you know, Amarillo, love that one.
Oh, yeah. Amarillo by Morning or whatever. Yeah.
I like that song. And then, what's it called? There's the one, I'm not singing it, but I Cross My Heart.
Oh, okay.
I love that song because it describes what I would want in a relationship.
Yeah.
You know, and
I
think whenever I hear it, I'm like, oh man, I could see myself getting married to that, you know. Sure. And I think there's a romantic side of me that likes some of that stuff. Mm-hmm. And on the country side, it's like, you know, when I lived in Virginia and all that, it's weird because I would pick up like all these different colloquialisms and all that stuff. I can't talk today.
Yeah, I can never talk. So
talk show, whatever. But anyways, you know, I picked up a lot of the terms, the way people spoke, and so I got this weird mishmash of language. And I sat down with someone in Cottonwood, and they were like, "Where the heck are you from, boy?" And I'm like, "What? What? What are you talking about?" Like, I can't place you. Like, you sound like you're from
everywhere,
Alaska, or one minute, and then the next minute you sound like you're from Virginia, and then the next minute you sound like you're from Florida.
Depends on the words you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Like certain words you'll say a certain way.
Yeah, and I was like, "What? What are you talking about?" Like, I just didn't realize I was adapting as I was going through a lot of that stuff, and you know, you get here and it's like everybody's, "Dude, what's up, dude?" Bro, like, bro. Don't even get me started on bruh. Like, you know, you got all these little knick-knack, or
my kids always use that one. And it's not bro, it's bruh.
Bruh.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, we came up with that in the 90s. Yeah. But we stopped using it for good reason.
Yes.
Right. You know, and they were like, "What? No."
Yeah, no.
I was like, "No, we actually coined a term that would be BRAH.
Bra. Yeah, that was a surfer term. Yeah.
"Oh, you can't steal this." And I'm like, "No, we did this. Like, we made this. You can't steal it."
You guys have nothing of your own.
Do you want to call cultural appropriation something?
Yes.
That's it right there. And then it's like, it shuts them down. Yeah. They're like, and they'll start twitching. You'll see them like twitch on the arm. Yeah. It's like, you can't steal stuff that we started. Right. Period. Yes. You know, now I know how Mom feels. Like when we were listening to The Doors and all that stuff. And she's like, "I listened to those guys then." And you're like, "But they're cool now, Mom." Right. You know, it's like then, you know, you think you're cool. Yeah. But I'd say like, I'd say a good mix of that, you know. Okay. Country, Garth, I mean, he's...
Well, I got Alan Jackson on here next is what you mentioned. Yeah, I like him. So what's some songs from him?
Oh, man. The one that he wrote after 9/11 I really like.
Oh, Where Were You When the World Stopped Turning?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I like that one. Because I like the fact that he was getting to a sweet feel. Like a sweet thing. Like, okay, get back to, you know, turn the TV off for a minute. You know, or watch old reruns, or, you know, like I like that. I like the fact that it was like, let's slow down and understand what's good. Yep. I like that song, and I like some of his fun ones like Chattahoochee and you know, the stuff like that. Fishing.
I like when artists make up their own words.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Or Drive. Like that was a good song.
Drive. Yeah.
And he was teaching his kids how to drive. And all that stuff. I like that one.
Which to me is a horror movie. I mean, I had to do that. I did that okay with my older daughter. I was fine, and then my older son, I was a mess. And to the point where I had to tell my wife, "You're going to have to do this from now on." Even when he has permit, I'm like, I can't drive anywhere. And it's not his fault. I think it was more me. Like I was becoming a more anxious person at that time.
Oh, I'd be terrified.
He's a fine driver, but you know. And now my 16-year-old daughter is learning to drive, so I'm taking her over to the church parking lot and letting her drive around there. Right. And I can handle that. But as soon as we start driving around real cars, like on the road, and like a permit, I'm like, okay, babe, you got to do this one because.
Dude, I'm scared to you know what, out of my dad one time, because it was like, oh, they've got brakes. I remember saying that. Oh, they got brakes. And he was like, what?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
He's like, so do you.
Yes. I remember turning in front. I was in the Ranchero. I still have that thing.
No way.
Oh, yeah, it runs.
No way.
Oh, yeah, it runs good.
Dang. What year is that thing? Like a 70-something?
57.
57?
Oh, yeah. And it runs as good or better than
Dang, dude.
Gave it to me.
Wow. Do you keep it here at your mom's place?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just took it out.
Wow, dude.
Put some gas in it. Put some of the fuel stabilizer.
Nice. That's the kind of car people will point at when they see you drive by.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, and it's great because it gets all the attention from every guy that's like 55 plus.
Yes.
I mean, it is like, hey, go over there. Wow, man. Oh, look at that Ranchero. Oh,
yeah.
I'm surprised you actually know what it is, old man.
Yeah.
Shut up, man. I was there when they were made. And you're like, okay.
Oh, my
okay.
gosh.
You know, but I mean, I think, you know, part of me was like, oh man, you know, chicks will really dig these old cars. They don't. They really don't.
No, not anymore.
No.
Cars used to be a thing back in like the 80s and 90s maybe, but not anymore. They don't. Because you remember even in our yearbooks, there was a section where it showed people with their cars.
Yes.
Like it was
like
a thing.
Yes, it was.
Yes.
It was literally
it's like, here's a picture of me with my girlfriend, but here's a picture of me with my car.
Right.
My real girlfriend.
Right. Well, exactly. Put more money into this thing than that one.
Right.
You know?
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
like, dang.
Yes.
But
yes.
I had a guy in the RV park. He's got a 56 T-Bird.
Yeah.
And so we talked, you know, I was like, oh man, oh yeah, I love the old Ford, you know, blah, 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 and all this. And
Yeah.
he's like, well, hey, when you get back from California, man, we're going to go out and get some chicks. I'm like, no, it honestly does not work that way, bro. Like, you're going to get...
You might be able to get some like 70-year-old broads or something. You know?
That's what I said. I was like, you're either going to get really old women or you're going to get a lot of dudes.
Yes.
A lot of dudes.
A lot of dudes.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what he's looking for. Maybe he just hasn't let you know yet. Maybe on that trip he wants to tell you, dude, there's something I wanted to tell you for years.
Oh,
you know.
Man. Ugh.
Yeah.
Yikes.
So.
Yikes.
All right. One last thing I'm gonna mention, and then we'll take a break. I don't even know if you remember this, and this is just a memory that I have. Again, I like seeing if you remember the same things I remember. This must have been like 7th or 8th grade. I think maybe 9th grade, somewhere around there.
Lakeview.
Yes, I believe that I went over to your house. Is your mom still live in that same house, by the way?
No, she has it. She rents it right
She
now.
rents it out on Raymond over there?
Yeah.
Okay. And so anyway, I went over there, and I remember you had the Blood Sugar Sex Magic by Red Hot Chili Peppers. It was either a cassette tape or it was a post. Like, there was something there that you had there, or maybe it was your brother's, something.
Yeah,
something. I remember seeing it and going, oh, I like that, or whatever. And I had literally only heard Under the Bridge.
Oh, yeah.
That's the only song I'd ever heard. And I remember you were like talking about, and this song and this song. And I'm like, dude, I don't even know. Like, I said, no, there's the one I've heard. And you're like, probably Under the Bridge, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, that one, you know. And you were kind of like, you know, this guy, you're not a true fan, you know. That'd be like somebody saying they love Metallica. And it's, what's your song, you know? Oh, Enter Sandman.
Right.
And what about some other songs? Nah.
Just have one on the list. Yeah, nothing on the list. And see, like, the worst part of me is, like, I know the songs. Yeah. I don't know the names. Like, so for me to go, okay, well, it's like, yeah, I know that song. I know this song. I know Under the Bridge.
Like, you could sing it, but you don't necessarily know the title of it.
Right.
Yeah. Which becomes harder when bands don't put the title of the song anywhere in the lyrics. No. Which I hate that. They sing a song about one thing and like, this song's called Blue Grapefruit by Tomorrow.
Yeah, and you're like, what?
And you're like, where does it say any of those words?
This one's called Off the Deep End. And what are we talking about?
Yeah.
Flying Jets.
Yes.
You're like, what?
Yeah.
No.
Nothing. Yeah.
No,
exactly.
yeah. So, I mean, to me, it's hard to remember like those things. Like I could think of a lot of songs and I could think of a lot of lyrics, but yeah, it's like the specific name. Oh man, it would get me in trouble in trivia night all day.
Oh yeah,
you know, 'cause they'd be like, "What song's this?" And I'm like, "Oh, that."
Yeah, see, those are the few categories I'm good at in trivia.
Okay,
if it's movies or music, I'm on it, man. I can tell you the year it came out, who all the band members are, what the songs are on the album, all the singles, and all that. But yeah, when it comes to other stuff like math or geography, forget it, dude.
Yeah, well, it's like I told someone the other day. It's like, you know, when we were talking about old cars, and it was like we're watching Gone in 60 Seconds, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Like I knew my Mustangs really well, right?
Right.
You know, so it's like I knew it was a 67 Mustang, and it was like a GT model.
Yeah.
You know, whatever, and it's like back in the day. And this guy was arguing with me. He's like, no, that's a 68, man. They didn't do it. And I was like, nope, I could tell you the taillights, I could tell you this, I could tell you that, the hood scoop, this, that.
Why don't you put $100 where your mouth is, buddy?
Right. It's like, do we want to get into the tires? Like, okay, it's got blah, blah, blah tires, you know, a certain radial, it's got to have this, that. I was like, oh, okay, you win. You know, I'm not even trying to win.
Did he actually tell you won?
No, but it was like, I'm not trying to win.
Yeah.
I was like, but do not sit there and tell me that something is that it's not.
You're like, boy, you don't know who you're fooling with.
I was like, well, then he goes, well, what makes you an expert? And I was like, I'm not. But I was like, I worked on 90% of these things. I was like, 64 and a half had this, 65 had this.
Yeah.
You know, 66 had this, 67 had this, 68 had this, and it had insets, and I had this and this. 69 had this, it had a rounded this, and I was like, you're out of your league, bro. Yeah. And it was like, I'm sorry.
You're like, I'm not an expert, I'm just better than you.
Right. I was like, don't even get me started. I was like, but once it gets to 72 and on, you lost me.
Right.
Because the Mustangs are just ugly.
Yes.
After 72, garbage. Like, you might as well have just produced poop.
Yes.
Like, here. Here.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it. Gas crunch came. Okay, so we're going to put 4 bangers and everything. No thanks. I don't want it.
Yeah.
Nope. They were like, oh, but yeah, I mean, but the one, you know, this version has it. Nope.
Yeah.
I'm not even listening.
Yeah.
You know, 73 now.
You're like, I don't trust you anymore.
No.
Yeah.
Like, and if you told me, like, oh man, I got the 75, you know, let's say, you know, whatever it is, 74 Mustang.
Yeah.
What?
Well, I tell you, I used to like the 86, 87.
No, you.
Because
Fox body?
Yeah.
So fun. So fun, dude.
Well, because I used to watch like the gangster movies, like Menace to Society.
Oh yeah,
and he had the 88,
the drop top
with the Daytons on it, and the whole deal.
Dude.
Yeah.
Oh man,
I used to want one of those, like the gangster guys.
I still want one.
Yeah.
Like those things, they're a certain kind of cool.
Right.
Like, I saw one the other day, dude. I was so excited.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, dude.
You think it's like a rapper that's driving it or something? That or a 6'4" Impala, right?
Like driving my truck, like I'm glad my truck's like really high because I'm like looking down, like, oh my god. Like, good thing my windows are tinted because you could see me like drooling right now, and it's like, dude, you want to go right now? Let's go.
Yeah.
You know. Like the thing is, it's like they had, I think it was a 302 that it was kind of. You know, I mean, that was kind of their motor for a long time, and it still is. I mean, you got the Coyote motor and all that, whatever.
Yeah,
it's cool.
yeah.
But like, you look at what they did with that motor, it's like that thing just relatively unchanged for years, like 20, 30 years, and it's like, that's impressive.
Yeah.
It really is. Mm-hmm. You know, 289, that was a fun motor. You know, high power, lightweight car. There's nothing on Mustang.
Right.
It's literally sheet metal with seats in it. You know, it's like, good luck. The fact that we were giving them to kids, like, think about this for a minute. Like, when we were in high school, like, I remember you could buy one for $2,000.
Yeah.
Like, oh man, I want one. My dad's like, oh, you're not getting one. Like, come on. Like, come on, please. No. Here, you can have this big old hunk of iron from 1957. You can drive that around. And I remember having you in the car and we hit that guy.
Yes, in the parking lot at Rigetti.
Oh my God.
That was that car?
Oh, that was the Ranchero.
Oh, shoot, man.
And whoever you were seeing at the time, I don't know if that's wife. Is that?
No, it wasn't my wife. Okay. I didn't meet her till after high school.
Okay, so
that was a serious girlfriend I had in high school, though. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was the 3 of us in there. I was trying to edge in and bang and knock the ring off the headlight.
Oh, dude, I felt so bad.
Oh no, the best part was like I get home, I look at the headlights, bolt it right back on, and it was like, I'm good. Not even a scratch otherwise, you know. And it was like, dang, that car is a tank.
What about the person you hit?
Dude, I blew out her taillight, and then I put a big, like where the ring,
was it your fault?
Yeah. All day. Bummer. So I was like, hey, don't worry, I'll take your car. We'll get it fixed. And I had a guy that painted it for like $40.
Okay.
You know, he did a great job.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell. She was happy. I was happy.
Who was it that you hit? I don't remember.
It was
somebody we knew.
Yeah, it was a girl. It was.
Was she like a younger?
Man, I just felt like garbage. You know.
Yeah.
Man, I went home, telling the parents, and they're like, right. Mm-hmm.
So you don't understand, I had this Hester guy in my car.
Well, no,
it was his fault. No. It was him sitting there. It was all his fault.
As soon as I mentioned your name, they're like, well, you kind of get a pass. So you get a pass.
I love it.
You know, and then, but
I love it.
Was, you know, we get home, my dad's like, all right, let's get it fixed. You know, we take it down the street, and the guy BJ fixed it, you know, and it was like, whatever. And I remember when we went back in the parking lot, I had my parents, like we were doing something.
Yeah.
And when we were coming out, it was almost the same situation. And they almost did it this time.
Oh, no.
And so then my dad and my mom both were like, all right. Now we get it.
Now we got grace for you.
Yeah, and it was like, but up until then, it was like, you suck. Suck at driving. Never driving again. I mean, it goes back to the they got brakes comment.
Right.
It's like, you're a terrible driver.
Like, we should never let this kid get a license.
Oh my goodness. And
funny.
the thing is, for 18, 19 years, I had not gotten a scratch on any vehicle.
Right.
Right? And I'm like, I'm good.
I'm telling you, it was me, dude. I was the bad luck. I was the person. I was the problem.
It's okay.
It's just, you know.
And then it's like I hadn't had nothing. Not even a scratch on a car.
Yeah.
And I get moved to Virginia, Chesapeake. The worst.
Oh,
the worst drivers. And I know we're going to go on a break, but the absolute, I mean, like, imagine the worst drivers on the planet because no one is actually from Virginia that lives there. So you got people from Florida, Jersey, Delaware, Washington State. And Washington State, don't get me wrong, they are horrible.
Yeah.
Like they will clog the left lane on purpose.
Yes.
Just do it. Just to do it.
Just for the heck of it.
Sitting in there, semis even. Like, hey, we're here. Like, do you mind? Like, there's a reason that you guys go to the right. No, man, we're good. We're good.
Yeah.
And then they'll do the thing where they're side by side. I hate you.
Oh, I hate that. Where they like pace each other.
Yeah. And like the ones.
That's when I start flashing my lights.
The one's trying to go around. The other one's like, no, I'm going to go fast.
Somebody give in here.
If I had rockets, done.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Done.
Just like the video games.
Yes. Dude, I wish I had that. I wish I had the controller.
Oh, yeah.
Like, done. You're done.
They just fly off the side.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Done. Like big ball of flame. Oh, man. Seeing it like movies, I could go movies all day.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
There's movies that, like, it blows my mind that some people haven't watched certain movies.
I know.
You know, it's like Indiana Jones, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
But they'll watch the new one and go, well, I don't understand what's going on. And you're like,
Yeah.
There's like 4 movies.
Catch up. See, I won't let my kids watch new ones until they watch the old ones.
Yeah.
We just watched the original 1993 Jurassic Park last night.
Wow.
Because my kids want to see the Lost World ones, and I'm like, what are they called?
The last one was Lost.
The new ones with Chris Pratt.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, we're not watching those until you see the originals.
Yes, you have to catch up. Well,
right.
It's like if you think about it, like those movies were like huge back then because of what they did.
And now you look at it and you're like, oh my gosh, the effects are terrible. But in '93,
dude,
you're like a dinosaur is chasing them through the jungle. Like that's unheard of back then.
Like I remember just sitting there like, oh my god. Well, but honestly, the effects were pretty good though
for the time.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I remember like the scene. So I mean, we had to go to the theater, right? Like it wasn't like you could just rent it and bring it home because like you had to go.
Yes.
And I remember sitting there and that bass when that boom.
Yeah, and it shows the
first one, boom.
And it shows the water rippling.
The water's moving.
Yeah.
Like, oh man, here it comes.
Yeah.
That anticipation was so.
Well, Spielberg was a genius at that.
Yeah.
Building that suspense. Like even, do you go back to? Have you ever seen the movie Duel?
Duel.
When he did it before Jaws, before any of those. It's a kind of a lesser known. I think it's a short film. It's like 40. I might be wrong on the time. But the whole movie is nothing but this guy. It's called Duel. Mm-hmm. This guy is driving a car, and this guy in a big rig is chasing him. That's the whole movie, dude.
That's the whole plot.
He has no idea who this guy is or why he keeps riding his butt and getting. They're driving through hills, but it is one of the most suspenseful, greatest movies ever made.
Huh.
And someone like Spielberg takes such a simple concept like that. Mm-hmm. And just makes this amazing movie out of it.
Well, it's almost like what's his name? Jack Kerouac?
Jack Kerouac,
Kerouac.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say it right, but
I'm sure I'm saying it wrong.
It's like his concept of writing.
Right.
And I get that, like that, and then like you got movies like Bullet.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, even
with Steve
today,
McQueen.
Yeah, I mean, like, I watched it the other day, and it was like, you are a freaking genius.
Yeah.
I mean, people were getting sick, but in the theater, it was like, because they'd never seen anything like it. I remember because when you go back, it's a really interesting thing. Go back and read some of the news articles that came out after that movie.
Yeah.
People were throwing up in the theater because they were like getting, seasick.
Right.
Watching it because I mean he's bouncing up through the streets in San Francisco, and they're like, "Holy cow!"
Yeah.
I was like, "This stuff's amazing." And I'm thinking in my head like, "How did they do this back then?"
Yeah.
There were no GoPros.
Right.
Like, you had to strap the whole
that's the
camera.
thing. Yes, there was so much more talent in a sense.
Yeah.
I use that term loosely. There's a different kind of talent now to make movies like that.
Right.
But back then they didn't have the resources that they have now.
No. I mean,
right? Like if you wanted to do a film in Italy, you had to shoot it in Italy, right?
You had to be there.
Now you can just make a set that looks like Italy, you know, or whatever, you know.
It's like, what?
Yeah.
You know, and I get that, certain parts of it are made up, like the coffee shops and all that kind of stuff. Sure, okay, I get that.
Right.
But, like, when you think, like, the pioneering that it took, the creativity, it's like, man, this is kind of cool.
Right.
And it makes me laugh so hard because it was like one of our neighborhood friends, Jan, he had like the quads and my brother had dirt bikes and
I remember that guy.
Jan Herman.
Yes.
Yeah, he lives down in Phoenix.
Okay.
And
he used to live right by you, right?
Yeah, he was right up on Flower.
Yeah.
Over on the other side.
By Melanie.
Across the street.
Yeah.
So,
okay, dude, trip out.
I mean, we got in so much trouble with it.
Yeah.
It was like, I mean, the cops knew to go to his house. Like, seriously knew.
He's older than us, right?
Older than me and you.
Okay.
He was my brother's age.
Your brother's age, okay.
Yeah, so we just all hung out, played hockey and stupid things.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, I remember we made this video and I had soldered wires together to make an input onto the VHS video camera
That's so
that my
cool.
mom had. And she's like, what are you guys doing? You're not going to, you can't take that thing. And I was like, just
like the big one that you would hold on your shoulder?
The big one. And so it was like, we're playing Bad to the Bone. You know, George, I love George Thorogood. That's another one you could write down.
All right.
Love George Thorogood, Bad to the Bone, all that. I can't really listen to most of his stuff anymore because it's all about drinking and it just drives me nuts to listen to that crap. But I remember, like, I'm playing Bad to the Bone or whatever it was, Metallica, like I'd literally feed it direct into the camera over the tape. And so you'd hear the quad, and then you'd hear the song start up.
That's so cool.
It's just all working together. And it's like, man, this is crazy. And of course, we're like, oh man, this is a video. Dumbest video on the planet. I mean, like, dumb, like horrible, because all it is like a half an hour of me or Nathan or someone riding on the back of the quad with the camera like this, like bouncing around. It looks like the worst TMZ video ever,
right,
you know, and you're like, oh man, this is amazing.
But it was awesome then, right?
And we've got sound. Oh my god. And you're like,
you were expecting to win an Academy Award for that,
dude, all day. Like,
do you remember when, I don't remember if you did this with us or not, when Robbie had that go-kart that his dad had made out of like a lawnmower, I think. Do you remember this?
Oh, yeah.
It had no brakes.
No.
Nothing.
No.
But we used to take it to the top up where he lived on the top of Raymond Hill.
Oh, yeah.
And we would just go down the hill and go through Dixon, where there's no stop sign for anybody. And we just fly through there.
Oh, yeah, dude, we did it on our bikes all day.
Yes.
Like the thing
if a car would have came, we'd be dead.
Hey, well, no, that was the thing. We were smart. No, because we would be able to see him coming. Coming.
As we're going, 20 miles an hour.
Mach 3, down the hill, and you're like, okay, well, this is how I die.
Yeah.
All right,
so gnarly,
like,
dude.
Look at this stuff, and it's like kids today, never. Like, you would not allow your kids to do this.
No.
Right?
Well, but see, my parents had no idea I was doing that.
Exactly.
That was back in the day, like, I'm going out, I'll see you by dinner.
Right.
My parents had no idea where I was at your house, if I was at Robbie's house, I was at wherever, just hanging out.
If the street lights go on, you better be in the house. And it's like, wait, what?
Right.
And you're like, and of course I see all these, millennial versus Gen Z versus Gen X videos, and the people, and they go crazy with it.
Yeah.
But it's true. It was all true. I mean, like, there was not a helmet in sight.
Right.
There was no safety gear whatsoever.
Because they made fun of you if you wore the helmet, and I would rather get brain damage than have someone make fun of me. So.
At least they can't tell me. No, it's like, sorry. Yeah. But like, I mean, it's like one of those things where you're like, looking back, you're like, we were idiots.
Yes.
In a good way.
Yes.
Because it's like,
but it's all worth it because we can tell the funny stories now and laugh, see?
I got a knot on my head.
Yeah.
Like, it was that big around and it was that thick. And
from what?
Oh, we went behind Food for Less when Food for Less was there. And, and there was this like jump.
Yeah.
It was just a dirt berm. Yeah. And it was a drainage ditch underneath it, and it was right along the wall, and it's like there's a perfect trail, beautiful trail, all hard packed down. At the end, you could just kind of jump, and it was like, all right, let's do it. So we all got our mountain bikes. We go down there. We're, going. And it was like, okay, I mean, we're all jumping in, everyone's having fun. It's, you know, we're only getting, you know, like, we're getting this high off the ground, a foot and a half.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah.
All right, it's not good enough.
No.
We got to build this thing up, man.
Of course, dude.
We got to find wood.
Yes.
We got to find a ramp.
Yeah.
We got to find this.
If there's no potential of a hospital trip, why even do it? You know, I mean, you got to make it bigger.
Right. Oh, yeah. So, of course, no cell phones in sight. They didn't exist, so we're good.
Yeah.
So we build this thing, and it was like, all right, who's going to do it first? I'm like, oh, yeah, man, I got the balls. Like, come on, man. I got the biggest balls in this group. Let's go. You know, and they were like, hey, pump your brakes there, homie. Yeah. I'm like, no, dude, I got this. And my brother's like, sure? I'm like, yeah, dude, I got this, man. And Kevin Bull was there, too.
Oh, yeah. I remember him.
And he's like, oh, all right, well, if you got it, let's go, you know. All right. So I'm pumping this story up just a little, but I'm like, all right, I got this. You know, so I'm going as fast as I can, dude. I'm like, literally shifting through gears to go as fast as I can.
Oh, man.
All I remember is hitting the jump. That's it. That's all I remember. I couldn't tell you anything that happened.
You don't remember catching air first or anything?
Well, no, I remember my feet being on the pedals.
Okay.
And then I remember hitting the ramp, and then it was like
that
black.
was it. Yeah.
Like gone.
And then you woke up in the hospital or what?
No. It was like I remember laying there, and I'm sitting there, and it was like, oh man, my nuts hurt so bad right now. Like I'm trying to throw up because it hurt that bad. Like, you know, when
you're like, well, I guess I'll never have kids.
Like, yeah, I was like, man, it's like did I lose one?
Yeah.
You know, it's like I was like, oh man, my stomach hurt, my head hurts.
Yeah.
But I remember like, where am I? You know, I'm laying there, but I was knocked out long enough that my brother, Kevin, Jan, probably was there.
Yeah.
All I hear is this, oh, man. Like, oh, man. I hope he doesn't go stupid.
Yeah.
You know, and it was like I'm kind of waking up to it, and it's like, oh.
Yeah.
Why is Food for Less over there? Like, what is going on, man? You know, and they were like, dude.
Yeah.
Like, oh, we're getting in trouble for this, you know.
Because the first thing your brother thinks is mom's going to get mad at me now because little brother got hurt.
Yes. So then it was like, okay, and of course, you know, we're at Food for Less. You know how long that ride is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
From your house, that's quite a trek.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we go back, you know, down Santa Maria Way, cross behind Kmart where you could go through the fence.
Back when you could still.
Yes.
Yeah.
So then we're going down
onto Lancaster,
and I'm riding back, like literally, like I need to be on a short bus right now.
Yeah.
You know? And it's like, dude, something's really wrong. Like I don't feel good at all. You know, it's like we get in the house. Oh my God, what happened? I honestly cannot tell you. And my brother's like, we told him not to.
Let's get the important stuff out here first.
We told him not to do the jump, Mom. We told him not to.
He didn't listen, and it's his fault. Now he's going to be retarded for the rest of his life.
Oh, yeah. And it was like, Mom, it just, no. And it was like, get in the station wagon. We were in the old Goldie. You know,
nice,
that gold,
nice,
the LTD station wagon.
Yeah.
Dude, if I could find one, I'd buy it.
Right?
I would.
Pull the Clark Griswold on that? Yeah.
That thing had a 460 in it. Like, it did. It seriously had like a hot rod motor in it. And my mom's like, she's like, just get in.
Did she take you to the doctor?
Oh, yeah.
The hospital? Oh, buddy.
Like, I think my son had a concussion. I'm good.
Did you actually have a concussion?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you did?
Big time. Oh, yeah. Like, I was knocked out. Like,
dang.
You know, because
what did your head hit? Did your brother tell you after the fact? Like,
well, when I went down, my head hit the bar.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Like, my feet, like, so when I landed,
so like it went up like this, and your head went down. Okay.
So my feet slipped straight off.
Ooch.
And then the head, bam. And
so that's when you hit your goodies at the same time.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And so, I mean, to me, it was obviously traumatic, you know, at that time, but
yeah,
it was like,
how old
whatever.
Were you? How old were you?
11.
11?
Yeah, I was 11. You know, and it's one of those where you're like, yeah, but I lived, you know. But I mean, it goes along with what we were saying.
Yes.
It's like, but I made it.
Yes.
You know, it's like, I'm good.
Yeah.
We get in there, and the lady's like, so, can we ask your parents to leave real quick? And I'm like, what? What do you mean? And she's like, I have some other questions for you.
Oh, they were wondering if like your parents hit you or something?
Yeah, and I'm like, all right, bye Papa, bye Mama. And I was like, see,
I would have said no way.
Well, and she was like, so do you like to do drugs? And I'm like,
at 11?
Yeah, I was like, what?
Drop dead, and 11-year-olds weren't doing drugs.
No.
Today, maybe, yes, but back then, no.
I was like, I'm a dare kid. I don't, what are drugs?
Yes.
You know, and she was like, I mean, I'm like, no, ma'am, seriously, I don't know. I don't even know anyone that does do drugs.
Right.
And she's like, right.
Yeah.
You must have been on something. I was like, no, really.
Why? To ride off a jump?
Yeah, I'm like, what?
Kids were doing that all the time back then.
I was like,
This chick must not have had kids.
That's how I hurt my tailbone. That's how I did the head. And it's like,
right.
I mean, come on,
That's
man.
all we did back then.
Yeah, it's like if you weren't doing it, you were nobody.
Yes, right. Because that was before you had video games you could play all day. I mean, we had video games.
You
but it
had the
wasn't.
video game.
I did.
You had the Atari.
Yes.
And
I had an NES. But you, dude, you had the original Sega.
Yes.
Not the Genesis.
No, the Master System.
Yes. Nobody even knows that exists.
No.
And I remember playing that at your house going, dude, you're still the only person I've ever known that actually had that.
Yeah. My mom was like, hey, I remember being upset.
Yeah.
When she bought it. I remember like...
Because it wasn't a Nintendo?
I was like...
You're like, Mom, what's this
really?
crap?
And then when we got the games, I'm like, oh, whoa.
Yeah.
I was like, these are like arcade level.
Right.
Okay, maybe not so bad.
Yeah.
Double Dragon.
Yeah.
Like, oh man, Afterburner.
Yep.
Oh, dude. Yeah. I mean, it was like, all right.
Yeah.
We're cool.
Yeah.
But I remember, dude, when I got to Juneau, they had this, mind you, it's 2018.
Yeah.
They had this little GameStop type place. They had an original in the box Sega Master System.
No way.
Yes.
Did you buy it?
I wanted to so bad.
You should have at least stolen it.
Well, then they went out. Peace. You guys are going out of business.
I mean, it's
anyways.
Alaska. I mean,
I know.
come on.
I mean, they were going out of business anyways. And I'm like, oh, dude.
Yeah.
But it was like, it was an outrageous price.
Right.
It was like $400.
Yeah.
And I'm like, even in Alaska money, that's a lot. You know, it was like, everything was expensive, but it was like, you guys are smoking too much ganja up here, man. Like, that's too much.
Yes.
And but it took me back, like, as soon as I saw, like, just the box.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God.
Because that had to have been what? When was that? Like 87, 88, something like that?
God.
Had to have been.
86, 85?
Yeah. I know the NES came out in 86, I believe.
Okay, so
it was probably around, year two. I don't remember, dude. It's one of the last times I can remember going to your house to hang out. And I know we were really young. It might have even been in a birthday party. I remember we played Clue.
Oh, God.
The board game Clue, because I think it was your birthday party, because I think somebody
86.
got you Clue as a present, and then we all played. I don't remember what other kids were there, but I remember we played Clue.
Yeah.
And I remember going home and telling my parents, "Oh, we got this really cool game. We got to buy it," and we ended up getting it ourselves so we could play
really?
it. Yeah.
Dang, that's
Yeah.
funny. Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah, I remember us doing that. But it's like the Sega. That was
gnarly.
Yeah.
And that's the only time in my life I've ever played one. Mm-hmm. To this day, I still have never played another one ever.
Well, then we even had the big pedal, like the big arcade style joystick.
Yes.
It's like, oh my God.
And you didn't realize it at first. You took it for granted.
You know? It's like, dang.
So when you go home after this, make sure you thank your mom for getting you the Sega.
I will. We still talk about it. You know?
So funny, dude.
Anyways, I know we got other.
Yeah, let's hit it. Let's get in some politics here. So, I mean, I don't even know where to start with this. There's so much happening with everything with Trump and the. I mean, do you follow politics at all? Are you kind of a who cares kind of person, or do you actually pay attention at all?
I pay attention enough to know what's going on.
Okay.
And it's almost like blood sport now. Yeah. You know, it really is, and it's to the point where there's people that I won't engage with. There's some that I will, like if they feel differently than I do and all that kind of stuff. And
who won't you engage with? Like what kind of people you mean? Like
people that just
hostile.
Yeah, like if they turn on, you know, like anti anything. Yeah, I'm done. Like, I'm out. You know, and it's because to me it's like I want to be able to have a conversation.
Yes. Without
things getting out of hand. Right. You know, yelling and screaming and all that kind of stuff. But it seems like today, unfortunately, that's kind of where everybody wants to go. Yeah. And everybody wants to be offended about something. They all want to be offended, even on other people's behalf. Right. And it's like, why? Yes. Why? Right. You got enough going on in your life. You don't need to be offended on someone else's behalf because they're liberal or conservative or middle of the road or like, God forbid you be, you know, somewhere in the middle. Like, oh man. Right. Oh, well, you can be influenced this way. Right? Yes, I can. It's called being open-minded. Yes. Imagine that concept. Whoa. Woo. You know, there's a new one. But I love the people that, like, you know, I had gotten to know and it was very unclear where I sat, and they never knew.
Yeah.
And then when you do tell them where you sit, and they're like, "Oh."
I guess we can't be friends anymore.
Well, we're having a party, but you can come at 8. Everybody else is coming at 6.
Yes.
What do you mean? Oh, the party's over at 8:30. Okay.
You'll be there just in time for someone to punch you in the face because they don't like your beliefs.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, and I can't remember who it was, what we were talking about, and you know, this is years ago. This is like 15 years ago. And I mean, I align more on the right than I do on the left.
Sure.
It's
Yeah.
like, I get it. It's a byproduct of living in California. Mm-hmm. The majority of the people here align on the left. It's like, okay, that's fine. I'm not, nothing against it.
Yeah.
You know, but I think the thing that intrigues me the most is that there's been just a almost barbaric, kind of like a barbaric version of how people handle each other, you know, and it's almost to the point where, like, if you don't believe the way I do, that you know, not only can we not talk, we can't hang out, we can't be seen together, we can't associate, you know, it's like all of that stuff would go into it, and it's like, why? I'm not that kind of guy. Like, I would rather sit and talk to someone that I have nothing in common with.
Right.
Like my friend that didn't believe in God. Like, I loved talking to him because it was a great challenge.
Yes.
You know, it's like, okay, to his point, like, he would almost take it too far. Like,
Right.
I'm Lucifer incarnate is what he would say. And it's like, okay, but I think that people view political differences that way.
Yeah.
Like, you're literally the devil if you don't believe in everything that this particular person
Well, that's
says.
what they've been saying about Trump. He's literally the devil. He's literally Hitler.
Right.
I mean, they're not saying he has done things that we feel is Hitlerian. No, he is Hitler.
Right.
He is literally the reincarnation of Hitler.
Right.
I'm like,
I can't get behind any of that.
No.
I can't. And it's not because I'm more conservative. It's just I can't get behind that, and I can't get behind the same feeling and the same, you know, excitement going the other way. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say, like, every liberal is a devil.
Right.
You know, like, I can't do that. I can't. It's like...
Well, because they're not.
Yeah, it's like we need that balance. We need the one to say, okay, we need defense on this side, and I'd say, in general, not always, but in general, the right is better at defense, taking care of, you know, stuff that keeps us safe.
Yes.
You know, left is more touchy-feely. Let's, like, do some of the social programs.
Right.
We need both.
Yes.
Right? And so, am I against everything that's on the left? No.
Right.
No, because we've made some decent progress. Now, in the guise of progress, we've almost gone to the point where it's like you've beat people down.
Yeah.
And I think the public has kind of finally figured out that it's like you can't keep saying something over and over and over and over and over, and then where's the substance?
Right.
Because I think that's what's happened for a long time. And being on the public affairs side, I know command messages. I know what that sounds like. I know what it feels like because I used to create them.
Right.
And so it's kind of a good BS detector. You know, it's like, you know, was I really good at it all the time? No. I made mistakes, like when I do interviews with the news and all that kind of stuff. And some of them were pretty funny and some of them weren't. But I'd say largely you could smell it. You can smell agenda.
Yeah.
And I think we're living in a time where I think the bloodhounds that can smell the agenda have smelt it, and they've kind of been saying, like, hey, something stinks.
Right.
But then no one wants to admit that it stinks.
Yeah.
They just want to stay in the stink.
Right.
And it's like, bro,
why do you think that is? Is it like a matter of, like, we can't admit defeat, or like we can't admit we were wrong?
I largely think that it's a pride-based thing, irrespective of the pride movement, but it's more...
Yes, different kind of pride.
Right. Like, I think it's a literal human pride problem. And it's like, okay, well, I would rather listen to myself than listen to you. I mean, it's literally like an alcoholic. Like we have alcoholic politics is what I've kind of compared it to before.
Sure.
And people, no, that's not true. And I was like, okay, well, why do you think this way? Like, why do you really think this way? Like, what do you really think is going on?
And that's the good questions to ask.
Right. And it's like, well, and I've got one guy in my RV park that I love. He's a good dude. And I let him vent all the time. But he wants to vent against everything I believe in.
Does he know you believe in it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Which is even better.
Yeah.
Because then it's like, I just let him go.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm like,
right.
Dude, this is hilarious. You know? Well, I know you feel like this. And I'm like, do you know? Do you really know how I feel? And it's like, well, yeah, but I know that this is how you feel. And
right.
Do you?
Yeah.
You've never asked me.
But see, it doesn't matter for a lot of people because they think they'll think to themselves, all I need to know is what you believe, and then it will tell me everything I need to know about you. Right. Or even better, all I need to know is who you voted for.
Right.
And that will tell me everything I need to. There's certain people that think if you voted for Trump, that means you are a white supremacist. There's no question about it for them. Right. Like there's nothing you can say to demonstrate that you're not a white supremacist. If they say, did you vote for Trump? Well, yeah. Well, then you are. Right. There's no other way around it. And I'm like, dude, how does that make sense?
It's just garbage mentality. Yeah. And I think the thing that gets me is I actually marched in his inaugural.
Really?
2016, yeah.
Wow, dude.
The Coast Guard came and they asked if anybody wanted to, and it was so funny how they asked. It was like, first they sent the email that said, hey, if anyone's interested, you can volunteer. We're not going to tell you have to do this. I'm like, no one would do it on order anyways. Like, what's the sanity in that? You know, it's like, so they asked, they were like, does anyone want to just volunteer and do it and be a part of the march? You know, and it was like, yeah, I'll do it. I'll never get this chance again. Yeah. Because I never got to do any of the other ones. Yeah. So I'm like, dude, I'm here. I'm in DC. Yeah. Like, let's do it.
So to you, it didn't really matter who was president. You would have done it.
I would have done it
regardless.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like if it was Obama, I would have done it. Yeah. I mean, would I want to shake his hand, all that stuff? I don't know. I mean,
sure. I would. I mean, just to say I did it. I want my picture shaking Obama's hand. Right. Even though I disagree with a lot of his policies, but I think it'd be cool. Hey.
It would. And I say that in jest because to me, it's you're not seeing the person, you're seeing the office. Yes. Right? Right. And I think that's what we're losing. We're losing that. We're losing the fact that, and they're not royalty. Right. I know that, but we're losing that. We're almost making the president into something that they were never intended to be. You know, and I think a lot of the thing that grieves me is I think what we're seeing is a lot of people that say, you know, they'll find fault in someone for any reason, right? Right. And I'm not even talking current. I'm talking past to present, sure, and even to the future. They're trying to go that far, and that's fine. But they'll see the fault in something, and it's like, well, then anything and everything that person accomplished means nothing. So, like, to draw a comparison, it's kind of like, okay, well, I'm a garbage person because I was an alcoholic. Right. Right. Doesn't matter that I've gone through recovery and bridged. Right. They just see your past. Right. And I think people do that to the extent that it's like, well, you know, like I forget the phrase that people were throwing around all the time, but it was like, you know, old white men, you know, that created the country and all that stuff. And it's like, okay, well, dial that back a second. Is there a chance that those people saw enough future cast at that point that they said, you know what, we're going to build something no one's ever built. Right. We can't handle it today because we don't have the mental capacity nor the resources to make it what it should be. But I think if we pass it along, it's going to emerge and change into the thing that we're kind of envisioning right now. Right. You know, and it's like, yeah, I mean, America's got crazy flaws, like insane flaws.
But see, nobody's claiming otherwise, and that's right. Like if I make a statement like America's the greatest country to live in, or something like that, people think that I'm saying that it has no problems. There's nothing that needs to be changed. There's no room for improvement. We are the perfect nation. Right. back up because we got it all, baby. Mm-hmm. No, I'm not saying that at all.
No.
I'm just saying when I look at all the different places in the world, as far as the freedoms and the government and all this stuff, this is where I want to be.
Right.
I mean, I can list for you all a lot of problems I see with our country, for sure. But I'm not looking for perfection.
No.
And it's the same thing with the presidency, by the way. That's my exact thing. When I say that, I voted for Trump over Kamala.
Right.
I am by no means saying that I think Trump is a great person, that he's flawless, that he doesn't have any past demons or even current demons or any of that stuff. Right. That's not what I'm saying.
Right.
What I'm saying is I would rather live in a country under him than under Kamala Harris.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
It's not a love letter.
Yes.
Like, my vote wasn't a love letter to this person. You know, and I think someone explained that to me one time, and I was like, that's exactly how I feel.
Right.
And I'm on board with that. And like, to me, it's, if you demonstrate substance, like real substance, you know, and what I would love to do, if I had a means to do this, I would love to go back and see, like, the people. Imagine if you had, like, everybody's Facebook feeds from, like, 2014.
Ooh.
Right? Imagine this. Just imagine this concept for me. Imagine you had everybody's...
Zuckerberg's got him, man. I'm sure he could bring him up for us.
But imagine, because Trump was doing The Apprentice.
Yeah. Everybody loved him back then.
Right. Remember?
Yeah.
Oh, man, savage. Remember, that was like the key term.
You're fired.
He was so savage on this. Man, he fired up doing this.
Yes.
That girl was out of here.
He was all about it. And the whole rap community was always rapping about Trump and how, he's the guy I want to be like, you know?
So I would love to go back to all their feeds and see what changed.
Yes.
In the last 10 years.
Right.
Because it's because this is how fickle people have gotten. And I think that's kind of more the thing that it's like, okay, well, I don't really have to take a stand.
Right.
I don't have to defend anybody. I don't have to do any of that stuff. That's not my thing.
Right.
But what I will say is, when I did do the march, like, we go by freezing cold day.
Oof.
And I'm in my Bravos, like the dress blues.
Yeah.
And
is this like January?
Yeah.
It was January 6th?
January. So
okay.
I mean, it was freezing. I mean, and they were like, okay, guys, well, we're going to put our jackets on. And I was like, all right, cool. Everybody's on board. We all got the trench coats. We're putting them on. And some moron all of a sudden says, hey, it would look a lot better if we're showing off all of our medals and everything else.
And no!
All of us were just doing this the whole time. We were like, no, please, no.
Right.
And like, for those that can't see, like, yes, I was kind of doing the Greek salute. But it's like, you can't do that. Like, don't do this to us. Like, it's freezing.
Yeah.
We're standing out there for 3 hours waiting for our chance to go.
And this is standing, not even moving to keep the blood flowing or anything.
Just standing, waiting for 3 hours. And I'm like, oh my God, why did I volunteer for this? Why? Well, there was a reason. After we marched through, you look, everybody looks, the person salutes, whatever, we go right past him. He was maybe me to the front door, like maybe 20 feet.
Okay.
All right. Kind of cool.
Yeah.
Kind of cool that you're that close to the future president.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is kind of cool.
Right.
So then we finish up the march. We're all dying. I mean, like, this is like shaking.
Yes.
Because we're so cold.
Yes.
And then it was like, all right, there's 6 different, like, venues. Big, huge venues. I mean, like, mammoth, like, bigger than Home Depot and Walmart venues. And they were all after parties for the march.
Dang.
Oh, dude. It was, and I'm telling you, I saw every form categorically of kind of person you would see in America in there.
Nice.
Black, white, Mexican.
Yeah.
Guatemalan.
Green?
Indian.
Green people? Any aliens in there?
Well, there were a few congressmen in there, so yes. So yeah, there were probably some aliens in there.
Yeah.
But I saw everybody. It was not like what everybody kept telling me. Oh man, it's just all it's going to be is a bunch of white dudes.
Yes.
In there. Why are you doing this? And I'm like, and I remember asking this Indian guy. I was like, why are you here?
Right.
You're not supposed to be here. Kind of joking. Like, just joking with him. And he's
like you're not saying he shouldn't be there. You're saying most people wouldn't assume to see you here, kind of thing. Right.
And but the things that I was hearing don't line up with the things that were said.
Yeah.
And it was a mind-blowing experience, because then it's like I'm starting to see of course, then him and Melania came out and they were dancing in front of us.
Right.
Literally 100 yards from me.
Yeah.
So they had to clear us. They had to do all the, background check and all that stuff.
Did you go ask if you could cut in?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, but I mean, they were up on this tall stage and
yeah,
it was really cool. But so I'm seeing all this stuff and I'm like, there were women that I knew they were lesbians and that kind of stuff. I'm like, so why are you here?
Yeah.
I thought you guys weren't supposed to support him and all that kind of stuff. And I'm asking the questions because I'm curious.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, I wouldn't get the chance. I wouldn't get the chance otherwise. And I'm like, well, that's exactly why I'm here. It's like,
okay.
I wouldn't really get the chance to be near a president.
So they weren't really supporting him. They were just there to be there.
I think so.
Okay.
And, I mean, and at the same time, I'm like, well, one of my friends, she met him. Mm-hmm. He was coming through the hallway, like there was a tunnel, and she had to stand guard with, the rest of the service. There was the Navy, Air Force, all the rest of them. And she's standing there, and he comes through the line, and he's like, oh, look at you. He's like talking to everybody as he came through, and he looked at her, and he goes, oh, wow. He's like, Coast Guard, huh? And he's like, I'm just kind of curious. So he stopped, and he talked to her, and he's like, I know who the other services are, really. He's like, but I'm not really familiar with the Coast Guard, and I'm not trying to be mean to you.
Yeah. But of course he picks a woman to talk to about it.
Well,
in typical Trump fashion, right?
Well, yeah, and I mean,
hey there.
But the photo was great because, like, you see, and it's like if you look from where he was standing, where she's standing, and then everybody that's behind her, she was the lowest ranked person in the whole room.
Oh wow.
The whole room. She was at E4 at the time.
So she's probably like, wow, he's actually talking to me?
Right. And
what's
so
the odds?
He came up and he's like, hey, I really just want to thank you for what you do. I really appreciate all this stuff. And she told me everything that he said. And I was like, how'd that make you feel?
Yeah.
And she's like, to be honest, it changed everything. Because he could have easily just went and talked to the generals and the admirals.
Yeah.
But he chose to talk to her, the lowest person on the totem pole.
Right.
And it was like...
Seems kind of weird for someone who's misogynistic and hates women.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, did you feel intimidated? And she's like, well, I mean, it's the president, And
Right.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, he's literally our commander-in-chief.
Not just the president, but somebody who's been a celebrity for 30 plus years. That we all know who this guy is anyway.
Yeah. And so she was like, actually, it was a really nice conversation. And I was like, that's weird because you don't think that, you don't hear that.
Right.
And, so we were, I remember sharing a beer with her talking about that stuff, and it was just a cool perspective to get. Yeah. Because it's like he's not a monster like they portray.
Right.
And
right.
To me it's so I don't pay attention to the noise, if that makes sense, like when it comes to politics and all that kind of stuff.
By the noise you mean like the loud stuff you see on the news, like is that because you think that's like a minority? Like they're just, for some reason, they keep pushing that, even though that's not the majority of the people that feel that way. Like the people that are saying Trump is Hitler.
Right.
I recognize that that's a very small percentage of the population, whether you're on the right or the left, that actually believes that.
Right. And
but that's what they show us on the news because they want us to think that that's everybody.
Yeah, and it's right. And I think if you put enough money behind something, you can make the message whatever you want. And
yes.
I know this.
Yeah.
Like I know that you're driving
right.
certain things, and you can cut things. You can splice things a certain way to where it sounds the way you want it.
Yeah.
And so there's a part of me that I'm always suspect. Mm-hmm. Always.
Right.
Like when it comes to anything on the news, when it comes to anything, because I've seen behind the curtain. Like I've seen what they do. I've seen how they've treated me in an interview.
Yeah.
And it's like I said that, but I didn't. That's the clip you're gonna take.
Right.
And a good example was. There was a cruise ship, I don't know if you remember this one, off of San Diego, that they had the sewer problem.
No, I don't remember that.
Shut down, and they had like a sewer backup, and the
See,
sewer...
this is why I don't go on cruises, because if something happens, you're stuck.
Yes.
Like when COVID, and they had the whole people were stuck out there. They couldn't dock because of COVID. Well, I tell my wife, I'm never going on a cruise. No. She wants to go on a cruise. I'm like, they scared me to death.
Yeah. I mean, you have the threat of dying in the water. So, I mean, there's that too.
Which is a huge fear, because I can't swim.
Well, you better learn.
Yes.
You better learn.
I know,
you
something.
Know where
but anyway,
lifeboats are.
Yes.
Yes. Wear your life jacket. Anyways, there's my PSA for today.
Yeah. So anyway, sewage problem on the...
they had a sewage problem on this thing. They're stuck out in the ocean. They didn't want them to come to the dock because they were literally full of poop. And it was like, look, we can't do this. And so they're like, well, yeah, but can't you guys just go out there and rescue them? And it's like, there's 1,500 people on that thing. It's like, one, they're not in distress. They have a stinky problem, but they're not in distress.
It's not life-threatening.
Yeah, they're not dying. Like, they can literally poop off the side if they have to. It's like, put it in a pan and whoop, pitch it off. But it was like, they were making it sound like these people were in, like they were swimming in it. Right. And it's like, no, something's going on. So the news was pumping the story that way, like the sewage. Yeah. And, so then all of a sudden they're doing an interview with me, and they said, well, doesn't the Coast Guard have big cutters that can go in there and drag them back in? And I was like, well, actually, we did towing drills, between our larger cutters. And so, of course, they led that into the clip. Mm-hmm. And it was like, what? No, so I'm getting calls from all kinds of people, like everybody in the public affairs world is calling me, blowing up my phone, bro, we don't tow in cruise ships, man. Like, I was like, I know, man.
Like, no, Matt said it. Oh, he's an authority on these things.
So I'm getting just beat up, left side, right side, and it was like, so I can see how, if you're in the spotlight that, like, the sky looks a little purple today. Oh man, like, that's it, like. That's it. The guy's a climate change guy. It's like, it's just like...
This is why I will never, ever, ever talk to the press about anything. Not that I would ever be asked, but if I ever was, I would know. Because I know that as soon as you leave, you're going to twist what I'm saying to fit your narrative. Well, I don't care if it's right-leaning or left-leaning media. Either you completely publish... every word I say, or it's nothing.
Right. And seeing in that, so that's why you get into command messaging, right? So you say, you just repeat the same thing that you want them to hear, over and over. Okay. So literally, like, your strategy is their strategy in reverse. Mm-hmm. And it was hilarious. I remember, we would draft up talking points. It'd be like a sheet, like you got there, and it would just say, like, okay, these are the things that you can say, nothing else. Nothing, you're not allowed to stray from this. And it's oh, really? Yeah. Like, this is what talking in the news is like?
This is no fun.
This is weird. Yeah. It was kind of dumb to me. It was like, can I just ad-lib a little bit?
It's like, what's the point then?
Right. Yeah. Like, if you ask me a question, well, I can't answer that, but I can tell you this. That was 99.9% of the responses. It's like, I'm never going to answer your question, but I'll tell you what I'm going to tell you anyways. Right. And I'm like, this is dumb. Yeah. It's kind of dumb. Yeah. And I'm not detracting from what I did, because there were some good things. There were some really good campaigns that we did, and we did save lives and things like that.
Well, did you guys pull the cruise ship in or not?
Heck no. Heck no. They were gonna sit in their poop, It's like, but the thing was, it was like we were working with them. We were working with the cruise lines and all that stuff in the background, and some of it wasn't. It was like, we're not going to publicize what we were doing because there was nothing to really do.
Couldn't you have just gotten a really good plumber, threw him on a jet ski, and just went out there and put him on the boat?
I know. Get him on the helicopter and drop him off.
Something?
Yeah, like, here you go,
could have just fixed the problem while they're at sea.
I know. Well, and then I think the thing that was even funnier was, like, the clip that they showed. I forget what they said they did, but man, this was like 2010, 2009. And the woman that I was doing the interview with, she was really cool, and like, I knew her. Like, I had talked to this reporter multiple times, and she always did me fine. Like, she was always doing great stuff for me. And I could never get, like, people to sign on to do interviews. It was like, hey, we've got a reporter coming. Oh, we don't want to talk to them. We don't want nothing to do with the news.
They get a bad rap.
Right. So then now I'm, like, fighting on the news's behalf to get them on board the station and talk to the people and talk to the whatever. Yeah. Best thing ever, though, this gal comes in, and she was smoking hot. I mean, just like, all right, dang. Yeah. And I couldn't
she was a reporter?
Yeah. Okay. And I couldn't get anyone to do an interview. So I said, I was like, hey, can you just meet me at the station? And she's like, what do you mean? I was like, just do me a solid. Just meet me there.
Yeah.
And like all of a sudden, like, you know, I get people coming out of the woodwork. Hey, I'll do the interview.
Once they saw her?
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
Dude, I had people that hated me because I would always go and ask, and they're like, oh, here he comes.
That's
you
too
know,
funny.
And it was like, I said, hey, and I forget her name, but
Yeah.
it was like, for my going away gift, like one of the guys at my, in the department, he got a picture of her, had her sign it for me, you know, love so-and-so,
Nice.
whatever.
Did she know what was going on? Did she think that was funny?
Oh yeah, she thought it was hilarious.
She knew that they only wanted to talk to her because she was beautiful?
I even told her. I was just straight honest with her. I was like, I told her, I was like, if you send that dude, you're not getting a story.
Right.
And she's like, what are you talking about? I was like,
Yeah.
I was like, look, I love you, you know, I love you. I just want you to come here. It's really just a selfish thing. And she was like, what? I was like, just do me a solid and show up. And dude, it was hilarious. Like we're walking in, and it was like all of a sudden you saw like dudes and chicks like coming out of the woodwork. Like, hey, who's here? Like I want to do the interview, and it's like, where were you 2 weeks ago? Where were you when I sent the email that said we got a reporter coming on board?
Yeah.
And they were like, what?
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, it to me, I had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I really did in my career, and it's, you know, as much as I would bash it, I loved it.
That part's all behind you now.
Oh yeah.
You're not going to do that anymore.
No, God no. It's well, it's. I think. Well, I got into Embry-Riddle at the Aeronautical University.
Okay.
And it's hard even saying Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, but I got into school. I'm working on a master's in aviation safety science, and
that's what you're doing in Arizona.
Yeah, it's right in Prescott. It's like on the other side, so I commute. You know, it's like
which isn't pronounced Prescott.
No, it's
Prescott. And they're really quick to tell you that.
Yeah, like brisket, Prescott.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And I tell them, well, maybe if you wouldn't spell it like Prescott, people would stop pronouncing it that way.
Yes.
If you want it to be Prescott, spell it like mesquite.
Right.
But with press.
Right.
Presquite.
Right. Yeah. So right. To me, it's an anomaly.
Yeah.
But you know, like I've been doing the school thing for a year and a half now, and hoping, fingers crossed, graduate next term.
And this will be your first master's or your second?
First. Oh yeah. Only.
You're not quite an overachiever to get two of them.
No, God, no.
Yeah.
No. It's
those guys are show-offs, if you ask me.
I know. Well,
so I have 4 doctorates.
Oh, dude.
You can call me doctor.
Well, that's what I said. Like, the one guy, like, there's one instructor, I love him to death, but, like, when he lists, you know, when you do the intro, like, you like, this is me, and this is who I am, and this is what I like to do, these are my dogs, and this is this.
Right.
Then he goes, like, he had a whole slide of all of the articles that he published. Wow. 37 articles, all of them listed. And then he had all of his degrees from junior high, high school.
I won the spelling bee in second grade.
Oh yeah. Oh no. I mean, it was like graduated with honors, graduated with honors, graduated with honors, graduated with honors plus.
Even if that was true of me, I would not want that all out. Like, I would not want that to be my introduction.
No.
I'd be like, look, just say Ryan's here to talk to you.
Right.
That's all I need.
Right.
That's all I need you to say.
Stark difference, mind you, from when I started the first master's program up in Juneau. I was trying to do this public admin, not public affairs. It's totally different. Public admin is basically you're going to become a civil servant.
Yeah.
Not for this guy.
No.
Not at all. No. Like, not even close. No. But I took a few classes thinking, let me get the GI Bill rolling, see how that goes, give me some extra money.
Yeah.
Great idea. The one woman had as much credential, probably more. I think she had 4 doctorates. And I'm like, God bless. Yeah. Like, is all you do school? Like, is that all you do?
You're a professional student.
Right. And but call me Kathy.
Yeah.
Really? Like, Doc? You don't want... At least Doc? Like, that would make me feel more comfortable. Yeah. And I was like, I'm a rank-based guy. Like, can I at least say Doc? And she's like, absolutely not, Matthew. Right. I was like, first and foremost, it's Matt.
You're like, oh, my mom calls me Matthew.
Well, that's what I said.
And even then, only when I'm in trouble.
Oh, yeah. No, that's what I said. And she goes, we're going to get along famously. And I was like, you know what? And it was funny because I'm like, it's so weird when you see people in the civilian world that are pomp and circumstance.
Right.
because you're used to it in the military. When you see it in the civilian world, it's weird. It's like, you're ranking me right now with your degrees? Like, really?
Not crazy.
Like, you need Jesus.
Yeah.
You need Jesus.
Then you can throw a Christian on the list of your titles,
right?
You know? Yeah.
Like, well, that's what I said.
I have a doctorate now in theological studies, you know?
It's like, how does this even happen? Well, there's one guy, and I love him. He's so smart. I mean, like, to the point where you can feel the condescension in the conversation.
Right.
He's the same age as us.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why do I feel like you're old?
Yeah.
Like, I get we're old, but I mean, like, he makes me
He acts old.
Right. He makes me feel like
we still act like we're young. That's why.
And I was like, he's like, well, what are you really doing here? And I'm like, what? Just trying to get an education. Like, what do you mean?
No, but like, really?
Yeah, no, and I mean, it was like, we had to have like an hour chat about why I'm here. And I'm like, I mean, I should have just told him I'm here to pick up chicks.
Yeah. Then he wouldn't have talked to him anymore. He goes, I knew it.
Yeah, right.
See,
like,
I knew it.
If I validated what he really thought, I mean, I probably would have walked out with a laugh at least. Yeah. Like, oh well, we're not going to endorse your program.
Right.
You know, it's like.
Right.
But it was always like he always has the hands like folded like Mr. Burns.
Mr. Burns.
Oh, dude.
Excellent.
I know we're way off the politics thing.
Yeah. No, this is all politics.
To me, but it to me, honestly, it makes sense with how I view it. Is even similar to the school thing and to the politics. It's like, okay, I care, but I don't care.
Right.
And
but you do care about things that affect your life personally.
Correct.
Right. So again, kind of back to the election. That's why I vote the way I vote. I vote for the world I want to live in, not for the personality of the person I'm voting for.
Right.
To where I've noticed that people that fall on the left tend to be the opposite. Like, they cannot get past the personality of Trump and the hurt feelings, things that he says, and the things he did 30 years ago.
Right.
They can't get past it. They're like, I could never vote for this guy ever.
Right.
And I'm like, you do understand that if he gets in office, your life's going to be better than under Kamala also.
Right.
No, it won't. No, there's no way. And I'll say, well, why? Well, because he's this and he's that. No, even if that stuff's true,
right,
none of that affects your personal life. Think about that for a minute.
Right.
Like, let's say he really is a racist, homophobic, misogynistic, guy who sleeps with porn stars. Some of that's true.
Right.
But let's say all of that's true.
Right.
How does that affect your day-to-day life?
Exactly.
Nothing.
Like,
not at all.
The guy that you're working with,
zero,
that's doing the same thing.
Yes, right.
That you love,
but he does his job right, so that's why he's still there.
Exactly.
Yes.
And so, and
yeah,
I'll make that point, and 100% on board with you on that. And it's, to me, I think what's really interesting is that yes, there's a lot of that, and it's like, if I can be louder, if I can make more noise, then that means that my point is better. Not true.
Yeah.
It's never been true.
Well, that's why I hate debates.
Right.
Because a lot of times debates, you'll listen to them and whoever kind of keeps cutting the other guy off and he's louder and they say, oh, that guy totally won the debate. And I say, well, really, what did he say that countered what this guy had to say?
Yeah.
This guy made a presentation. You tell me what this guy over here said, even though he was loud. But what did he say that, like, made you think what this guy said was false? Right.
And a good historical point on this would be, and I used to use this in training for risk communication, would be the Kennedy-Nixon debate. So there was two camps, right, back then. You had the people that watched it on TV, and then you had the people that listened to it on the radio.
Right, right.
So people on the radio all said that Nixon won. Because they're hearing the substance of what he's saying.
Yes.
The people that are watching it said Kennedy won because they're seeing him. He looks younger.
Yes.
He's got a different poise.
Right. His delivery was different.
His delivery was
better.
And so all they were hearing was what they wanted to hear.
Right.
They didn't hear Nixon with actual good foreign policy and legit thoughts.
Yeah.
They heard,
isn't that amazing?
He looks dreamy.
Yes.
And case in point goes to Nixon looked clammy. He really did. He was tired. He was probably, I think they said he was like sick.
Yeah.
And so he went to the debate looking worse
Right.
than Kennedy. Kennedy was in California, driving a drop top, getting tan.
Yeah.
So he looks good on TV.
Yeah.
Nixon doesn't. They voted for what they saw,
Right.
not what they heard.
Yeah.
Big difference.
Yeah.
And that's fact. That's something
Right.
that
It's fascinating, too.
It's
Yeah.
insane because you're like,
Yeah.
okay, well, do we do that today?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No, I have a friend who, when he listens, like if someone will say, "Oh, you got to hear this sermon. Mm-hmm. This is the greatest sermon ever." This guy, man, he says that he won't listen to the sermon. Mm-hmm. He'd rather read the transcript.
Ooh.
Because he doesn't want the person's like personality, like his, like if he's just real, and that's it, and he's talking like in a way that's really keeping me, oh man, this guy's getting me excited. Yeah, but what is he saying?
Right.
That's when you're listening to a sermon, that's the part that really matters. But we have so many pastors these days that are so charismatic, and they're moving their hands around and they're smiling and they're doing all this stuff. We just say, oh man, that guy's great.
Yeah.
Well, what did you learn from the scripture that you didn't already, like, how did you grow in the Lord? Oh, I don't know.
Sounded great.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Right.
Yeah, right.
That
To where if you
great.
read it, then you can say, oh man, where he explained, John 4:17 like this. Wow.
Yeah.
Look at that, man. And it's more about the word itself than it is the presentation.
Right.
So, but that's why I had never actually heard what you just said, and that's fascinating.
You have to look it up.
I will now.
You really
Yeah.
should. I mean,
yeah.
it's one of those, like, if you write that down, look that one up because that's a good one.
Yeah.
I could go on and on with different examples of
Yes.
it. And the problem is that people, especially when I was qualified as a risk communication instructor, and that was a public information team that I was on, and it was a tough gig for me because we traveled all the time.
Yeah.
And like I was gone 186 days of the year. I mean, just always, like I was home long enough to mow the grass and then hop on the plane and go.
Right.
It was fun because we got to do oil spills and hurricanes, and hurricane oil spills both, or flooding, like crazy cool stuff. And
Right.
I go back and I look up my name, and there's some really cool events I got to go to, and really cool people I met. But at the end of the day, it's like there was a certain political aspect to it, and then there was also the real aspect of it.
Right.
So like if you looked at what the news was saying about what we were doing, oh man, these guys are idiots.
Yeah.
They don't know their head from a hole in the ground,
Right,
all
right.
that kind of stuff. And
Yeah.
then you're like, come in and see what we're doing. Like we would invite the news in and show them, and it's like, then they go, wow, well, we can't fault you.
Right.
Because you're being transparent. You're literally showing them like what you're
Right.
doing, what your teams are doing, so then they would be like, well, you guys are great. Everybody else is an idiot, and then you guys are great,
Right.
and so you would see that, and it's like, so we would always try to tell the other organizations that you guys need to get on board with being transparent in this way.
Yeah.
And so that's what we would train. And so we, doing the risk communication stuff, it was like, we'd use those examples, or we'd explain why people get fearful in certain circumstances. And a great example was the train wreck up in Paulston, New Jersey. They had a chemical that released from the train
Oh, I
cars.
remember that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it's every parent's nightmare.
Yes.
You got your kids at school. Well, they lock the school down.
Yeah.
And the kids are trapped in this chemical environment.
Right.
We don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Could mutate into the Hulk or something while they're in
Right.
there.
Well, so then of course, luckily I didn't go to this response, but they sent one of the knuckleheads that I worked with up there, and it was like, hey, we're going to do a town hall, and we always told people don't do a town hall,
Right.
because it becomes like you're literally setting yourself up for
That's where
war.
people can ask questions, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're setting yourself up for war because you set up a table, or you have a podium, mic, all that stuff, and it's literally us versus them.
Right.
And all it takes is one question, and it's done.
Yeah.
Like you're done. You've
Yeah.
lost all credibility.
Right.
And
Isn't that sad though? Because you think that would be good.
you think.
But then you have these people that are asking questions because they're trying to trap you on purpose.
Right.
Right? It's like, just ask an honest question,
I was that kid in school.
Yeah.
I'd always ask the question like the teacher couldn't answer.
Yes.
And in fact, I did it last semester. It was like, Matt, you need Jesus.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where you're like, man, why'd I do that?
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's how you communicate, right?
Right.
There's ways to do it, and I'd say what we would do is we show people how to do it. Like you basically bring people in, you do like almost like a moving display, so that you could talk to someone one-on-one, and then they could move through the crowd. And it's like that's a safer way to do it to an extent. And there's 1,000 ways to do something, but I think to me, I kind of try to view conversations, whether it's political, whether it's spiritual, whether it's whatever, in the same kind of light.
Yeah, well, because it's all connected. Yeah, for sure. At least for people who are spiritual. Right.
But I'm 100% on board with you on not going down too big of a rabbit hole here, but the realness of what someone is saying is more important to me than the how they're saying it.
Right.
And
which puts you on the right.
Right.
That alone kind of puts you on right leaning.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. And I'd say, like, my pastor, his name's Jeremy, love him. Like, we have a relationship, not just like, hey, I know who he is. Right. Like, I've showed up, I know who, Pastor Jim is.
He's not just the celebrity on the stage that you see for an hour.
Like, I've hugged this man. Yeah. And like I've said, man, and the reason and why I say that is this is the change that's happened. Yeah. Like before I would just go in, get what I can, and leave. Yeah. Now it's like, okay, I want to stand around, talk, listen, and go, you know what, man? Like, you've really nailed that. Like you made an impact. I'll never forget. Like, this was not last Christmas, but the one before. Mm-hmm. He got up there and he was like, I'm going to be honest, I hate Christmas. Yeah. I was like,
I'm with him.
My man.
Yeah, okay.
This is my dude right here. and it's like, because I'm like, I'm reeling back crazy memories. Pop died on Christmas. I hate this holiday. Yeah. And so when he's up there, he's talking about his mom died of cancer.
Not on Christmas.
No.
Oh, that would have been way too gnarly.
Oh, God. If there was that connection, we'd be like joined at the hip at this point, I remember it was like, dude, this dude's on fire right now. And I remember him just saying, he just took off the clothes for like 1 minute and said, look, this is who I am, raw. Mm-hmm. Right. I don't like this. Yeah. I was literally on the edge of my seat the whole sermon. And it was like, the only thing the Holy Spirit came into me and said, you just need to go up and give him a hug. Yeah. Really?
Like right then?
Yeah, I was like...
Like during the sermon?
No. Just like, it was like...
You're like, stop!
Yeah, wait
a second!
Got something for you?
Yeah.
No, but it was like afterward, I waited. I waited until everybody got out of the whole place. And it was like just me and him. Yeah. I'm like, hey, Jeremy, I hate to even do this or even ask you, but can I just give you a hug? Yeah. He's like, of course.
What if he's like, no, get away from me, you weirdo?
Well, yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, no. And I was like, no, man. So we hugged, and he's like, what's up, man? I was like, you just nailed it. Yeah. You nailed how I have felt for the past 18 years. Right. Why I drank all the time. Right. And he goes, that's the most real response. Yeah.
All right, dude. Let's dive in here. So I want to hear about the origins. Like, so you mentioned let me gather my thoughts here. Okay. So, how far back for you does your Christian belief go? Like, were you a kid? Like, were your parents Christians growing up, or like? Because I had no idea if that was. Like, were you guys churchgoers?
Oh yeah.
When I knew you as a kid.
Yeah. Like we went to First Christian when it was back over by Big Five, over on Chapel or whatever street it is. Okay. Way over there. Yeah. It's now Vineyard Church. Yeah. And it's run by Eddie Boasso. Family friends actually. Okay. But yeah, we were going there, and it's so cool because I went to that church with him running it. Oh, funny! It's so weird being back in like your old church. Right. It's like, what? This is weird. Right. Yeah, because when First Christian moved, I was saved. God, what year? 12, maybe like 12 or 13. Okay. Somewhere around there. Like
But you were a churchgoer before that.
Oh yeah.
Okay, that was just the moment that you decided for yourself.
Yeah, because my mom or dad, they weren't like, you have to make a decision. Right. They weren't trying to.
They don't want to force you into it.
Right. Yeah. My dad was more big on the self-actualization piece of it. Like, you know, me and him, we had some conversations, and before he died, he accepted Jesus. So, I mean, it's like I know he's up there.
Oh, like he wasn't a believer before that?
No. I mean,
But your mom was? Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Yes, and it was a very interesting dynamic growing up, because I would press my dad for his beliefs, and, you know, he knew the Bible.
Yeah.
I mean, dude knew it. Like, he knew a lot of it. And just, it was like to the point where you're like, wow. You know, he read it twice. And like, he really knew it from a logical, theological, you know, so he had all the main components.
Right.
But I think,
couldn't bring himself to believe until the end.
Yeah, and there was a part of me that I think he believed, even though he said he wasn't sure. You know, he would always say, I just don't know. I won't know until I get there. And that was kind of his thing.
Right.
I think growing up, him and his family and stuff in Georgia, they were, I know they went to church. I know that they were believers. And I think when his sister died, I think that's what switched. I think, you know, she died when she was like 20 something. And she drowned. She ended up like fainting. And as a kid, I actually had some kind of fainting episodes and all that stuff, and they were real similar, I guess.
You did as a kid?
Yeah.
Really?
And so I think it was a similar thing that she had. And maybe it was just related to puberty or something.
Yeah.
Who knows?
You haven't had it since those days?
No.
Okay.
I mean, unless it was self-induced by
right.
red Solo cup stuff. But I'd say, you know, and so, I mean, it was kind of a weird thing, because, and my mom was always like, oh, don't ever get involved with someone that doesn't believe, because it's always be like, you know, it'll always be kind of a contentious relationship.
She was speaking from experience because...
Yeah.
Okay.
And, you know, my dad, his big thing was, if you're going to say it, you better do it.
Yeah.
Like, if this is what you believe, you better act like you believe it.
Right.
And it was like, man, yeah, he's right, you know. So I was really trying, and I think it was about 15 or 16 when I first started driving. Yeah, I would drive myself to youth groups and do like the youth studies and all that stuff.
Which youth groups did you go to?
The ones at First Christian, like, they had the evening ones.
Yeah.
And it was, they had the band that, what's his name, Mike Foster.
Oh, okay.
He was the drummer for and all that.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, it was really cool because they were doing like stuff that then would be just kind of normal now. I mean, they were taking Metallica songs and turning them into Christian songs and doing stuff like that, where you're like, oh, dude, this is awesome. You know, it's like, it sounded cool.
Yeah. Have you ever heard Apologetics, the group Apologetics?
No.
Check them out. It's Apologetics with an X on the end.
Okay.
They've got like 60 some albums, but they're basically like the Christian Weird Al.
Oh, nice.
So they do that. They write parodies that are Christian, like you mentioned Metallica. They have Enter Sandman, but it's Enter Samson.
Oh, nice.
Dude,
nice.
it's brilliant, dude. And they have like Bethlehemian Rhapsody instead of Bohemian Rhapsody. Dude, they're brilliant. Their lyrics is just brilliant, the stuff he comes up with. But they do everything from... I mean, every genre of music you can think of. They do Eminem. They have Look Yourself instead of Lose Yourself. They do. I mean, it's all just great stuff, dude. Yeah. So try to look up some of that stuff.
Yeah,
but anyway,
I'm into that. You know, to me, it's like I'm into some of that stuff, and I was, even at that point, I was listening to stuff like Newsboys and you know, some of the poppy, whatever you want to call it, stuff.
Yeah, like Audio Adrenaline, Newsboys, like some of the popular stuff in that time.
Some of it really hit. Some of it was like really cool. Like I really liked it, and you know. Yeah. But there's always like a part of me that loved like the old hymns. Okay. Like the really old, like the Old Rugged Cross.
Yes.
Like, I mean, I'm talking 1800s.
The good stuff.
You know, like the stuff that...
Because it seemed like they understood who God was better than the current day worship leaders. Yes. In my opinion.
Well, they had real struggles.
Yes.
And I mean, yes, we do today.
Right. But we don't want to talk about them.
Well,
we don't want to put them in a song.
No, and then our struggles now are literally manufactured.
Right.
You know, like the stuff that people get into is because they're dumb.
Right.
and I'm saying that from experience.
It's like, it's your fault, you idiot.
Right. Like, and it's like, well, come on, God, save me. Well, stop being dumb.
Yes.
You can literally stop being dumb.
Right.
It's not hard.
Right. He saved you by giving you a book that says, stop doing that thing you're doing.
Right. And it's like, well, I don't understand why he doesn't talk to me. Why is he talking to you? Well,
right.
He literally will talk to you all day.
Right.
You just have to read it.
Right. Right. But they want a voice from heaven.
Right.
But even then, they wouldn't believe it.
No,
Like, if I heard a voice from
man.
heaven, I would check myself into the loony bin.
I'd be like, oh man,
Yeah.
was that on Netflix?
Yes.
Dang.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, something.
You know, and to me, it's like, I don't think that, you know, it's like I knew who Jesus was. I knew who God was, like based on what I had read, what I had intellectualized.
Mm-hmm.
But there was that missing component. Like I didn't know the Holy Spirit. I didn't know what he sounded like.
Right.
And
so let me stop you real quick. So do you think that? So do you think you were saved, but just didn't like have the growth and the maturity yet to understand that, or do you think you didn't get saved until you understood the element of the Holy Spirit? Like what do you think about that?
That's a good question. I'd say, like, I knew I was saved.
Okay.
I knew that just by announcing his name and saying that I believed, like, I knew I was saved.
Okay.
But I looked at it like an insurance policy.
Okay.
Like, okay, if I believe in him, great, then I'm definitely going to heaven.
Right.
Good. Check.
Okay.
Now I can go sin and do everything I want and be an idiot, and you know, he's still going to take me.
Right.
Even though I'm a beat up corpse at this point, you know, it's like he's still going to take me. You know, that was my mentality, and it was like, no matter what I did, I'll still have grace over here in the corner.
So it wasn't so much that you were living for him, you were just hoping to have that ticket to heaven for when you die.
Yeah.
It was more like just keep me out of hell kind of thing.
Pretty much. Like Charlie in a Chocolate Factory, you got the golden ticket.
Right.
You know, and it was like, all right, we're good.
Yeah.
You know, and I think it's a sad way. It's a sad way to see not just what he did and all that. And I don't dive into a lot of the cliche stuff. You know, it's like we already know because we know. Mm-hmm. Like, so I don't dive into a lot of the cliches and all that kind of stuff.
Like, what do you mean by that? Like, what kind of cliches?
Like, I don't want to beat someone up with, nor did I want to be beat up with the same message over and over. Mm. Like, I know that Christ died because it's a fact.
Right.
I don't have to debate that with someone.
Sure.
But there are people that want to.
Right.
And it's like...
Yeah. You mean it's a historical fact that a guy named Jesus died.
Right. And it's like, why are you debating that? And it's like, what is wrong with you? Like,
now, you can debate whether or not he was the Son of God and whether or not he died for the sins of mankind.
Right.
Obviously, those things aren't quote-unquote facts unless we have Scripture.
Right.
But like to an atheist, they cannot historically refute the fact that a man named Jesus lived and then he was crucified.
Right.
Right. Okay.
I mean, it's in the Quran. It's in like all these other books. And if you read the references, it's like, oh, well, he was just a prophet. He wasn't the Son of God.
Yeah.
Okay. That's how you guys view it. Mm-hmm. It's like, okay, well, let's back this truck up a little bit.
Yeah.
And I remember having a really great conversation with the guy that was Muslim. Mm-hmm. And like I was nervous because I didn't want to really dive into it very deep with him.
Why were you nervous specifically? Because did you not feel equipped to have the conversation, or?
Yeah, I didn't feel like I was qualified.
Gotcha.
And but it was a great challenge because he kind of was, he wanted to know as much about me as I wanted to know about him, and it was like, okay. And as we started talking, it was like there was nothing that I could say that was going to be as meaningful to him as he wanted. Mm. But the threat was there. And I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know why he felt the way he did or why he was uncomfortable talking to me.
Right.
And I'm like, I don't know what's going on here. And I remember saying that in my head. And I'm like, this is weird. And this is, before like I really got into the alcoholism. And so I could have these conversations over a beer or two and call it good and be like, all right, we're good.
Right.
And, and I think the overwhelming aspect of the conversation that was interesting was I said, here's something that doesn't make sense to me. Maybe you can make sense of it for me. Mm-hmm. I was like, so when Jesus came back, and he died and he resurrected and he came back, who were the first people he came back to?
Right.
And he's like, I don't know.
Well, did he even believe that he resurrected?
Well, that's the thing. And I said, so he came back to women.
Right.
Like, so
that's who he appeared to first, you mean?
Right.
Okay.
And I was like, so if we think about this from a historical perspective and you go back, if you take off your Western eyes and put on, a Middle Eastern perspective,
right,
there was no way that the Son of God would come back to women, period. Mm. They don't have any credibility. they're not even people.
In from their standpoint.
From their standpoint, they're not even qualified as human beings. They're women.
Yeah.
At least that's the way they viewed them then.
Right.
And so I said, it's interesting that he would come back, and the first people that he talked to were women. He was like, I was like, okay. I was like, so that in and of itself is a fact that you can't refute. Because then they went back and told the guys. They were like, hey, dudes, like, I don't know if you know, but bro he just came back and talked to me, and they were like, okay.
Yeah, sure he did.
Sure, lady.
What are you smoking?
Right. So it's kind of like, and if you just think that alone, it's like, okay, well, what was Jesus' purpose? It wasn't to keep men going the way men were going. It was literally to bring women up a little. Oh, well, we can't talk about that. Well, you have to.
Right.
It's like, okay, well, why didn't he allow those guys to stone the woman when she was an adulteress?
Yeah.
Because he was trying to elevate women to a different...
Well, he was also trying to show that they were no different than her. That's why he said, you who were without sin cast the first stone, and they all left.
Yeah, and it was like, he was doodling in the sand. Like, what was he putting in the sand?
Oh, I want to know so bad.
I would love to have been a fly-on-the-wall drone, if you will.
I had a pastor one time that's saying that he's like, I don't know for sure, because obviously it doesn't say, but I bet he was writing the names of all those men that had been themselves involved in adultery. Right. They're trying to say, this woman's involved in it, so are you.
Right. Or even like, hey, man, I know you were deep in the till on that register the other day. Like, right. Here you go.
Yes.
It's a little dollar sign in the... Right. Oh, there you go. Okay, bye. Yeah. You know what I mean? And it's like, to me, it's that kind of stuff where you're like, this is a different kind of person that I'm thinking of. And it's because I didn't... It's like I knew the stories, but I didn't invest in the backstories or the crunching it in. Like, okay, well, like my favorite one is in Matthew 7 where he's in the temple and he heals a guy's hand on the Sabbath.
Oh, yeah.
Favorite story in the whole book because it's like, I call it sarcastic Jesus. It's like, I know sarcasm is like probably not the right term.
No, it might be.
But it makes sense.
I hate when people try to say Jesus didn't have a sense of humor. Yes, he did.
He had a great sense of humor. They were like, you can't do this. Boop. Guess what I just did? Look at that man. He's waving to you right now. And it's like, what? Yeah. So I always call that like sarcastic Jesus. Yeah. And it's like, but he had pet names for people. We do that all the time. We think it's fun or funny, and it's usually something horrible that someone did. Right. And that's usually how guys in the motorcycle club get their road names. It's like you did something stupid. Yes. Like you threw a wrench in your spokes, so now you're wrench. It's like, or whatever it is. It's like...
Which, quick side note again, then we'll get back to what you said. You still didn't explain to me why Cutter is your nickname.
Oh, well, they couldn't think of anything else. Okay. And so they thought Coast Guard and Cutter, so...
So it had to do with the ships called cutters.
Yeah, they were like,
okay.
Oh. Well,
so it's not like a cool story where you like butchered a family and like hit them in a basement or something.
But I did try to get Cutter as my license plate. Oh. And Arizona said no. No. They said no. They were like, it's
better move to a new state, dude.
It's an emotional trigger.
Oh, see. That should be, next time you move states, you need to make sure that it's a state that's going to allow you to get that.
That's what I said.
That should be the only stipulation.
Guys, like, can I go back to Alaska? Yeah. They don't care.
Right.
They would have been like, oh, how many plates do you want? You want one for your motorcycle too? Be like, all right.
Yeah. Do you want us to put some blood around the word cutter so it looks all even more violent? So.
It's to me, it's, there's so many instances of that kind of stuff, and it's like, I watched The Chosen. I know that it's not theologically correct.
But as long as you go into it knowing that, it makes it okay to me.
It's fine, yeah.
Right. I'm not going into it hoping to learn more from the Bible or to learn. Right. I'm going into a potentially fictional adaptation of the things that may have happened in between parts of the Bible that we're not told about.
Right. And the thing that gets me is that, like, why can't we do that? Right. Why can't we, like, kind of, when Jesus was writing in the dirt, why can't we kind of make an inference that he was literally telling these people, like, I know your sins. These are the ones that no one else knows but me.
I think we can, as long as we preface it with that. Right. As long as we say, look, there's no way of knowing this for sure, but this is my guess. Right. This is my stab at it, in a sense, right?
And I think, there was a part of me that wanted to think of every potential thing, and I wanted to have all the knowledge so that I could effectively not shoot people down, but really, like, be like, oh man, like Matt knows his stuff so well that, you know, like there's no way that I could question what he's saying.
Right.
And God doesn't want that.
Right.
Literally just all he wants is your heart.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Right.
Like, do you have a heart for me? Yes or no?
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, well, yeah, I do. What do you want me to do with it?
Yeah.
And it wasn't until I started to take those little teeny steps, like, he's saying to do this. Why? I don't want to do that. Like, I don't want to do that.
Right.
You know, and it's like, no, you need to do this. Well, it was like giving a homeless person a sandwich. I'm like, I don't want to do that. I'm wasting my money on that person.
Right.
You know, but then it was like, all right, fine.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm begrudgingly doing it, and it's like, now I do it differently. It's like, you know, it's like, you know what, man, that guy needs some shoes, or he needs some dog bones, or whatever. Like, just go drop them off, and don't even act like you know what you're doing.
Which goes back to the heart thing, like you're talking about, because you know, there's a part in Scripture where God says that your sacrifices I hate. Right, and they're doing what he's asking them to do, but his point is your heart is far from me. You're doing these things grudgingly, you're doing these things out of ritualistic religious acts. Like, no, I want you to do them because you want to do them for me, right?
Like,
and that,
would you hug a homeless person?
Right.
You know, and I'm like, no.
Yeah.
I don't even want to touch him.
Maybe if he showered first, I don't know.
Well, I thought that. You know, that's how it used to be. And you know, there's a guy that I've met in the area, and it's funny because he shows up. He shows up all the time, and it's like, how are you even getting here? Yeah. Literally faith.
He shows up to church, you mean?
Yeah, church. Okay. And he shows up to our support group and all that stuff. Wow. And it's like, how are you even physically getting here? Right. Like, he wears no shoes.
What if he said, I don't know, I just blink and I'm here?
Well, that's just, I know. Well, like, you know, part of me, I'm like, is this guy like an angel in a weird way? Like, and I thought that one day. Yeah. And it's like, Matt, just hug him. Yeah. Treat him like a normal human being. You know, talk to him like a normal, and the guy's out there. Okay. Which is fine. Yeah. But in the moment, like, we engage like this. Yeah. He's there. Yeah. You know, and I don't know what happened. There's something serious that happened. Do you know
his name?
Jonathan.
Okay.
He goes by Juanito for fun. And Juanito.
Is he a white guy?
Yeah. Totally.
In this area or in Arizona?
No, he's in Arizona.
Oh, okay. I was running through my list of homeless people that comes to the library and see if I knew him.
Oh, okay. No, he's over there.
Okay. And, I can cut his name out too if you want.
That's fine. Right. I don't know that he would ever hear this, but if he does, that's fine. I'd pray for him. But it was one of those things where I'm like, you know, what can I do? I'd pack up every nonsense piece of clothing and, you know, shoes, socks, whatever, give him care packages or whatever. Yeah. And no, that is not a, like, pat me on the back thing. It's more just...
Well, that's how you get into heaven, is doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, right. Well, the old
you heard it here first, folks.
The old me would think yes, you know, and it's sad because you don't think that you've grown. Right. You don't think that you've grown even in the Holy Spirit, and it's like, but like there's just stuff like that was happening. Even up in Alaska, when after I got sober, I was sitting there one night. I'm laying in bed, and it was like, I don't know what I'm doing. I really don't. And I had a year, like after I retired, to where I could move, and they would move all my household goods and all that kind of stuff, and it was like day 333. And God put it on my heart, you just need to move to Prescott. And I'm like, no. What's there? I don't even know what's there. But I was like looking at the weather one day, and I'm like, well, I guess that solves that problem. And
so I have to ask you, though. So we use that term often in Christian circles, right? God put it on my heart. And you're saying it, and you're saying God put it on my heart, and your original response was like, no. Right. Where like you don't want to do what he's putting on your heart. So I guess my question for you is first of all, how do you know that's God is my first question. And the second question is, how do you go from no to okay? Right. Like at what point in that do you think, okay, now it's obvious to me that I have to do this? So the first question is, how do you know that's God put it on your heart?
Well, no, because I asked that question myself. I'm like, how do I know this is you? Right. And I even asked it out loud. I was laying in my bed in the fifth wheel, and I'm like, how do I even know this is you? And there was 3 answers that came back. One of them was, one, I didn't know where I was going to live because I retired. I was living in a 4-bedroom house by myself with the dog.
Nice, dude.
I'm like, oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
I was making $9,000 a month.
Woo!
Dude, I was living high.
Yeah.
And Juneau, that's not really, it's a lot of money, but it's not.
Right.
Because, your rent's $2,000.
Yeah.
So
Plus, you have all that Alaskan caught fish right there. Dude, you don't have to buy it from the store and make sure it says Alaskan caught.
I was so happy with that. Oh my God! I'll show you pictures after all this.
I bet, man. I bet the seafood up there was gnarly.
Dude, halibut, straight out of the sea, fillet it, cook it that day.
Dang, man.
Ugh, gross.
Yeah,
this is grossly amazing.
Yes.
But I'm laying in bed. I'm like, Lord, why Prescott? Like, what is there? Mm-hmm. I have no family there.
Right.
I have no resources there that I know of. Mm-hmm. And it was like, did I not take care of you? Mm. You retired, you had no money. You literally went from $9,000 to $2,000 a month overnight. Mm-hmm. Did I not take care of you?
Yeah.
Yes, you did.
Well, you got me there, God.
So, literally the fifth wheel that I bought, it was like $53,000. I'm like, I don't have this kind of money.
Right.
So it's like, okay, get a loan. I don't know if I can get one. Doing everything I can to get the lowest interest rate I can. Still didn't get it. I'm on a stupid high interest loan, which is fine, but it got me to where I could live.
Right.
And it was, all the uncertainty of COVID and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I'm just going to stay here because it's, at least I know the only way you can get to Juneau is by plane or boat, and that's it.
Right.
You can't just drive in here.
Right.
So it's like, I know I'm not going to get it.
Yeah.
Unless someone brings it in. So I'm like, okay, we're good. It's like, we'll just chill out. And I wasn't really afraid of COVID at all. Like, I just knew God had us covered in that. Anyways, that's a whole different thing.
Yeah.
I'm not even.
We'd have to do another episode for that.
Yes. But I'm sitting there and I'm like, God, I just don't get it. I don't understand. Like, what am I doing? Where am I going? And every turn that I took, it was like, just write it down. Mm. I don't have peace. I don't have peace on this decision. I really don't. I was like, I don't have peace. Right. And so then I wrote down Prescott, and I remember having the form that you had to fill out to take to the admin people to say, this is where I want you to move my stuff. Mm-hmm. And they didn't care. Like, once you retire, they do not care who you are. Yeah. You're literally gone. Like, right. Do not exist. Yeah. Like, once you're off the books,
that's it.
You're dead. Yeah. Like, you're dead to them. Mm-hmm. And I went into the admin, and they were like, oh, wow, we didn't know you existed anymore. Like, oh, great. And, of course, I show up looking like this, beard, long hair, and all that. And they were like, oh, my God. Like, wow. Like, Jesus just walked in. Yeah. And it was like, shh, shut up. But I'm sitting there, and I remember I said, I don't know why I have to do this, but I need to write this down. I need to just, okay, done.
Piece of cake.
They didn't care. They just don't care. They literally want you out of their life. That bad. Wow. And it was like, here you go, have fun. That's it. Yeah. That's it. Okay. And so then someone came, they packed up what little stuff I had left and shipped it down. And then it was just up to me to make the phone call to put it in storage. All right, sounds good. Came this way, and I mean, literally, I was homeless between retirement and buying the fifth wheel. Oh, wow. I was living in a pop-up trailer. Okay. I had bought, I don't know, someone gave it to me because they were like, hey, you want this thing? Yeah, sure, why not? Sounds great. I can pull it with a Jeep. Let's go. Yeah. And I'm living this thing for like a month or 3 weeks maybe, something like that. Not thinking that I'm homeless. Right. Because I'm like, okay, I'm looking forward to this next deal. Not even knowing if I was going to get the fifth wheel. Yeah. Or a fifth wheel or a trailer or anything to live in. Not even knowing if there's a spot to put it in. Mm-hmm. I didn't have a truck to pull it. So, I mean, it's like everything's stacked against me, right? And there's no reason any of this stuff is going to work out. Living on credit, literally. Like, just going to the store. My credit card's like $20,000 at that point. I'm at $18,500. No money. Like, literally nothing. And it's like, Lord God help me. Like, please. Poof. Like, things just start happening. Get the fifth wheel. Get it, put the winterizing stuff on it. It was gorgeous. Like, I mean, I could still be living in it right now. Right. It was so well insulated and the roofs and all this stuff that I did to it to make it like home. Mm-hmm. And I was like, God, I get it. Like, I get that you're taking care of me, but it's like, what's in Prescott? Like,
right.
What is there?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. You know what? Let's do it. Let's ride this train. You know, I'm looking at the weather. I'm like, the weather's not bad.
Compared to Alaska, it's probably a little warmer.
It's a little hot. You know, it's a little hot during the summer, cold during the winter. It's like, all right, I can deal with that. You know, so I'm like looking at the benefits, and that's kind of what got me to yes.
Okay.
But it was just nagging at me, and it was like, then I had this like, I don't even know how to describe it. It was like a glimpse into heaven. I was laying in bed, and it wasn't drinking or drug related. It was just, I was laying in bed one night, and the dog's at my feet, and I could feel him. I could touch him with my feet.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, it was like I could like feel myself looking within this field, and it was bizarre, bro.
It's like an out of body experience kind
almost
of thing.
Yeah. And it was like, but I knew what I was looking at. I knew that I was looking into heaven.
Wow, dude.
It was insane. Like, I knew it, though. It wasn't like I had to sit there and go, I'm going to question this. And, like, I'm looking around. So imagine this scenario. Imagine, like, going up to Lompoc and, you know, the part where you can look over the flower field.
Yeah.
So
yes.
Imagine that. Imagine that kind of a sight.
Okay.
But everything you're looking at is not flowers. They're souls. As far as you can see.
What do they look like?
They
People?
were like little orange,
like glowing balls.
Sort of. Yeah.
Okay.
And I thought, oh man, my eyes are playing tricks on me.
Right.
Like, oh man, it's.
And you weren't sleeping.
No.
This wasn't a dream.
No.
You were literally having a vision.
All the way awake. Like,
Okay.
I remember even touching the blanket, going.
Did it freak you out at all, or were you totally at peace during it?
100% at peace.
Okay.
And it was like, man, this is cool.
Yeah.
I don't even like telling people this stuff.
Yeah.
Because it's like, this is weird.
You don't want them to think you're wackadoodle.
Right. Yeah. You know, and I'm like, yeah, whatever. You know. So then it was like, I'm sitting there. I mean, it was just. I mean, if you can imagine billions upon billions of souls.
Yeah.
Like, almost like a carpet of souls. As far as you could see. I mean, it was like, wow. I mean, and they were like lined up almost like an army, sort of. I didn't have anything weird that happened that like made me think like, okay, like, oh, pinch myself. Or,
Yeah.
you know, I mean,
And this is in Alaska still that you're having this?
yeah, this is
Okay.
up there, and you know, and I'm like, okay, this is just weird. But I remember being able to mentally look in and look around, and it was everywhere from like the front of my head forward. But I could see my pillow behind me, and so it was all right here. It was like I could mentally go in, but I couldn't physically move into it.
Interesting.
Oh, dude, it was weird.
Huh.
But I remember and the window just started to close. I'm like, no, and because it was so cool to just look around. I'm like, man, it's so cool.
Right.
And then I forget what movie it was. Dude, it floored me. There was a movie, and there was a scene where the guy kind of gets to go in and see it, and it was like, it took me right back.
Okay. Who was in it? Wasn't that Robin Williams movie?
No.
What Dreams May Come?
No,
Yeah, okay.
It was something newer. It was like the Shack, maybe?
Oh, The Shack. Okay.
It was something in that movie that just tripped me out. It was like, bro, this is too real because it was so similar.
Right.
I was like, okay, I got to turn this off. Like, for now, just take a break.
It's too real.
And I wish I could make this up.
Yeah.
I swear, I wish I could make it up. And it was like, you know, I knew in the AA program they talked about having a spiritual experience and all that kind of stuff. But I was far enough away from my last drink that it's like there's no way that my brain...
Right. Is still having that, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
No way.
Wow.
And dude, it was so powerful. I remember telling guys like in the program about it, and they were like, wow, okay, yeah, sure.
Sure, buddy.
Okay.
Whatever.
And I'm like, you know what, never mind. I'm not telling you more.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
but there really was that thing, and it was a real experience. And I'm like, okay. You know, I got up out of bed and, you know, just kind of walked into the living room, drank like a ton of water.
Yeah.
And it was like, maybe I'm just dehydrated, you know? And it was like, no.
Yeah.
But the next day, it was like I was at peace with the decision. Sad that I was leaving, because I had loved Alaska.
Yeah.
I really did. And it's like...
Yeah, Bethany wants to go there someday. That's on her bucket list.
Just go.
She wants to see the Northern Lights.
Just go. Like, go August through October.
Yeah.
That's usually about when they show up, like when it's really cold.
Yeah.
Oh.
You got some homies up there to let us sleep on their couch or what?
Probably. Dude, the plane tickets are cheap.
I bet, yeah.
They were like $400. When I went up in September of 22, it was $400 from Phoenix.
Wow.
Like, dang.
So if you go in August, what's the weather like?
Cold.
It's still cold. It's always cold there?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, but
It's not as cold in August, I bet.
No, I mean, they're coming... Nah, it's like 45. Be like Santa Maria during the winter.
Yeah.
You know?
Overnight while we're sleeping.
Cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's cold. It's a different cold.
Yeah.
Because it's like... It's wet cold. Okay. You know? Once I forgot, you know, I left Cottonwood to go up there and it was like 104. I get up there and it's 40. I'm like, oh my God!
Yeah, that's kind of a shock to the body to go through that drastic of a change in one day.
But here's the cool part. So to fast forward through all that stuff, I get down here, I stayed with my mom for a few months to just kind of get my bearings. Got the job over in Sedona. I was working at the golf course. Got my stuff, got my fifth wheel down, did all the stuff that I had to do. And it was like, I drive into Prescott, where my stuff was in storage. Mm-hmm. Then I see the college. I see Embry-Riddle, and I'm like, that's what you're doing. Mm. And it was...
And you knew that that's where you were supposed to go.
I knew it, yeah. And I was like, there is no way I could get into that school. Like, your minimum GPA is 3.6. There's no way. Like, I can't do it. You know, it's like, God, I cannot do it. So I waited a year doing odd jobs, waiting for the VA stuff to clear and all that. And the VA stuff did clear. What are you going to do? I don't know. So I was... send my stuff over, send my resume, send the cover letters, do all the stuff that the school wants. And I get in.
Yeah. Wow.
That's him.
Yeah.
That's not me. I can't.
Yeah.
I couldn't do that if I wanted to.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and the fact that I've got all A's and 2 B's, dumb.
Yeah.
It's just dumb.
Right.
I can't make this up.
Yeah.
Like, God's like redeeming, and I don't deserve it. I don't.
Right. Yeah. That's the biggest part, man.
I don't deserve it.
Yeah. Cool, man.
That's the hard part. It's like I don't.
Yeah.
I try to tell my other students, I'm like, you don't understand that I should not be here.
Right.
I shouldn't physically be alive. I shouldn't be here with all the stupid things I've done.
Yeah.
I shouldn't even, you know, and they're like, oh, wow, that's a great story.
And you're like, no, you don't understand.
Like, yeah, and it's like you can't, and talking to someone that's 23 today, it's like their brain can't wrap their mind around the things that you've seen.
Right.
Or the experiences that you have, and it's like, I'm not proud of myself. I'm proud of what God's doing.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah.
And...
Well, it's like Paul says, boast in God, right?
I mean, I'm proud of myself in the good way, not the pride stuff.
Right.
You know, it's like I'm proud that I've made it this far.
Yeah, man.
But, man, it's like... The guy that you sat down with in Panera is like... I'm glad that guy's gone.
Oh, yeah. How long ago was that? Did we figure that out yet?
No.
It doesn't seem like it was 10 years ago.
No.
It was like maybe 5 or 6, maybe?
Yeah, because I think I was in D.C.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think... Well, yeah, because it was after Phil Southwick passed away, and that was like 2014.
Okay.
So, yeah, it was after that.
Okay.
And,
are you friends with him?
Yeah, he was... Yeah, I was always friends with his daughters.
Okay.
And still keep in touch with Linda, and...
Yeah.
It's just crazy. Like, gosh. But God is amazing, dude. And like, now when you start to look at it, and that's what I was saying earlier about when you start to look from the higher 10,000 foot level, and you go, you don't deserve to be in the seat that you're in. Like, there is no way. I would, if I was God, I would not put me in that seat.
That's the question, right? If I was God, and that's why, like,
Right.
we don't get it.
No, and there is a good reason that I am not God.
Yes. Yes.
Oof.
We're all thankful.
Man, I know, right?
that none of us are God, not just you.
No,
but,
I know, right. I knew what you meant.
Yeah.
But,
all right, man.
I don't know.
Well, we're going to cut it there, dude. So, all right. Thanks for coming over, man. Appreciate you hanging out and catching up, dude.
It was a pleasure.
Yeah.
It really was.
Thanks again for checking out this podcast, and please tell all of your friends about it. Don't let those shadow banning savages win the battle. Also, I would love to hear your feedback. You can contact me at whycan'twetalkaboutThat at proton.me. Make sure that you subscribe so that you will be notified whenever new episodes are released. Thanks.
And to think that, like, you know, it's like if you think about it, like, okay, RoboCop 2, Rambo.
Oh, yeah.
It's like I watched Rambo at 11.
Yeah.
Like the first one, First Blood.
My biggest memory of Rambo when I was a kid is I don't remember if it was the first one or the second one. Mm-hmm. You probably know better.
Well, just tell me what happened.
He shot an arrow, and it went into the guy's head, and the guy exploded.
That's 3.
I'm like...
That's Rambo 3.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
It's an arrow.
Uh-huh. He had exploding
Why
tips.
did he explode?
Oh, yeah, he's like shooting at the helicopter with the bow and arrow,
Yeah.
and it's like, boom!
But do you need that much? I mean, if you hit somebody in the head with an arrow, I'm pretty sure they're dead.
They're gone. Yeah.
Why do you need to blow them up as well?
Because we gotta do this. What's his name? Michael Bay style?
Yeah, that's
or
right.
Jerry Bruckheimer?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Come on, man. Boom!
So
we got him, Jerry!
Yeah.
We got him!
Oh, my gosh.
No, First Blood. I remember it was the most... And honestly, if you really watch the movie, if you go back and watch the first one, not the second or third,
right?
Like you kind of lost me on those.
Yeah, yeah.
But it was like an amazing movie.
Yes,
like a Christmas movie, actually.
Right. Yes. Why? Because there's snow in it?
No, there's Christmas trees.
Oh, okay.
They're like in the one where they shoot up the whole place.
Yeah.
Like there's Christmas trees in there. So
Yeah.
I mean, but
see, to me, that doesn't make it Christmas.
Brian Dennehy and him.
Yeah.
Amazing chemistry.
Right.
And it's like.
Yeah.
I love that guy.
Now, why did they miss a golden opportunity? They had First Blood.
Right.
And they had First Blood Part 2.
Right.
Why not Second Blood?
Yeah, or like, yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
Rambo Kill 'Em All. I mean,
something.
Yeah.
Second Blood, something. First
I just
Blood.
love the one-liners in that movie are just amazing.
Yeah.
You better line up some body bags, you know, like old Colonel Troutman, you know, when Colonel Troutman comes in, I was like, dude, I just love the lines, you know, and it was like, you guys better have enough body bags in this town. What? And then they were all like, what do you mean? Like, we're all trained. They're like, please.
Yeah. They don't make movies like that anymore. Those old 80s like action movies like that.
And he's on a dirt bike that's got like 8,000 shifts.
Yes.
You know, it's like, how many gears does that thing have?
Hey, he's Rambo. You can have as many as you need.
Oh, dude, like, really? I didn't know they made an 18-speed.
Yeah.
Wow.
They only made one, and he bought it.
Yeah, well, no, they recycled it for Terminator 2.
Right. Which was also a great movie.
Yeah, a great movie, but it had 1,000... It was 1,000 speed, I think, on that thing. Maybe 37.
Something like that, yeah. Close to 1,000 anyway. Yeah.
So.